We're just getting started here. Just getting started. Got debunked. We're just getting started here. I got my other phone turned up. Okay, that's what up, yo.
What up?
How you
Hey,
doing?
my bad about the other night. It was getting late. I got impatient and grumpy. My wife was talking. It's like, you was probably late for you too. We
It
was having a
was.
good conversation. So,
You're good. No, I just no matter what, we can go hard in here, and then the next day we're gonna start all over. No hard feelings ever. So
yeah, yeah.
don't worry.
But I'm on some different stuff tonight. My wife and I have been talking, and she
What are
rolling her
you
eyes right
on?
now. Well, I was thinking, I was sitting here, a little bit of the Lord's lettuce,
Oh, we
and it
love
occurred
Lolo
to
lettuce.
me,
Yeah.
yup, what how dolphins are like wicked smart, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if the dolphins that swim with us are like the liberals of the dolphins and they just feel bad for us, and the
Oh,
rest of the dolphins think we're a bunch of idiots?
what? That's actually a great theory. What if they're like these dumb humans? Like, let's swim with them and see what they're about.
Yep. And like the dolphins that swim with us, they're like the liberal dolphins. They feel bad. Like the rest of the dolphins are like, why are you gonna go swim with them? And they're like, oh, stop. Those humans don't know what they do. We gotta keep them
You think their
company, you
wives are
know?
like, be nice to the stupid humans?
It's like you get the liberals, they're like, save the whales, but the dolphins are like, save the humans.
That's a great theory, actually. I'm gonna live with that theory for the rest of my life. Are mega
Good,
dolphins
good.
the ones
Thought it
that
was
create
pretty profound
humans?
myself, so I had
I
to come up and
do.
share it.
You might go down as a great philosopher for that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, Aristotle, Plato, those guys got nothing on me.
And debunker, yep, for sure. No, that's interesting. Actually, we're gonna have to talk about that. Bless their hearts, those humans. They're probably like, "Have you ever seen what the humans do on land?" Oh my god, that's funny.
Yeah, I'm on to something.
I think what I do want to do since you're here, I want like the ANCAP guys to hear it too. I want to start like a philosophy book club in my Discord. Um, because like I'm not top tier Phil bro. I'm like amateur Phil bro. You know what I mean? And I want to read myself more. And I was like, well, maybe if I start like a book club and other people read with me, I will read more. So I think we're gonna call it the existential baddies with um the AI summary says debating political topics with a viewer's dolphin analogy. Share your take. That's
Oh, that's
fair.
awesome.
You made
That's
it to the
awesome.
AI.
Made it to the AI, the for your AI.
I love it. But yeah, so I think I'm gonna call it the existential baddies, and the line you can write your own philosophy, and we will read it in the book club. And I'm gonna call the tagline's gonna be "God is dead and I look amazing."
Kaner.
Yeah, I should write a book about this actually,
You
and we
should.
can put it in your book club.
You should. I will
I
make
gotta,
it.
I gotta, I gotta write like a proper theory out on
You
this.
do, and I'll
Like a
make it part of the
38
book club.
pager.
The philosophy of Olive Garden and how it's the best restaurant.
Olive Garden? Seriously? You haven't been to the Olive
Who said
Garden?
something about Olive Garden?
Wait, I haven't been to the Olive
Right,
Garden
right.
since my
Listen,
my oldest was like
I
3.
like you, but
No, I'm just pushing on
don't
your.
get my olive oil boiling now.
I'm just pushing on your triggers. You're all good, man. Hey, I do got a question for you, Prop.
Go for it.
So, if I remember correctly, you're libertarian, right? So the Australians, or not the Australian, my gosh, the Austrian school of kind of that viewpoint. Is that correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So, how do you see libertarianism, a totally free market, working with the current system where there's large corporations that have full control? Where would the competition be if smaller businesses
Yeah.
don't have the capital?
So,
Damn, that shit's loud.
well, one of the things I like to point out is even with the current system and all the subsidies and special perks the large corporations get, I think it's still like 48% of the population or something is employed by small businesses with a revenue lower than 5 million a year. So I mean, I think people really underestimate what like small businesses could do, right? I mean, for a large portion of our history, we didn't have that many large national conglomerates. Now, in terms of like, you know, how does it work in a free market today? It's like I always say, we can't get there overnight. You know, one of the ways we could start, right, is removing a lot of the protectionist regulations and the subsidies that large corporations get.
Oh damn.
Yeah, no, I can agree. I honestly can't name a subsidy that long term has lowered the cost for citizens. If anything, it's propped up large companies and
Correct.
given
Yeah.
tax money to them. But it, again, I know it's not an overnight process, but if we look at, I don't know, let's choose a hot topic one like healthcare, right? Obviously, they're too big. We have better antitrust legislation, but no one will use it. We haven't used antitrust since what's maybe Standard Oil, maybe Verizon. I
No,
don't know what.
I think Bell was probably the most recent. But
Yeah,
like a good point though, right? Is like how effective have any of those antitrust suits really been, right? At like, you know, breaking up those monopolies and adding, you know, new competition to the market. I mean, we still like ExxonMobil today isn't that different than a world where we just had Standard Oil, you know?
if we look at like Bell, by Bell you mean like GTE, right? Like back in the
Feel
late
like they're
'90s, early
talking to me.
2000s. Oh, yeah.
Sorry,
Um,
no, Bell, like Bell, the telecommunications
yeah,
company.
yeah. We're on the
No,
same
no, I
page.
know, but like for a minute, I'm like, I keep, you know, like when
She,
people
yeah, I
are
was
like,
saying to her.
So, but I think the problem was that FCC like allowed them to become major corporations again. So if we look at like Bell, that got broken up, GTE, Verizon, you know, they all went out separate, but then over the decades were allowed to conglomerate all over again. And then you see like in the telecom space, you see people buying each other up. So I think my biggest issue is that we have antitrust, we don't use it. But even if we did use it, there's no guarantee that in the future they wouldn't just become superpowers again, essentially by taking all
Yeah.
of their wealth and
Well,
using that to buy out other companies.
yeah, like you just said with the FCC, right? It's funny because I brought that up in a live earlier. Like the FCC really hasn't done that much to protect consumers. They've probably done more to protect large corporations, right? I mean, and then so that's what like we've used antitrust suits against them, and we broke up, you know, the quote unquote monopoly that was Bell, but we just ended up with a few regional Bells, right? Like nothing really changed. So I
Yeah.
think it's always like what I go back to when like these large federal regulatory agencies tend to do more to protect corporations than they do to protect the consumers that they're supposed to be protecting.
But do you think that comes down to, and I hate to say lobbying, like, I mean, that is a part of it, but like Bell wasn't the biggest problem. AT&T was. AT&T's been around for like 100 plus years, have their hands in everything. And with them buying, you know, now you have Verizon buying Frontier, so all the ISPs are buying each other out. Like they're using tax money to build multi-billion-dollar companies, and then whoever's left is buying the rest out. And it's just crazy that we're using subsidies to prop up massive corporations that have
Yeah.
huge influence on major legislation bodies.
Yeah. So on the conversation of like we need, you know, to start somewhere, you know, that's usually like my go-to on where we start is dismantling large regulatory agencies and cutting corporate subsidies. I think that's not only is that like one of the best places to start, like just you know, because why are they getting them in the first place? But I also think it's the best way to like introduce new competition, you know, and innovation into the market. Like there's people that are, you know, starting all kinds of businesses all the time that could and even would be starting those kinds of businesses too if it wasn't like impossible to compete with these large, you know, subsidized companies that are in bed with the regulatory agencies.
But isn't it like, and this is the only pushback I have, is to say if we remove the vast majority of regulations, doesn't that create a vacuum for the largest companies because they have the most capital? right? They have the most cash on hand. The EBITDA looks good. They can absorb that hit from subsidies. Sure, that'll hurt them, but their money on hand is still massively bigger than someone that's trying to start. If we keep within telco, someone tries to start their own telco. I mean, you're looking at, what is it, like $300 billion to do a nationwide network? Like, no one has that on hand. But doesn't that just make the bigger companies
Yeah.
have all the power?
Where are they getting most of that cash from, right? It's mostly investors, right? And a lot of
Right.
people are so heavily invested in these companies, and funds are so heavily invested in these companies because it's so safe because they got subsidies, right? Like I had a buddy who was like an electrician who had supposedly, I don't know, maybe he just got lucky, but so he says like his buddy's aunt like worked for, oh man, it was one of those vaccine companies like that got like a big government grant during, C-19.
Pfizer,
I don't know why.
probably.
No, was it Novavax or something like that?
Mm.
I don't know. Anyway, he bought one way or another, when the stock was like at a few bucks and it went up to like hundreds of dollars because everybody came in because they got a massive government grant, right? So a lot of these companies, it's not that they're like just even necessarily making that much money doing business per se. In a lot of cases, it's investor money and people are investing in these companies because it's a safe bet when you know the government's going to prop them up forever, right?
Yeah. But if you look at like financial institutions, what kind of subsidies do they get? I can understand the medical field, right? Like medical infrastructure, they're the most subsidized that exists, and they do the shittiest job, the bare minimum to make the most profits. Like that's pretty well known. But if you look at like financial agencies or people that actually make product as opposed to just repackaging, I feel like those ones would be the most hurt because if all regulations were removed, and I know that's not your argument, but to like give an extreme, if all regulations are moved, what's going to stop the largest companies that have the highest profits, even without subsidies, from just gobbling up the smaller ones, waiting for them? It's like never mind, I won't go down that tangent, but it basically is saying that a small company can't compete with a large, even without the subsidies. What's going to keep the large ones from, again, just gobbling up everybody, waiting for them to go on the verge of bankruptcy, buying them cheap, and then just buying their assets?
Yeah, I think the fundamental disagreement here is I just don't think that those companies would have the capital that they have if they lost their subsidies. I like if a massive amount of investors start pulling out because obviously that's a signal to investors these guys are losing all their subsidies. I don't know that they're as well positioned to swallow up these competitors that they were before, right? Like they do that. Like I can give you one. Like I obviously have talked to you like I'm in tech, but I'm very much in like the home services niche, right? And the largest company in that space is a Service Titan. I don't know if anyone's heard of them, but they're a $1 billion company, and they're the largest like home services CRM that's on the market at the moment, right? And they got there not really like they have a pretty small customer base even in comparison to their competitors, but they got there because they raised a fuck ton of venture capital, from massive funds, and they used that money to buy up all their competitors, and then they went public, and you have all this money that's investing in them as they continue to do this, and like I think what you would see, right, is that capital that's currently in the public markets, right, that those SEC safe markets, right, or even further, like you said, the subsidized markets would move back more into like the more realistic private markets, and they might even be investing in some of those small businesses. Like there was more of that before, right? But now it's the safest thing to do if you want to hedge your money is in the public markets because, it's like it's guaranteed almost in a way, right? Like we know even from the past, if it gets bad enough, the government will bail them out. And if they're not going to bail that company out, they're going to give money to another company to buy the company, right? Like Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, for example,
Yeah. No, I
So I
agree.
think that you're changing the game there. Where when you look at it from that lens, you kind of see we're in a different market now when that happens, right? Than we've been in.
Yeah, no, I can agree. I'm very anti-subsidy, like at the core. It's just, I don't know, maybe I'm compromising when I shouldn't be because it feels like, again, that change would take some time, but there would have to be something that couldn't be reversed because I feel like certain companies would be able to outlast that wave and just wait for another administration to come in and tip the hat to them and say, okay, we're going to reverse all of that. So it would have to be a long-term plan that actually stuck for a long time. But I see where you're coming from, and I honestly do agree. I just haven't been able to completely think through, you know, how that would work with zero regulations. What would be their, I don't
The
know, like,
the problem
That's
is
like
the
the
zero regulations though. Like, so what happens when there's no employee protections? So now you've got, this is the place that I always go with this. Like, yes, if we all lived in big urban cities, like that would be one thing. But we have these small towns where there's no like desire there's to put businesses there, right? Which means there's no jobs there, which means there's no money there. So all it takes is for one person, one company, like let's use Walmart, to move into the location. Now they're the only grocery store, the only place that has employment spots. People get hired on at Walmart. There's nothing to protect them. They desperately need jobs. What keeps Walmart from telling them they have to work 16 hours a day with no breaks or they're fired?
well,
Yeah.
maybe there's a difference
So a
between
couple.
saying, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say a couple things. The first thing is like I always say, right? Like we can't get the zero regulation overnight. I think that's where so I think so many people like the communists, for example, like want to like have some revolution to insert their ideology that like people miss that with the ANCAP is it's like even like Javier Milei says, right? Like he's philosophically an ANCAP, but we got to move. We can't shrink the whole state overnight, right? Like we do acknowledge that that doesn't work. So that's why I said we start with things like removing corporate subsidies and like certain regulatory agencies, and then to the point you made about you know like these rural towns in the middle of nowhere. A lot of these towns, like we could talk about in Appalachia, like what happened to them, you know, that they got there was because like we had these large Northeast companies in particular, right, that were subsidized, and like these early industrial companies that were subsidized, and it kind of moved you know capital out of those areas again into these like safer emerging like at the time this new concept of like the federally insured public markets and whatnot, right, versus like the kind of older you know stock system that we had. So I think it's like that is what happens when you subsidize big companies, you know, in a particular area that are headquartered in a particular area or want to move an industry in a particular direction, then like those other smaller markets get left behind.
But isn't the argument that if, let's say, all regulations eventually end at zero, the end gap for like hours and workers' rights, that would come back down to a union, which would be the enforcement to tell a company that, hey, we're not going to get treated like this because either A, they won't have employees because they don't want to work for those conditions or wages, or B, they'll say, we're going to unite together. Screw you guys. This is not how you treat us. So it's like its own small ecosystem or its own small government where people band together and say, we're not going to do this. Now we have those protections and people are just in this middle lukewarm area of, well, I don't like it, but what can I do?
Yeah, I just don't think that you can get there like without the government involvement. That's I think like my big disagreement with like that idea, right? Like I don't think you can have a Walmart that just now like after coming onto the market in a nice way or something, right? Like Amazon back in the day had lower fees, right? Or Netflix back in the day had lower fees, right? Like they're able to crush their competition through those unfair advantages. And then once the competition is all gone, that's when things get bad for the employees. That's when prices get raised for the consumer, right? And I don't think that in like a free market, like one person could really be and can really be competitive enough to like find themselves in that position, you know, because there's never those unfair advantages for you. So when you start moving in that direction, like a new competitor can emerge and people can quit and like go work for them, you know, but it's harder to do that, you know, in a protectionist environment.
Yeah, because I mean, what would Walmart be without its quote subsidies? I mean, they get
Yeah.
billions.
Yeah, Walmart, Amazon, you know, I mean, Amazon's most profitable thing is their cloud services, and they've gotten massive contracts with the government. In fact, I see like I have in my company we have some AWS cloud services, and like I don't know even why it's there. And like I doubt I could get into it, but like you see the separate Gov Cloud. They have Gov Cloud East and Gov Cloud West. Like they have massive cloud computing, data centers that are just for the government, and that's just like
Yeah.
one mechanism in how they benefit from the government.
But part of the AWS stuff is that we have such bureaucracy built into our federal government that we couldn't get anything freaking done. And like our compliance was so far behind. And people would either simp for the government and say, well, they need more money, which is like, okay, is that really going to fix it? Or are we just burning money? Or do they go private sector? And that's still a debate that goes on with AWS and with a lot of government contracts. And a lowering of our standards to, quote, save money, but in the long run, it still costs us more. The government chooses winners and losers, so it's kind
Yeah.
of, there's some nuance there too. But yeah,
So that,
overall,
that's my problem. Like, I don't think that anybody has ever really achieved that like mega corporation status, like from Standard Oil to the railroads to the AWSs, the Netflixes, the Bells, like without unfair advantage from government. So I just like that's my thing. I don't really foresee companies like that, existing, because I haven't really seen them just exist as a mechanism of the free market. Like back in the 1800s, we had a lot more local businesses. Same in the early 1900s, right? And as the government grew and central planning crashed markets on a few occasions, like slowly everything got consolidated. I don't think like one person could pull that off. Excuse me, one company, I guess, could pull that off without those unfair advantages because I haven't seen it yet, really.
yeah, it's always I don't want to say excuse, but the rationale they try to use is that we need this rapid innovation. So if we infuse cash into it, it'll go faster. But again, when it comes down to pricing, I can't name the time we did a subsidy that it actually benefited us long term. The government's really bad about putting guardrails on, and they're really bad at holding companies accountable because that's the same people that give them money to get elected and control the system. So, yeah.
Yeah, because I mean that's why the government does it, right? The government does like, look, we're gonna set you up as our crony. We're gonna make you the biggest company in America as long as you go with what we want and you make sure to remember where a nice chunk of that money should go back to. Like that's the problem. Because in my opinion, the state is the biggest monopoly, right? So I mean, if you can get in good with them, you can monopolize anything.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hi, your mom.
Hello, hello. I see I was unmodded, but how are you doing still?
Most people were unmodded, to be fair, and I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I didn't think you were going to come over to political talk, so.
I'm still attempting to learn things. It's not really happening, but I gotta figure out how to beat T-Bone, the S plus debater, like everybody else seems to be doing.
Well, okay, so let's talk about that, Nick. So let's get you educated. What is your number one, like, when you think about politics and you're going to vote, what is the top issue you're voting on?
To give women less power.
Okay. So misogyny. All right.
Did
So,
did he say he's trying to beat me in debating?
yeah.
Yes. Yes. He's
Oh,
been going around telling everyone that
if
you
you
got
give
your
me,
ass
if you
handed
give
to
me,
you.
yeah, give me 90 days and I'm gonna beat you.
Okay,
Do you
I
want
look forward
some
to it.
coaching? I'll coach you. I don't know how to coach you on misogyny though, since I'm a
He doesn't
misandrist.
need coaching. It comes naturally to him.
I want to talk more about the Austrian school, but I'm still looking into it a little bit. I'm still reading some shit about it, so I can. Cause
What do you want now? I can give you some good recommendations if you want.
okay, hold on. Let me get a notepad. All right, hold on. Um, why is it not opening? Hold on.
And I gave you Ernest Kaiser, Myth of the State yesterday.
Yeah,
I
I
think you
have
got
that in
that.
my
Yeah. Okay.
thing. I put it in my let me just pull out my source thing because
Yeah.
my laptop's dying, so I was trying not to, but here we go. Okay. So
Human Action, Ludwig von Mises.
human action, Ludwig von Mises.
Individualism and Economic Order, Frederick Hayek.
Individual and what?
And Economic Order,
Economic order.
it's Frederick Hayek. That's Hayek. That's a good starting point.
Okay, perfect.
You got three now, you know?
Yep, I will add those to my list. Thank you very much. I do like reading. All right, so I've got that. Let me put those in my little source app that I made myself. You guys are sleeping on the AI built source apps, man. I'm telling you, my shit is fire. Let me plug in my computer. All right, so I have reading material now. So let's get this going so I can read.
Yeah, Officer. That's who they named the Mises Institute after him. Like you've probably heard of the Mises Institute host. That's the Ludwig von Mises is where they named him after.
Oh, okay, gotcha. You can call me Bex, by the way.
Bex, gotcha.
I'm just Bex. Ask around, people know me.
I used to be the propaganda debunker, but now I'm debunker propaganda. It's backwards. They'll never see me coming.
They'll never see me coming. I love that.
He filed his 503c. He's getting NGO money now, so he had to switch the name around.
That's hilarious.
Exactly. Rebrand a little bit, you know.
I used to be.
We'll smash the operating entity, throw it back to the holding corp. We got this.
I used to be Comrade Bex, but the commies got mad at me and told me I had to take Comrade out of my name, so now I'm canceled Bex.
Yeah, commies love to maintain monopolies on things, even like names, you know.
They do. Let me see if I can find this without buying it.
So, Prop, what is your view on open markets when it comes to competition from global entities? So, I mean, if we want to make it a grade level, like pro-tariff, anti-tariff, what point are we protectionist and not protectionist?
Well, I definitely don't support tariffs, right? I mean, all tariffs really do is create price inflation. Um, in terms of competing on the global markets, one of the many Italian failures I hate to admit is an example of Italy, right? And why did Italy really get their asses kicked? You know, in industrial, innovation, against us, and from automobiles to early like factories and machinery, and it's because Italy just couldn't like let go of like that Roman concept of big government. And ultimately, why we won is because we had at the time a freer market. Another thing, even like on the subject of cars, I like to talk about is like Henry Ford, in my opinion, did more for the 40-hour work week and like labor rights than any union in history, and he did it through innovation, right? And like the assembly line, this concept of my competitors have a crappy workplace environment, and I can create a cleaner, better, more efficient one while paying my people more, not through asking for special privileges, but through innovation, you know?
But it's become more globalized, right? And again, some things I have a protectionist view on, others I don't. But if we look at a full free economy and we see countries, I don't know, we'll use the easy one, China, that uses essentially government subsidies to drive the price of their products down so low that it would be pretty much impossible for us to compete. Don't we essentially become, I don't know if it's TikTok friendly, but don't we essentially become slaves to the products of countries that can produce for a much lower cost? And then that gives inherent security risks and supply chain issues as well, doesn't it? Or do I see that wrong?
what if now, because we don't have special government perks, we get real creative, and we come up with a better way to, you know, produce food, for example, right? I mean, that puts us in a situation now where we're kind of forced to innovate, and I think that's why, like, a lot of great companies have come out of recessions, right? Like, you got to get creative. It's kind of the same concept, and that's why I think, like, more competition, drives innovation faster than anything for that reason, right? It's also why I'm against, like, the concept of intellectual property and patents, right? Because you're just stunning, the growth of a technology now, right? Like, I could potentially make your technology better, but because you own these patents, I can't even attempt to use it now. And you have no incentive to make it better, right? Because you have a monopoly on that technology. No one else can use it.
Well, like, I'm in the tech kind of field, right? So, like, if I look at like the stranglehold, like, let's say, like, Samsung and Nokia and Ericsson and all these people have within, like, different areas, right? We'll keep it basic. Granted, they produce some stuff, but then, if we look at Taiwan, who really produces the chips for a lot of the electronics, we can't compete with, let's say, China doing a copy of that for significantly less. So if that free market fully exists, then who's to say that we could at any point make it cheaper or better, because we
Well,
haven't been
China, I
able to
think
keep up
China's
with
a great
Taiwan.
example of that. China's a great example of that, though, right? Like, I don't subscribe to this. They're stealing our IP. Like, I think that's part of them doing that has, I think, driven costs down, right? Because they've just against, just basically saying we don't care about American IP laws. Basically, we're going to take, technologies and products that you've created, and we're going to try to make them better. And other factories are going to try to compete with us domestically, and they're going to try to make them better. And it's like kind of a great example of what I'm saying, right? Like, that's ultimately driven prices down.
But the issue I have with China is that they are essentially financially imperialistic. So everything that they do specifically looks at how they can take advantage, which, whatever, we're imperialistic too. I'm not saying we're not. Like, we don't sit on a pedestal. But my issue specifically within tech, let's say, is that once they get that stranglehold, because they have the tooling, they have everything set up to do so. If we start to say, okay, well, on a security level, or if we say on a level of we want, jobs in the United States, let's say, it becomes very difficult to compete with that. We don't have the ability to have those logistic lines opened up within the United States now. Nevertheless, if we didn't have some sort of protectionism against that, so we would be open to their financial imperialism.
But here's a good example, though, right? Like, why
Um,
are they beating us? Because, like,
I
I'm in tech
I
too,
don't
right?
get. I
Can
don't
you hear me?
understand how like two people. I don't understand how two people who have no experience in any of the stuff they're talking about, don't run any big businesses, don't know what it's like to run a big business like that, are speaking on what these people should do.
Do you,
Besides sitting
bro,
here bitching on TikTok about
what
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 they
what
should
what
do, what
qualifies
else in
what
the real
qualifies as a
world?
big business?
What else in the real world are you doing to make these changes that you want to see?
Well, because there's such a thing as critical thinking, or saying, can we look at this from different angles? We're not necessarily trying to prove something or make something, we're just talking about it. So, is it not okay to talk about something with either a hypothetical or see how things would work? Isn't that the whole
Yeah.
idea
I
of,
mean,
I also
hypotheticals are
I just
great
want to
and
say,
all, but like if you're never going to apply them to the real world, what use are they?
well,
well,
the
sure.
main reason I think him and I know so much about, like, the Chinese technology sector is because we work in technology. I can't speak for Rye Guy, but, like, I own a technology company. It's why I keep up on this stuff. It's relevant to my life, or I probably wouldn't know so much about it. I've been following the Chinese markets for a really long time. I mean, they are our biggest competitors abroad. I consider myself to be competing with them as much as any domestic company at this point.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, if I look at, like, again, infrastructure and how they do, like, 6G, they're on advanced nodes, the way they do manufacturing. I'm not saying that Chinese stuff is junk. What I'm saying is that it brings up the issue of saying if we are solely reliant on an external source for something, it makes me have pause because depending on the whim of them, if we're not fully subservient to their wishes, they can weaponize that against us, which before Trump, they did that multiple times. We saw fluctuations within media tech that absolutely made stuff go freaking crazy. And Huawei having security issues. I mean, there's all kinds of things that we have to worry about that are more complex than just saying Chinese stuff is shit. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, here's a good one with China. Right. What would you say like the biggest reason they have been beating us in some key like emerging technology sectors? Like, what's like the backbone of that?
You know, my personal opinion would say that they have a much different view on education, a different culture on education, collectivism, partially saying that, what are you doing to help the country? What are you doing to help the
Yeah.
state? What are you doing to,
What about
bow
energy
to
production though?
energy production? I know they're
Like you got to power all this 6G technology, these data
yeah.
centers. They have more data centers, right? They're doing a great job in AI and drones and EVs, and they have a big
Mhm.
EV infrastructure. It's all energy production, right?
Yes,
Okay, so
there is there is reasons.
what hinders us in energy production that doesn't hinder them that they were able to build such energy structure to support this technology in such a short amount of time.
It's going to be inflammatory, but I am answering your question. It's people saying that we care about how we get the sources. Is it safe for humans? Where China inherently says we don't really care. There are no regulations, which is the answer. So there is no protectionism against, like, there is no OSHA. It's just,
I'm talking about environmental regulations, right?
yeah, they don't have
That's what I'm
any.
getting at here.
Yeah, they don't have any.
Like so when they want to build all these nuclear plants that they're building and they want to build even these coal plants that they're building, all these things to support this infrastructure and this technology that we're talking about, they don't have quite as many regulatory hurdles, and the government is deregulating in a lot of those sectors to incentivize growth.
Yeah, but there is some chink in the armor though, because like I know firsthand knowledge of like rolling blackouts that happen, but nobody tells the president because they're all afraid about getting these corruption charges against them all of a sudden. But as long as they're producing, there is no corruption. So like there is nuance, but I get what you're saying. With zero environmental oversight, you can have an explosion in the industry. Their grid is
Yeah.
much better than
It's
ours.
just one example. Yeah, and it's just one example, right? They've deregulated like crazy in all of these sectors, and so that's a big part of it. And even like in terms of like subsidies and stuff, like at this point they have a lower percentage of their GDP that's government spending than we do.
But there is, and again, I'm not just pushing back to push back. I'm just trying to look at it from the different angles. So when they're having to go out and manually or use machines to pollinate their agriculture because they overuse pesticides and there's no bees left, like legitimately, like we got to understand in the United States, like we can't do that same shit. Like, so like there is a balance to that, but when there are no rules and there's only outcomes and results, of course they're going to beat us. But I mean, there's cheap labor, the government subsidies that they have, that all helps them as well. And if you look at it as an us versus them, it hurts us too. But I don't disagree. No regulations means that you can have an explosion within innovation and industry, and things are going to be better in that instance. But there always is a fallout from that if you're not careful, which I feel like Western societies have overreacted to that. Like the Paris Agreement and yada yada, I think was bullshit. We lost more jobs from green bullshit and got so far
Right.
behind in our
They
production.
politicize it, right? They don't
100%.
care about growth. They don't care about growth. They don't care about the environment. It's just another thing they can politicize. And so, yeah, I mean, I just don't see
So
a
what are
need
we
for
talking about? I'm a little bit confused. I appreciate all the commentary, but I'm kind of lost. What? What are we talking about?
to regulate the markets to death or not regulate the markets to death in summary, I guess.
And,
I
and
mean,
from my viewpoint, yes, you can take all regulations out and see big gains from that, but at the same time, there's repercussions for having absolutely zero regulations, which I don't think is Prop's idea to zero, but removing quite a few would help us.
Okay,
Yeah,
one
you
of the
don't want to
problems,
follow the Chinese model.
one of the problems is the Chinese have done a better job of investing in their workforce over time than the Americans have, and they are economic imperialists. We are military. There
Wait,
is
T
a
Mac,
difference,
you said
right?
invested in what?
Their workforce development, and their infrastructure.
Oh yeah, because they force you to work.
Wait,
Well,
what do you
they
mean
have
the
a labor.
force?
No, they
Who
didn't
for?
force you to work. They have a
China
labor
tell you what
shortage.
to work. You don't get to choose your job. They tell you what to do.
They have a labor shortage. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
No, they don't. Not right
Yes,
now.
they
Not in the
do.
last year.
The Chinese have a labor shortage.
According to who? Their propaganda or according to third party verified sources? Like they're not having. Okay. It's yeah, no, they're having issues within their economy specifically right now. 10
Because of
national
labor.
banks just went under. They have people that are getting paid lower wages than ever. So I mean, where are you getting that they've had this massive investment?
They're only a because they control their own currency. Remember, their economic philosophy is different than ours. You can't make a comparison between our economic philosophy and their economic philosophy. They're able to manipulate their currency, correct? That's one of the reasons why they've expanded into places that we wouldn't normally expand into, like Africa,
Which you we
supposedly.
expanding? They still in the land. They going over there and they stealing the resources from there because they don't have any more left in their country. Because of exactly what he was talking about, overdoing stuff. They
Yeah,
have
they're
no
still in the
balance.
land. Boy, that sounds familiar to me.
Listen, I'm not saying
I
America
just
is on a
want to point out
pedestal.
we manipulate our currency too, right?
Yeah, we
And
do.
we do
We
it
do. We do.
through
We
military
absolutely do.
imperialism, like you said,
Yeah,
right?
we
Like
do. We
that's
do.
why we're military imperialist is to, manipulate our currency and attempt to inflate the value of the dollar.
I wouldn't necessarily call it stealing the land because we're not like taking the land, conquering the land, and living there. I would say it's more stealing resources.
Who not? No, they doing exactly what you said.
Are we
So what they're
building
what
and
they're
living
doing
there?
so what they're
And
doing
then
is say
they're
we'll
buying
give
land
you
and then they actually
Wait,
taking
who?
more land than what they bought.
Wait,
Yeah,
are we?
okay.
Where are we talking about? Again, please. Maybe I missed something.
He's talking about in Africa.
Yeah, in Africa, can you tell me where are American governments going to
No,
take
no,
the
no,
land
not
and living
American.
there?
Not American.
No,
No.
he's saying okay. So China has outinvested America and the West in China and Latin America for like a really long time now, and they've bought up tons of land and they've built factories. And as part of their Belt and Road Initiative, they've lent a lot of money. They built a high-speed rail in Kenya. Yes, Kenya has high-speed rail and we don't. But what they do is the Chinese lend the money and they have terms, right? And it's like you gotta hire a percentage of Chinese workers, or you gotta hire Chinese companies and we're going to loan you this money to help build infrastructure in your country. And that's the argument that they're economically imperialist and not militarily imperialist. That's the argument.
yeah, essentially. I mean, when they say that you have to have that investment from China, but then also the leadership and the board and the directors and whatnot have to have a certain percentage of Chinese. And again, I'm not saying America doesn't do this too. There's a reason we're not allowed in Africa and we won't be in there for a long time because we cause a shit ton of problems.
Yeah, well, they ain't getting much better end of the stick right now.
So that was talking about Pope with skilled labor. They have a shortage with skilled labor. And we do too here in America.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, man, I agree with. I don't disagree with that.
So because a lot of the Chinese that are graduating from college now sees manufacturing as physical work, physical labor. and they have emerged in markets to create a service, a financial and service-based economy that mirrors ours in some ways. But the reason why their manufacturing base has emerged is because their middle class demands less money to manufacture goods than ours does.
But also a long
That's
time ago,
They don't demand less.
they
They get told what they're getting paid.
Well, you don't know that. You don't live in China. How would you know that?
they had the foresight though to think further ahead than we did, which was to say that they were going to quarter like the tool and die first. And then once they became the sole provider because all of our people either retired or unalived, we didn't replenish that because we didn't see that as important. We thought going to college was the most important thing as opposed to propping up again, manufacturing, yada yada yada. There was a cultural shift within the United States. Again, like you said, like manufacturing is, quote, hard work and it doesn't pay well and it's hot and it's not a good environment. And that led to a shortage of the people that we needed to support that and the offshoring as well.
I was just gonna say, T-Mac,
That's what I was.
T-Mac, I have lived in China, and Pope was right. They do tell you what to do. They tell you who to date, who to dance with, and all that jazz. So
Okay, your
maybe Pope
anecdotal
was right.
experience in China doesn't trump what I
It's
just
the
said,
law,
unintended.
T-Mac. T-Mac, it's the law too.
Okay.
And again,
So it's
I live
never
there.
shitty ass American policies
Thanks,
that's
guys.
got us in this pickle with China, right? It's not that. Can we talk about that instead of their economic philosophies? And we know they're a communist country, so it's all
They're not
collective.
communists.
Co-
So,
yes, they
but
are.
the thing that you said though was that do you live in China? And then someone that lived in China said, "This is what my experience was." Then you called it anecdotal, and now you're
My
pointing
niece
back
lives
to how
in my
America's
niece
the
lives in
problem.
China. Hold on. My niece lives in China. What's your
I
point?
also referenced the law. I said I lived there, and I also said it was the law.
Did you work there?
Yeah, T-Mac, what do you think I was there for?
What were you there for? That's why I'm asking you.
Oh yeah, it was for work.
Okay. So you were able to make income there at a higher rate than their labor force, correct?
What? They just paid me in USD. All I
No,
had
no,
to
no,
do.
no, 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 no. That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you what they paid you at.
Oh, so I have to
I'm
answer how
asking you if
T-Mac wants it to answer.
based on your service that you provided, whatever labor you provided, were you paid more than Chinese workers? That's all I'm asking
In USD, yes.
you. So you were paid more money than them, right?
Yeah, he not even
I mean, yeah.
Chinese.
To be fair, I know they're doing that with I know they're doing that with pilots right now. I read something about that a while ago. That they're paying like $300,000-$400,000 a year for pilots that'd be making like 150, 200 G's a year in the United States. Like not even that experienced because they have a pilot shortage. So I don't know if that's true in every sector, but I do know I read something about that a while ago.
A pilot is skilled labor, correct? So I don't know what you do, Theodore, but if it was skilled labor, you're going to get paid more than your Chinese contemporary, which is my point. I'm saying that their labor is cheaper than ours, correct?
How can you prove that though? Like what is that how you feel, or did you have data on that?
What do you mean data? Up until
I
1976.
think to be fair though, T-Mac, like that really only proves that they're bribing people from other countries to come fill jobs that like they have a need for.
No, what I'm trying to say is that American labor is one of the biggest reasons why we have problems with other countries. The cost, listen to what I'm saying, the cost of American labor. American labor is more expensive than Chinese labor or Mexican labor. Correct?
T-Mac,
That's why.
yes, but there's a reason. So, but you have to look at the bigger picture of why those manufacturing jobs were offshore to begin with. It was this bullshit promise we're going to have a 4-day weekend, everything was going to be great, and it really was to prop up the profits of businesses. And now we're used to these, quote, cheaper prices. So if we try to onshore something, the price goes up, people get all pissed off. So, like, yeah, back in the 50s, they started this idea that you're going to have this utopia life where you don't have to work as much and everything's going to be cheap and you don't have to do the menial work. And then we basically gave that opportunity to other countries to corner the market. We gave it to
Well, we
them.
didn't normalize relations with China until the mid 70s.
Yeah, but it
So we wasn't
started in the
American
50s with the ultra progressives.
American. No, it didn't. I
It
mean, really?
really? So you think it started in the 70s overnight? We decided we were going to offshore everything. There wasn't a process. There wasn't a
No, I
start
think it
plan.
started in the 80s. I think it started in like the 80s
I think the
when
seeds
companies,
though.
corporations, when globalization occurred and companies figured out they could pay for cheap labor abroad. That's when it started.
So it had nothing to do with the idea of whatever that dude's name that said that CEOs should be getting paid millions of dollars because they have this intrinsic value. Had nothing to do with starting in the 60s as saying that the shit is too expensive. And then led up in the 70s where we saw massive offshoring, but you said it started in the 80s?
So let me phrase it this way. When we became less of a manufacturing based economy and more of a goods and services economy, or particularly financial services and healthcare, that's when it started. That's what I'm saying.
What? Okay, you're ignoring a lot of verticals.
No, I'm not. I totally get what he's saying, but he's ignoring one inconvenient truth. The cost of American labor for companies that do business abroad is way too expensive. So they move their operations to countries where the labor is cheaper.
It
They
depends on
move it
what the
to the
product
countries
is,
that are
Mac, and what the
cheaper.
product category is.
They move them to other countries that are cheaper to prop up their stock to have higher profits so the leadership can get more money. The inherent cost of domestic isn't necessarily so high that it's impossible. There's multiple billion-dollar industries that are stateside because that's what they chose to do. But when you look at manufacturing directly, when people were unionizing and they were saying we need more money because of inflation, they said, F you guys, we'll just have someone make it in a sweatshop. And then they learned how to make the tool and die. They learned our systems, improved them, did it for massively cheaper, and now they own that product. That's what happened. It wasn't the 80s or the 70s. It started earlier than that when we
You're just
offshored.
totally whitewashing everything that I've said historically. I'm not telling you that American labor was not at the front in the 50s, 60s, and 70s post World War II. It was. American products were the best products in the world, other than maybe Japanese motorcycles and Japanese cars, correct? Correct?
I'm being
German
pedantic.
cars.
Japanese shit wasn't
No,
good
I
until
mean,
the
correct.
80s, but sure.
That's not true. Are you kidding me? The Japanese motorcycles were 1,000 times better than American-made
Yeah,
motorcycles.
cars and motorcycles, sure, but electronics,
I'm saying post World War II. Even electronics, they were.
Okay.
Yes, they were. Their engineering is tighter than ours. Their
Why did
engineering requirements and all that, it is tighter than ours. That's why I'm saying in that time in history, their products were better. Those particular products.
yeah,
Because in the
we helped.
60s, American cars were the highest quality. Correct?
Sure.
That's all I'm saying.
Why do you
So
keep saying that they're better than German cars, though? They're not.
No, they're not.
why? Yes, who's better?
German engineers basically invented like the modern car as we know it, and their cars in the 40s were much better than ours.
I said in the 60s. I didn't say in the 40s.
I'm going to say 60s too. I'm going to say that they've consistently been better than us.
But T-Mac, what led
Yeah, but
to
see,
the
they didn't have the same. They didn't have the same like manufacturing prowess in the 40s that they had. You know what I mean? As far as automobiles.
Yeah, it's because Germany had a red itchy blanket over the eastern side of their country. It was kind of a
Because
problem.
the company was annexed, so you can't really, after the Berlin Wall fell, you cannot say BMW, Mercedes, all of that their manufacturing in the automotive industry picked up significantly in the American marketplace.
We have American plants.
Audi and BMW specifically thrived in the early 90s and in the 2000s.
Please save us.
Yeah, but the point is,
absolutely.
why did we offshore? because of stock prices, EBITDA, and all of
I
that
don't. I
shit.
think that's an oversimplification. I think that we were caught off guard by the rapid globalization in the labor markets. That's what I think.
I think the
I don't.
globalists that wanted it to be globalized to have more profits and to make things cheaper, that was the selling point. You won't have to work as much. Everything's going to be just fine. We're going to get this stuff for so cheap and it's not going to matter. When in fact, what it was
But see,
about. Go
you're
ahead.
talking about consumers, right? Not workers,
Yeah, but it's all
right?
tied together though, is it not? What happens when we offshore all of not all of that's inflammatory. What happens when we offshore our tool and die, our means and processes, and we allow that to be offshored to China? We stole from WW2 the biggest presses from Germany for manufacturing equipment for construction and for cars. Who has those presses now? In the 70s, it was China because we needed to set up the process in which they could produce stuff for us cheaper because it was considered a good thing. In the long term, it was a terrible thing because now we have someone who is financially imperialistic, and that's, in my opinion, proven. And now they
Who are you
have
talking
all of
about?
that.
Who are you talking about?
I'm talking about China and
You're talking
how.
about the country, not Z.
Yeah, I'm talking about the country and what they were set up to do and how we handed them the tools to do so at the cost of not just labor, but the cost of people's jobs and the cost of logistics. Because it was meant to say, well, we want it to be cheaper because cheaper is better for us.
Chinese didn't do that. They didn't care about the cost of labor because of their economic philosophy, correct? That's all I'm saying. It's not a fair, like, competitive marketplace in regards to manufacturing because, again, American labor costs companies more money than Chinese or Mexican labor. That's just a fact. You don't need
T-Mac,
a
that
source to prove that.
yes, you do. You're making a blanket statement. Like it depends on what the product is, what the product category is, and what the market is. Meaning, like, what is your like, what are you pricing it? Like, depending on the product and the price, it is sometimes cheaper to just produce it here. Like,
I'm Googling that right now.
why make a shirt in China for $1 when I can make it in California for $10 and avoid the $20 shipping fee from China? Like
Well,
those types of logistics.
Well, textiles, I get, and I'm not harping on you. Textiles is a bad example, but if we look at again, manufacturing of like anything that's considered industrial, the reason that we did it through China, and the reason they're able to do that is because we literally gave them permission to use our patents. They copied our patents. They took the knowledge that was passed generation to generation through immigrants and through innovation. We handed them that shit. We gave them a 50-year head start with cheaper labor, government subsidies, and the mindset that they are going to have control over logistics. Like, we handed that to them.
So the only other country that's close to us in labor cost is the United Kingdom. The highest is United States, United Kingdom, Turkey, Thailand, Taiwan, Sweden, Spain, South Africa, Slovenia, believe it or not, Singapore, Serbia. We have the highest, which is what I've said all along. We have the highest labor cost in one of the highest labor costs in the world. And to be honest with you, it's because of the way we compensate our employees, to specifically healthcare. That's our biggest problem if we want to compete in the global marketplace. Correct? That's because your overall benefits package of whatever company you work for is always tied to your health insurance or dental or vision. Correct. If a family of four is paying $2,000 a month for Blue Cross Blue Shield or Cobra, other countries don't have that problem because they have universal health care. So again, the cost of labor is directly related to why we companies set up their manufacturing processes in these other countries. That's
I
just
get you're right. I understand what you're saying. Again, my issue, I know that it's more expensive, but when over the decades you train people's pocketbooks to say, I want the cheapest thing, even if it's not as good or is as good, you're at a race to the bottom. And when you're
but
at a
see
race to the when you're
that's
at
where I'm agreeing with you on because I just said American products up until the 70s and 80s, particularly like let me use appliances for example. We made the best appliances in the world probably up until the 90s, correct? Then the Germans got in that market with Bosch and all of that, with dishwashers and all of that. Because our products back prior to that, they were made for the consumer to last. You paid a heavy price for it, but it lasted forever. Tell
Mhm.
me I'm wrong.
No, no, again, I'm not saying you're wrong, but when you train the American society to always have the race to the bottom to the cheapest product, it's problematic because you're putting the load on another country that gives them control, which I inherently don't like. I know I'm sounding protectionist, but it's not a good thing. I personally would rather pay more, and I know I'll get a lot of pushback, but I would personally rather pay more for a product that I know is supporting either a country or my country that follows non-imperialistic financially, but then also supports jobs or supports an economy that at least ideologically I could line up a little bit better.
But where are you
That
buying from? Because that's basically like all of us, all the Western countries. I mean,
That's the problem. It takes a lot of work to be able to find those certain products, and it's definitely not everything.
well, unfortunately, based on your premise, the world economy is flat. We're all interconnected with these other countries, directly or indirectly. So there's no way around that. You know what I mean? Up until 30 or 40 years ago, we didn't have that. Companies had to, operate here in the United States. Now they don't have to. That's just an inconvenient truth, whether we want to accept it or not. Now, if our government had invested in our workforce in such ways as, you know, their skill sets in maintaining the market, whether it's healthcare, whether it's manufacturing, engineering, or whatever, yeah, but that didn't happen. That's why we're
But
falling behind.
but it's not up to the federal government to make those choices because when we inherently trust the federal government to make the best choice, classically they don't. Then you're relying upon subsidies and infusion that has poor guardrails on it to begin with,
But
i.e.,
the
any
federal
major
government
subsidy.
but the federal government has always subsidized industries.
Yeah, they
It's just
shouldn't.
what?
They shouldn't, because it never lowers the price or makes things more affordable over time.
Yes, it does. Yes, it
Okay,
does.
so like the Broadband Act that did great by us, they haven't all just turned into like four big, huge companies and the
You know,
prices haven't gone up
you know why?
massively.
You know why? Like your perishables are are somewhat affordable in supermarkets because the federal government subsidizes farms. That's why.
Yeah, which
We've
farm
all
specifically? Because there's a problem there
whether
too.
it could be cotton, it could be corn,
But do you know why
right?
it has to be
We all,
subsidized?
but no, 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 no. Hold on.
But no,
Before
no,
you
no, no,
start,
no.
we've always subsidized industry. We subsidize the oil industry.
Yeah, we shouldn't,
healthcare
and we
The,
shouldn't
too.
have. But
the
we shouldn't have
oil
to.
industry.
Because the problem is that when we subsidize, specifically in agriculture, the reason we've had to do that is because we've allowed people to put patents on seeds and have allowed predatory practices that increase costs significantly. You can't take the corn seed that you have left over that you didn't sell to the grain, like to the grain markets. You can't replant that. They patent that shit, change it every year, and will sue you to oblivion and you lose your property. So, like, the subsidies have propped up systems that have made it predatory and financially impossible to be independent as farmers.
Totally disagree.
Really?
Completely. I disagree too.
Totally disagree with that.
So
My
you're
uncle was a
saying
farmer. My uncle was a farmer.
so
I
you're
totally
saying
disagree
that the
with that.
fact that they can't replant their corn, they have to pay thousands of like hundred. Okay, so I have a family farm that my in-laws do, hundreds of thousands of dollars in seed that we can't replant, we can't reuse, we don't own it ever because of the patents. And you're saying that's okay because why?
Not what
And
I'm
they're
saying at
government
all.
subsidized.
It's not what I'm saying at all.
What are you saying?
Farmers
I'm
would not need
saying
subsidies if it wasn't for the major corporations that
the
have done
reason
lobbying.
why they need subsidies is because the products that they bring to the market are a commodity,
No,
right?
What?
Let me use a
Wait,
good
what?
one.
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the products they bring to the market are a commodity, like
So,
soybeans. Something as simple like soybeans.
and then what?
So they don't have the economic infrastructure or logistics and you have to rotate crops, correct?
Not always.
Typically,
No,
yeah,
and
yeah,
not
you do.
anymore. That was an old practice. Anymore, they don't. But that brings bigger issues. So again, you wouldn't need.
You still do. You still have to rotate
No,
crops.
you don't. No,
Yes,
you
you do.
don't. Because they do
Not
3x3
broccoli.
fertilizing now. It's not. Most people do corn if they want a stable crop. If they
So
want
Yeah.
something, but
so how
majority.
many farmers can control economic conditions? Show
If
me.
they're
No,
60.
you have to let
Before
you
you
have to
go on
let me
that,
follow
before you
through.
go on the diatribe, how
in
many
the
farmers
current
can control
system, none. But that's the problem, is the current
climate?
system.
I'm specifically saying climate. How many farmers can control climate? You
No, nobody.
can't.
About 12.
No, but there's more investment that's available, such as subsurface irrigation. But again, the problem is the cost of the inputs. So because hold on 1 second, because it's all tied together.
See, you just want to be right. I got it. I'm cool. Go ahead.
Are you saying that the right to repair and the patents on seeds has not massively affected
What I'm
farmers and
telling you
driven it
is
down?
that you just want to be right. You can use all this language all day. The fact of the matter is, whether it's in Florida, where I live at here in California, or my home state of Arkansas, one of the reasons why you have subsidies is because of the climate in which you are operating in.
No, that's why you have insurance.
That too, and price controls.
But sir, if I may, the reason it costs so much to be a farmer is the input cost between right to repair, patents on seeds, and lobbying that has made it illegal for farmers to have control over their own land and over their own inputs, such as seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, herbicides. That's what drives up the cost.
And
if the
don't
government
forget
would have
those-
just stayed out of it, it would have been controlled by the markets.
And
You
those
just want to be right, bro. You're not listening.
How am I wrong on the fact that right to repair,
Because
patents
you're
on
talking
seeds?
about something that I'm not. You're having an argument that I'm not having. I'm saying, unfortunately, for a lot of, particularly like family-owned farms now, they're becoming more corporate. They need government subsidies to make money. That's just a
Why?
fact.
But why?
Because, number one, I just pointed one out to you. Price controls and climate.
Okay, so
That's
insurance
universal.
covers.
Why?
Ask any farmer that. They would tell you exactly what I just said.
But you're completely ignoring the input costs and why those input costs are so high. Why does it
Doesn't
cost so much?
Doesn't matter.
What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Doesn't
If you
matter.
had
If you-
40% of your input costs,
If
it means you
your
wouldn't need a
climate
subsidy.
in the state that you farm in, whether it's droughts, whether it's flooding or whatever, that's going to affect your crops.
I don't
You can't.
disagree, but you're
Okay, that is one of the reasons why They have subsidies
No.
over
Okay.
time. I mean, that's been proven time and time and time and time again.
Yeah, but
T-Mac,
cost is
the
going to
input
affect profit.
the input
I
cost
can't. I
is
can't
the
hear this other
problem.
guy. I
The
can't hear this
input
other guy.
Cost
cost is the problem. Climate,
cost is
absolutely. But input cost is the number one problem.
with
Fertilizer
profit.
prices being 400% higher when we put sanctions against Russia until we could figure out the logistics to get fertilizer at a cheaper price
Hello?
destroyed farms.
He's
Yeah,
They
this
put
right.
guy
patents on
he just wants
seeds.
to he just wants to be right. I got
He
And
it.
you
is
won't listen
right.
to reason.
He is
No,
right.
no, he's arguing something that I'm not arguing.
No,
You're
he's
talking about
bringing up
okay,
cost.
can I finish? Can I
No,
finish?
you've been talking the whole
What
time
I'm
and you're not
saying
making a
is what
point.
I'm not arguing about cost. I'm talking about why we have subsidies. I'm not arguing the cost and how it's manipulated by patents and all that other stuff. I'm saying that
We
it is
have
a reason.
subsidies because we don't make enough profit, and he's explaining why
That's
they
not
don't make enough
true. But and
It
I'm
profit.
is
telling
Yeah, I
you
true.
mean, an
and I'm
example
telling
of that.
you that he's wrong.
It's Econ
Because
101. It is
it's
true.
something very basic.
Folks.
Farmers cannot control climate.
No shit.
Right
But if they
now,
could,
right now, this is March.
T-Mac.
Hold on. Right now, it's March. California, which is one of the highest agricultural producing states in the country, has
For
had
It's
what?
number one.
record hot weather. It was 98 degrees March 13th where I work at.
Not where they grow crop.
Yes, they're
T-Mac.
having the
T-Mac, let
same
me ask you a
problem.
question.
They have labor problem. Hold on. They have labor
T-Mac, let me
problems
ask you
and
one
they have
question.
climate problems.
T-Mac, let me ask you one question. If farmers could cut their input costs by 60%, would that be beneficial to them?
In
Yes or
profit.
no? Would it be beneficial if farmers could cut 60% of their input costs? T-Mac.
Of
That's
course it would
60.
be. That's a dumbass question.
Then you
Well,
wouldn't need
that's what I'm saying. Then they
subsidies.
don't need
So
subsidies
keep
if they
Why?
can
pining
get the
for
costs
yeah,
down.
okay, make it all carpet make it all just raw unregulated capitalism with no subsidies
Yeah,
and see what
let's do it.
happens. Whether it's farming, take farming out of it. The
Yeah.
automotive industry, the oil industry, and consumers will stop purchasing a lot of products. You know why? Because they can't afford them. They wouldn't be able to afford them.
Wait,
The,
what?
See, you what
the simple
you
point is that if farmers had
yeah.
less input
Are you a
costs, they
Trump
would
supporter? Are you a Trump
they
supporter?
that they
Oh
would
my
not
God.
need
Hold on,
subsidies.
no, I want to know. Are
Why
you
does
a
that matter in
conservative?
this
No.
conversation?
Just answer the question. Are you a Republican? Are
I'm
you a
not pivoting
Democrat?
off of what we're saying.
No. Just answer my question, because I'm a
He's a
progressive.
moderate. He's a moderate. You can
He
tell.
sounds like a conservative.
He's a moderate.
I've heard this language my entire almost 60 years on this planet. I've
Well,
heard the same thing. I heard this all the way back in the 70s when we had the oil embargo. Remember you guys are a lot.
It's
I'm
econ
a lot older than y'all are.
it's
okay.
econ
Back
101.
back
If you
when
can
we
lower your
had
input costs,
back
you'll
when we
have
had
profit.
let me finish. Back when we had shortages in gasoline, people like him were saying, "Oh, it's because the oil companies are putting patents on certain types, whether it's light sweet crude or whether it's dark oil." I've heard this same language over and over again because what that's telling me is I'm an advocate of just pure raw capitalism at
I
its
am.
basic form,
I am.
right?
But T-Mac, what we're saying is if we could lower input costs for farmers by 60%, they don't need subsidies. That's all I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. Yes, they
And
do.
that's econ
And I
101.
disagree. And I disagree.
Then
I'm
you're
sorry. I
wrong.
disagree with you.
Then
Then you're
you're
wrong.
Then why do we have them?
because it costs so fucking much to get seed fertilizer and to get a fucking $500,000
Who
tractor.
controls that? Who
Why
controls
The
are we
fucking
only
government.
guys? Subsidies don't just go to farmers. Like there are other.
Exactly.
Like
Yes,
there are
I
other.
Exactly.
know. It was
And
the
that's what
example, and then he went to the embargo.
because you're controlling you have to have some regulation on the market, sir. That's all I'm saying.
I
No,
was
what
gonna
it
say the
is
example,
it's money
Charlie.
laundering
No, I was
from the
just gonna give the
government
example last year of what we
to
did
the
with Intel.
fertilizer
Like
company.
Intel got
It's
subsidies
money
last
that
year.
goes from the
Last year, I believe,
government.
I
are
can't
under
hear. I hear
Biden.
like
It's
five people
money
talking.
that goes from the government,
He's not saying anything.
taxpayer.
Basically, like
Yeah,
Intel got
it's money
subsidies
that
from
goes to
either
the
Biden or
fertilizer
Trump
companies. It's
between
money that goes to the
2023 and
fertilizer
2025.
companies.
And Intel makes a profit. It's not people who get subsidies aren't people who don't get make a
It's money that
profit.
goes to big pharma.
It's just you're making it an oversimplification, and I
It's
don't think
not.
we should have totally unregulated capitalism. It's never worked.
T
We
Mac,
had
if
It's
that
you're
in the 20s. Didn't we have that in the 20s?
the
we're
Roaring
not as
Twenties,
old as
sure.
you.
It was actually like the late 1800s to the Great Depression where we had more
Right.
unregulated capitalism in this
Yeah,
country.
that's
And
a
during that
fact.
time, we saw a lot of issues with labor and people not having any rights. It wasn't able
And
to regulate
poverty.
everything, which is why we had to find things like workers' rights and regulations in the first place
Exactly.
because children were being forced to work and people were being forced to work 16 plus hours a day with no
What's
breaks,
wrong with
etc.
that?
Yeah, come
Green Lake,
on.
I've let you stay up here, so let's not push it, okay?
T
Thanks,
Mac,
Mama.
I'm not saying no government regulations. What I'm saying is there's clear empirical proof, specifically in agriculture, that when companies are allowed to make patents, be predatory, and everything costs so much, that is why you need the subsidies. The input costs are ridiculous. If you can cut 60% of your input costs, which is a number that's been provided by the USDA and provided by many people that show you would no longer need subsidies for specifically corn, soy, or wheat if those input costs were significantly lower. They can
But
make a profit.
it's the lobbyists that make sure that the prices stay high, so the subsidies subsidize the fertilizing companies.
Tell that to the family farms that's losing their farms due to not being
Bro,
able to
Well,
compete in the
maybe they
global
should.
marketplace,
The
Well, maybe they
right?
should.
Waltons,
I mean, at the end of the day, tell that to the family farms, and a lot of them are losing their farms because they can't compete on the global
Well,
marketplace.
maybe
And
they
it's
should
not
be
just because,
smart enough to
see,
get out of the business.
okay,
yes. Thank you. Maybe the
yeah,
boomers
wow.
that haven't changed their business model since
Yeah,
the fucking victory gardens shouldn't be in
okay.
farming.
Okay, now I
Ah,
see the point.
damn.
Now I
Yeah,
see.
I mean, if it's not paid well
So,
enough,
so,
get
so,
another
unfortunately,
career.
farming is a lifestyle. It's not a vocation, right?
Well, pick another lifestyle. Don't bitch about it and try to
You
get
understand
down
what I'm
out.
saying? Okay, now you're bitching about, you know, having a fair market, establishing a fair market, whether it's the global market or the domestic U.S. market. It doesn't matter. You know what
In
I
ag
mean? I mean, now you're talking about, people need to walk away from their lifelong journey just because they're bitching about
Yeah,
being,
it's
no.
called a
So
wow,
what I'm
career.
you guys
saying,
are unreal,
what I'm
unreal.
saying, what I'm
But
saying
I'm
is
not
that
shocked.
go no, please overtalk the guy that actually has family that farms and has been on the fields and
can
I
we
knows how
don't
this
go
give a
shit
away from the
shit.
works.
My
farms,
uncle,
guys?
yeah,
Like
can
we
we
got to get
start?
away from
Yeah,
the
can we get
farm.
away from that? Because it's a wasted conversation. You can
I'm just
believe
saying
whatever you want to
subsidies don't
believe.
need to
Okay,
exist.
again, subsidies exist in the oil market, in the energy market. It's not just farming. And also, here's another news flash for you. Subsidies are in the healthcare industry. They're in every industry in this country. Every
Not
industry in this country.
not marijuana.
Yes, they are. Here in California, they are.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are. I know
You're
what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. But okay, you know why they're not in that industry? Because Biden took it off Schedule One, right? Didn't Biden take THC off of Schedule 1?
That I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Probably.
The reason why it's not subsidized is because they can't use the profits in the U.S. banking industry. You can use it in your individual state, but not nationally, right?
Why not the hemp industry?
That's why it's all cash. That's just what somebody told me. At least in California, it's all cash. Because
Hmm.
because the dispensaries can't make transactions nationally.
Fed-
The state gets
Federally.
its cut of taxes and that makes even more sense because it would be easy to launder money that way.
It's called pure capitalism, and it works.
No, it doesn't. It's never worked. Pure
Ah,
unregulated
tell
capitalism
that
has never. It's always fell under its own rate.
tell
That's how
that
the
to the
Great
rug
Depression happened.
dealers. The rug dealers do just fine with real capitalism.
I, I don't. That's a tough one. Okay, that's a tough one.
It
I
doesn't
You know
agree.
what?
work. It's too idealistic. It's kind of like if Ron Paul ever became president back in '08, and you realize like, oh, this guy doesn't really have enough sense to realize like, oh, we still need the FDA. He wanted to get rid of them. So like, Charlie, I don't know if you're a libertarian or MAGA or Republican, but like, I get what you're saying, but some of that stuff is too much. Like, you don't believe in not even a little bit of regulation.
Yeah, you should regulate, but you know that a lot of it is paid by pharmaceutical companies and all sorts of big lobbyists.
Yeah, but what
Just,
should we regulate then, Charlie? By your
just some
pure
scientists, not lobbyists.
scientist? I don't
Yeah,
follow.
the longer regulation is done by politics and power and money. That whole COVID thing wasn't really necessary. You know who made a lot of money off of that? You know, like the pharmaceutical companies, like a
Oh, here
lot
we
of
go with that
regulation.
again.
Well, that's true. It's not whether that was proven true.
Well, any catastrophe involves in a capitalistic economy profit, correct? That's been proven time and time again.
I don't know who made money off of 9/11.
The
The
U.S.
the,
government.
the military,
The U.S. government, yeah, absolutely. The U.S. government
the
made a lot of money off of
the
9/11.
defense industry,
Yes.
Dude, we had a slight
decades.
we had a slight recession after 9/11 because George W.
Yeah,
Bush
but
had to come out on television and say, "Oh, don't let the T words win,
Oh, that's
or go
right.
or
Yeah,
keep going to the movie theaters. That's if you don't, the T words
yeah,
win."
but I'm
yeah.
talking
Spend that
about
money, be American.
people. Yeah, people make money off of tragedies. That's just the truth. I mean,
That's kind of a
let's
weird
be
way to
real.
put make money off a
Motherfuckers is making money
tragedy.
off of toilet paper doing TV, correct?
Um,
If there's a profit to be made, Americans are going to try to get
well, that's America. That's capitalism.
it. That's what I mean. Unregulated capitalism doesn't work. It's
Why
never
is
worked.
America have one of the best economies in the world right now? Then
Because of World War
You know
II.
why? That's a great question.
The stock
Because
market and
of
more.
Yep, because of speculation and consumer driven confidence and the fact that we have credit, right? That's the biggest reason. Because other countries don't borrow money like we do and sell our
no,
debt to
the
other
reason our
countries.
economy is so good is because we have tons of natural gas, tons of oil, tons of wood, tons of cotton,
No, it's
tons of
not.
technology, tons of intellectual capital, tons of innovation. but we have more resources than any other country. Water, parks, wood, beans, food, corn, bread, oil, gas.
Other countries have that.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Yeah,
There's countries in South America that have the exact same
yeah,
resources that we have. They don't
yeah.
have the infrastructure. They're not as large. They don't have the population. That I would
Uh,
agree with.
okay, yeah. Name 5 countries in South America that have as much oil and natural gas as we do. You
We're
can't.
talking about per capita.
No, the whole country per barrel, per whatever, per unit, per
But see,
what.
that matters because we consume a lot of our own energy, correct?
You just pivoted so hard
No,
it made
no, no,
my
no.
head hurt.
Do we or do we not consume a lot of our own energy? Yes or no?
Bex, you can take over.
Yeah.
Take over
Okay.
what?
No,
I don't
what
know
did I
what he's
just say
talking
that's
about anymore.
wrong? I know you don't because you want to be
I
right.
just said America
How?
has more resources than any other
I
country.
never,
You're
that
like,
wasn't
tons of
Okay,
what,
so
South
hold on. So
American
wait. So
countries.
what resources does America have? Because if we had more resources than any other country, we wouldn't be overthrowing countries to get oil.
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Okay,
That
name
is,
another country that has oil, gas,
so, so,
bread, corn. Let me keep
so
going
Bex,
on.
rice.
Like
But
working
Bex, what I was
capital.
telling him is
Like,
our
like
consumption, it's
you
our
just want to
consumption
be
that's the
right.
problem.
Hold on,
You
Green Lake.
But
just
Let
our,
want.
me talk to him.
Oh, okay,
but
great.
what I was saying is compared to these other countries, it's the energy that we consume that limits our
Do you know
resources.
why I'm saying we have a lot of resources? Do you even remember why I said that?
Okay, go ahead, bro.
Do you remember? No, I'm asking. Do you remember why I said we had tons of
No,
resources?
I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah, that's what I think you're stoned or
You know
something.
what the resource curse
I
is,
said, I said
Green
that's
Lake?
why our economy is so good.
Do you know what the resource curse is, Green Lake?
No, I like listening to you.
I wasn't going there, Bex, but go ahead and explain that.
Yeah, what's this?
The resource curse is a theory that countries with lots of resources like oil, gas, and minerals experience
And
lower economic growth and less democracy and worse development outcomes because of things like the Dutch disease, corruption, and conflict.
what about corn and bread and water and trees and ocean and
You
fish?
can make that. So like that comes down to agriculture, and so in an actual like trade economy that's working well, every country, every area in the United States, we have it within our own country because we're so large. We have different agricultural like benefits and weaknesses, right? So like I live in I think like a B8, like an 8 or something agriculturally. So I have soil and the ability to grow things at a hardness of 8, right? Agriculturally. So for Washington where I live, we grow apples. That's like our main thing. Uh there's all so in an actual trade situation, most countries would want you to focus your main goal on what you do best, right? And then other countries do what they do best and then you trade. That's a good economy, right? A good trade system where everybody's doing what they do best and trading with each other to make it go further. But now we've gotten to a point where every country wants to have their own shit. They don't want to trade, they don't want to work together.
Yep,
So like here in the
yep.
United States, we want to grow everything. We don't want to lean on anybody. We don't want to do any of this shit, and that pushes other countries away because if we're not trading out our resources to get other resources in, it puts a whole wrench in the entire system.
That's why Trump is trying to fix the trade deficit.
He's not. He put tariffs on, which is actually terrible for global trading
No, it's
because
making it more equal.
it adds an
No, it doesn't.
additional expense onto other countries who are trying to trade with us. We
Tell that
also
to
use
China.
sanctions and embargoes to stunt other countries' growth so that way we can control them and what they're allowed to do.
Do you know we won the trade war and tariff war with Europe?
What does winning the tariff war mean exactly? Tell me what that
We
means.
Getting
paid less.
more
We paid less than
concession.
we did before.
That doesn't mean we won. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
that's
Winning.
improvement.
I don't think people even understand what winning means anymore.
Yeah, it means we pay less.
Winning a trade war to me would look like
It's not a
coming to a
trade war;
really
it's a
good
theft war.
solution. Would coming to a real good solution that it supports both Americans and people in the
And I
in
agree.
yes,
I agree.
but instead we're playing this power war where we're like do what we want or else you can no
It's
longer.
called a negotiation. We pay less. That was the point.
But negotiations aren't. That's not about like I don't. Paying less is not the point. Paying less is exactly how we lost manufacturing to China in the first place. Because greedy ass, lazy ass, fucking Americans don't want to do shit for themselves, so they go to every other fucking country to make them do the shit we don't want to do. And now China has all the manufacturing. We have none. We're in economic decline. We're on the brink of WW3, and people want to fucking save $1 still. When
You
That
our
want
was
to
a
know
fucking
why
lead.
things
gas here
got?
is $6 a fucking gallon. I can't afford my kids' favorite fucking snacks. And oh, God forbid we fucking do anything about this. No, we want cheaper fucking goods from other places. Well, you know what?
No,
Now we have the cheapest goods. You can't get shit without ordering from China. And Americans don't have fucking jobs. And now the people that do our jobs, the undocumented immigrants and the lower fucking class can't afford to maintain fucking life. And they're just completely hated on and the lazy ass fucking Americans who don't want to do any of these jobs are gonna bitch because the jobs that AI are gonna take over are the high paying jobs that they all do, and they're gonna have to go clean fucking toilets like the peasants were meant to be.
Oh
well, the
hell
problem
no,
was
I
in
am
the
not a
'70s,
peasant.
the '60s and '70s, you were doing stupid labor like building cars and thinking you
And you
deserve
could
a
own a
hundred,
home,
hundred,
two cars, and have a vacation
and
every
you
year while
think
you
you
did it.
deserve $100,000. And what you should have done when you realized the jobs went overseas is gone back to college and got a degree in something that did pay 100,000 instead of bitch and moan about not getting a $50, $60 an hour job at the factory. You should have
Yeah, but
evolved with the
back
times.
then, back then you could afford a house and a car
Well,
and a
guess what? The
vacation.
times are changing, and you should have got a degree that helped you learn how to make more money. Like you could have worked X-ray machines.
In the
You could have been
60s
a
and 70s when I
technician.
wasn't even born.
Yeah, well, that's the whole problem with the '70s and '80s. Everyone bitched about it for 20 years, how they couldn't make money
Are
just
you a
turning the knob
boomer?
at foot. Now, basically,
Yeah.
everyone thinks they deserve to
You
make
sound like a
80 bucks an hour.
boomer.
Yeah, 58. And everyone bitches and moans about not making
So,
Ford trucks for $80,000 a year when those
that's
days are
not
Eighty
over.
true. First
thousand
of all,
dollars a year isn't even a living wage anymore. Eighty
no,
thousand
it's
dollars a
not.
year in
It is
It's
in
Seattle would
not.
be
Ohio.
fucking
It is in
welfare.
No,
Ohio.
it's
It
not.
is
No,
in
it's not.
Ohio. It is in Ohio.
So, can I just say something about that? I can't stand when old people or boomers or who, I don't know if you're a boomer or not. I'm
Yeah, you
Gen
know
X,
what? Those jobs are
right?
gone. So
Come
get a job and
on
get go
and tell
go get a
younger people pull yourself up by your bootstraps when
no go yeah
they
go to
haven't hold on,
no. You know
they
what
haven't
people used
had
to
the
do?
same
No, you know what
opportunities,
people
they
used to
haven't had
do?
the same economic
People
opportunities
used to
that we
like pull
have,
the
and you
bootstraps
know
up
it.
and move. People would move to San
Oh, get the
Francisco to
fuck
get
out of
golf.
here with that
They would move to
bullshit.
another country. You know what? If you have to go to college, suck it the fuck up and go to
Okay, so
You're
college.
anyways, Green Lake, I don't know
wow.
what you're doing right now. College in this country is extremely expensive. I'm looking back
Yeah,
and going, I want to go back to school right now. I just looked at it, right?
Hmm.
It's something like if I can't get assistance,
then
it's
move to
something like
California where it's free.
$1,000 a credit.
Yeah, then move to California where it's free.
Where is what college is free in
It's
California? Is
not
that
free
what
in
Yeah,
I'm saying?
California.
yeah,
Shit,
it
I live
is.
in
It
California.
Yeah,
it
and
depends on the
look up,
program.
look at
There are
OCC.
some magnet schools,
College
some
is not free
Look
in
at
California.
OCC. Look at
Fuck out of
OCC in
here.
Orange County. Look at OCC
Okay,
in
But
hold on.
hold
Orange
on
Let
a
County.
me.
second.
it
But
depends. You can get a free associate's degree depending on the track
yeah,
in New
based
York.
on your income, based on your
No,
income.
no,
But
Yeah,
hold on
well,
a second.
it's
you
called a
Hold on a
know,
Mecca.
second.
I'm
Hold
It's
on.
not
looking
Hold
it
on.
based
up.
on
I'm
Mecca.
looking it
It's
up.
not
I'm
based on.
looking it up. I'm looking it up. So first of all,
Bex,
it's
Bex,
only
hold
for
on.
California residents. Hold on.
Yeah,
It's
so you
only
live
for
there for a year. So
it's
you live there for a year
dude,
till
I
you get
can't
it.
afford to live in
So
California. Greenland, can I talk
you
on my
could
own
have.
live?
Well, let me make my case.
Greenlit,
So
Greenlit,
basically,
Greenlit,
you
Greenlit,
get
let her
nine.
speak.
Let me
Greenlit,
just make my
please.
case real quick. You make 7,000 on a Pell Grad, 2,000 on a Cal Grad. You stay in California for a year. You can go to OCC Community College for $1,000. They give you $7,000 extra for room and board. If you really want a degree, you can get one in America.
You
All right.
could.
That's not true according to all this shit I'm reading right now.
Read
But
Why
OCC.
not
Read
So
that?
Orange
not
Coast
true.
Community
So
College.
not true.
Read Read
Bex,
Arch Coast Community College, the tuition.
Listen, it was.
Bex, what
Hold
discipline?
on, hold on. It was probably true. You could have gotten scot
No, look
free
it up now. Look it
in
up
the
now.
community. Hold
Orange Coast
on.
Community College.
Fuck's
Read the
sake.
tuition.
Can I speak, please?
Just read it now.
Yes. All right. You could do it at a community college. I'm not going to disagree with you,
That's
but
the first 2 years.
it's not completely free anymore like it used to be.
The $9,000 a year gets you the first two
Bex, what
years
were
for
you
Maybe.
saying,
free.
Bex?
What?
What were you saying?
I was saying that. Oh, let me pull it back up. So first of all, this is only for California residents. There is
Let's
a
just stay
promise.
there a year.
Can I please finish? There is a couple other options for low-income students, like the California College Promise Grant and the Blue and Gold Opportunity Plan, which covers tuition at UCs for families earning less than $100,000. So
Okay, look, Bex.
it does
Look,
not say anything
this
there.
is look.
The
Like
Let
I
me
promise.
said,
let
Can
me
I
say. Let me.
please finish in my own
You,
let
fucking
her
life?
you're
finish.
not
Let her
letting me
finish.
make. Let,
Hold on, I got a train now. Wait 1 second. Okay. All right,
okay,
stop.
let me.
So
It,
the California College Promise Grant
that's not what I'm talking
waives the
about, Bex.
$46 a unit enrollment free for low income students.
That's not what I'm talking about, Bex.
What are you talking about?
The Pell Grant is a federal grant. That's
I know what the Pell
75.
Grant is. I went to
That's
school
That's
in
after you're
California
okay.
the whole time.
enrolled.
No,
That's
no,
after you're enrolled.
no. That
Okay,
was
so
before you.
I just want to cover right now
Oh my
that it
God, you
says
guys won't
here.
listen to what I'm
Hold the
trying to
fuck
Well,
up,
say.
because I'm
though.
trying to fucking talk, Green Lake. Jesus Christ. Costs not covered. They cover tuition and fees, not living expenses, books, or transportation. Some colleges offer additional grants. You must be a California resident and you must complete a FAFSA and California Dream Act application.
Wait, can I tell Belle something?
What's
Go ahead,
that?
I'm done now.
Okay,
What's that?
Belle,
What's that?
have you heard of a Pell Grant?
I have Green Lake, but
Okay, no, hold
everyone
on.
can get it.
Yeah,
Not
hold on.
everyone.
If you go out and live on your own and nobody declares you in taxes and you're on your own, you get 7,500. I know that better than anyone because that's
Yes,
what I got. No,
absolutely.
hold on. You guys never let me finish. Then you get a
Sorry.
Cal Grant for $2,000. So that's $9,500. What that does is get you 2 years at a community college. Then you transfer to a school, and most schools are going to be like around 15,000. So it's going to cost you $10,000 for a 4 year degree.
Can you tell me what schools are
That's
most
a good
expensive?
plan, dude.
It is a good
Yeah,
plan. Hold on a minute though. Because what schools? Because let me give you
Well,
the
look
T
up
Mac,
Long
T
Beach
Mac is
let
State.
me
saying something.
look
Look
at
up Long
can
Beach State.
let me speak please. So I'm gonna give you Connecticut as an example, right? I know that you could do it through a community college, absolutely, with a lot of hard work and maybe two jobs in the process. But like if you want to go to like Central or Yukon or Quinnipiac or what is that other big one or whatever the hell it's called in New Haven, I keep forgetting it.
So, Belle, please understand that I'm trying to make a really simple point. Long Beach State tuition is $7,500. You can get a degree if you just live in California for 1 year and at 19 enroll. That was my only point. If you don't
Okay,
want to suck it up and move to California to get a free degree, then that's your
Greenland.
own problem.
My daughter is in high school this year, okay? And we're already looking at shit. Okay, we're getting the pamphlets already. And
Now,
I'm
can
telling
I
you,
say, I'm going to
let me
say one
just
thing and then I'm going to
finish.
shut up. I'm going to shut
No,
up.
I
No, I
want
will. I'll shut
no.
up. I'll shut up for an hour. I will. People used to move to like California to get gold. People used to move to Nebraska to get land. People used to bust ass to move to another state to go work in Detroit and do cars. Do you know what people don't do anymore? They don't suck it the fuck up, and if they have to move somewhere in the country to benefit, they bitch and moan and cry about it from where they live. They never make the sacrifices they used to make.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right now. I applied to two colleges in Connecticut, right? At that time, um, Central was like almost 24 grand a semester or a year, I'm not sure. Now that's doubled, okay? Tripled probably. I don't remember the other one, and then I only applied to California, UCLA. I got into that. That's where I was gonna go.
Why are you
But
applying at the most expensive schools in the nation and then complaining they cost too much?
Those are really good
because my
schools, though.
hold on, you're not listening to me. Because my daddy had it like that back then, okay? And I got a free ride anyways in California for 4 years. But I don't got it like that. For my kids, I can't afford to pay almost 40 grand a year, a semester or a year.
Bell, with all due respect, you don't have to pay anything if you send your kids to California, they get residency, and they go to Long Beach State.
I mean,
Stop trying to act like you're like some foo-foo special rich kid and send your kids to a rich college. They don't need a rich college degree.
no, I didn't say that they did.
But they could
I didn't.
still go if they apply and get scholarships, though. Like there
Yes.
are,
That's how we're hoping that that could happen, Theodore, right? But again, this is her. She'll be a sophomore next year, so we've got time. But what I'm saying is, it's not what it used to be. It's just not.
so does Cali have this thing that we have in Texas where it's like, all right, if you're in the top 10%, you get automatic entrance into any of the public schools in Texas. Do y'all have that in Cali?
Did Bell just make an argument that college is too expensive by picking super expensive colleges? That's
No,
like
you
saying,
haven't shut up long enough to listen to them. They're
is
not
that,
saying that. You
it's
can
like,
get Pell
it's
Grant.
like,
Hold on. You can get
it's
Pell
like,
Grants.
it's like
You can
she's
get
saying cars are too expensive now. Have you
so
tried to
so
buy a
so so
BMW lately?
none of the information that you brought up deals with the cost of you having to live somewhere, right?
Yeah, I did. Let me explain it
So
to
go
you.
no
So
no no
no, I'm
no.
going to
Don't
answer.
explain
No,
a
I'm going
damn
to answer.
thing. Don't
So a Pell
explain
Grant.
anything
No, I'll
T
do it.
because
I'll
Mac,
answer your
if you
T
question.
go
Mac, to be fair, he did bring up
if you
Pell
go to
Grant.
Long Beach
Yeah,
State
yeah,
University, which you brought up, how much you
yeah,
think your rent is going to be
yeah. So
going to
the first
college,
two,
or your
no, I'm
housing,
answering
or
your
your housing?
question. I'm answering your question. The first two
Yeah, you're
years,
man,
the
please.
tuition at a community college is going to be $3,000. That's $6,000 left over from the grants. You can still take a loan out for 5 grand, so that's
You
eleven
shouldn't even
thousand.
have to do that.
Okay, I'm answering your question. How do you come up with money
You're
for
just
housing? And then, so now you're only 10,000 in debt for a good degree. You're halfway done. The second you take your junior and senior year at Long Beach, you get a couple of extra thousand plus 5,000 for loan. So now you're only 20,000 in debt for a good college degree. That's not that bad. So you're welcome. I solved your problems.
was a shitball ass maggot groomer $20,000 in debt after college. See, here's what I have a real problem with: when old people get on and start telling young
Oh
people,
yeah,
if you
no,
just do A, B,
20,000.
C, D,
You
E,
could
and
work in the
F,
summer.
you can
You could
get
work.
where I'm at, even though you live in a global
Well,
economy
guess
and
what?
you're not afforded the
You could
same
work in the
economic
summer.
opportunities as
But
I
T,
You could
was.
work in the
Get the
summer.
fuck out of here,
okay,
You could
bro.
work in the summer.
guys,
I'm
can we
so
drop
tired
this?
of hearing that dumb shit.
Can we drop him?
Well, Syria, brother, I need help for it, my family, please.
So instead
What?
of being
Can you
20,000
please
in
drop
debt,
him?
instead
Please,
of
I
being
need help for it,
20,000,
my family, please,
a
brother.
man go to college. Man go to college in California.
But
So
but the
instead
whole
of being 20, wait,
the,
no, instead of 20,000 in debt in the summer, you could work for $3,000 in the summer. So now you're only in debt 8,000 when you graduate. It's not, you can do it. I'm sick of people saying they can't pay for college.
Yeah,
yeah,
my
That ain't
words
gonna
could
be,
do it. You're right.
like T Mac though, like help me understand what your position though, because like he is providing logistics. Why couldn't someone replicate that? Like the price, there might be a price difference between the years he's referencing, but regardless, why could they not replicate that? Like those seem feasible for anyone to
Because
do.
what you're saying is you have to basically disrupt your life, move to California,
at
and do
18.
everything. I haven't even finished.
Yeah.
So
Right?
what's wrong with that?
You have to do all these things, and it is means tested. What he's talking about is means tested. If you apply for the even in California, if you're an 18-year-old, and didn't you just say 18 years old?
Yeah, move to Cali.
Anytime you enroll in college, and I have two college educated daughters, what's the first fucking thing they ask you when you go to financial aid? Do you live at
Well,
home, and how much do your parents make? That's a
no, they
fact.
don't. No,
Yes, they do.
no.
Yes,
What you
they
do,
do.
what you do,
Yes, they
what
do.
I'll answer that. What
But
you
what you said
do,
that to say what
No,
though,
no,
T Mac?
no.
Like
no,
where I'm
no,
coming from, T Mac, is what is the salute? Like you
no,
cannot
no,
just
no,
say you
The
cannot just
solution is
no.
shitball crying ass maggot boomers.
S-
Shut up about what people need to
So
do.
Theodore,
Stop
that.
what
telling
what
people how
what
they
what
need to better
what
their
you do is what
condition and not show
Theodore,
any kind of compassion
please shut
whatsoever
up.
for the fact
Theodore,
that you had more economic opportunity than the new generation
Theodore,
has,
But
bro.
T Mac,
Stop with that old man
wait,
shit.
T
Theodore,
Mac, for the new
wait,
for
hold
the
on,
younger
Theodore,
kids though, what
wait,
can
hold
they
up,
He
do
just keeps
wait.
though?
running his mouth. He just
No,
keeps running
I
his
want
mouth.
to respond to him, Theodore. What you do is when you fill out your financial aid in February, when you're finishing your senior year of college, what you do is you have your parents not be selfish and claim you on their taxes. And if you're not claimed, then you're
See,
independent.
you got to do all
And
that to
then,
get a goddamn college
yeah.
education. You didn't
So,
have to motherfucking do
no,
that. Neither did I.
T Mac,
when you're
that sounds like
independent,
it's like less than an hour's worth of work though. Like I'm sorry, but you're making it
Fucking
seem like
believable.
you're
Get the
making it.
fuck out of here.
So what
no,
is
when
your
they,
solution? So T Mac, you the two pain points that you brought up.
Well, here's my solution.
No T Mac, no T Mac.
Here's
Let me
my
finish.
solution. Do
No, let
you
me
want to know
finish.
my
I didn't get to
solution?
finish. I didn't get to finish. You brought up two pain points. It was disrupting your life to move to Cali, and the other pain point was, hey, the cost of living now is higher than when you all were going to college. So what is your solution for kids
My
that want to go to
solution is
college?
give these millennials and the Gen Zers and all of them, the younger people, free college for the first 2 years. Give them free
yeah, and
community
taxes
college,
go up,
and they
and taxes
fucking
go up,
had that. They had that in the late '60s and early '70s.
and the
That's what you
taxes
need to
go
do.
up. Yeah, it won't happen.
Now, know that
So,
taxes
But
have always gone up.
we'll live in
but what about
reality. It's not
now
what's
though?
going to
Like
happen.
what are the
You
logistics
mean the
for
motherfucking tell
now?
me we can give $40 billion to Argentina, but we
Not going to
can't
happen.
invest in our kids' educational
Not
future?
going to
Are you
happen.
kidding me with that dumb shit?
Not going to
But
happen.
T Mac, knowing the issues that are happening right here, right now, what is the plan
It
right now,
doesn't
though?
cost that much money.
Not going
I'm
to happen.
telling you.
T Mac, you're not giving a
You
solution, though. You're complaining about
That's
his
the
solution.
solution. I'm not complaining. That's
Yeah,
the
you
other
are.
goddamn thing.
Dude,
Why do people do this dumb shit? So when you expect people to have some level of compassion and humanity for their other fucking fellow Americans, right? To dismiss what their value is in society and turn it into their complaining,
if
fucking
I'm trying
Theodore,
to
do
go to,
it's
that.
funny.
if I
Theodore,
come from a
wait,
background where I
Nobody's
don't
Theodore,
have a,
can I?
complaining. Get the fuck
if
out
I
of
come from
here.
a background where I don't have a lot of money, he gave me logistics. T Mac, you gave me a speech. Like, who's helping
I
me
didn't give
out
you no,
more?
man,
Theodore,
get the fuck
Theodore,
out of here with that dumb
Theodore,
shit. I
You
Theodore,
didn't
gave
give you a speech. I said
you complained
for
and
the
gave me a
first, we should
speech.
have free vocational education,
T
fucking
Mac,
Theodore,
is
financed
that
by the U.S. government, and the first free 2 years of college free.
so?
Period.
Until that
That's
Theodore,
passes,
what
what
it
are we
was.
doing? Until that passes, what are we doing, T Mac?
Theodore. So what's
Having
funny
crying
is,
ass boomers come on TikTok and tell motherfuckers
Theodore,
Jesus.
you need to
so
pull your
Theodore,
strap up off your bootstraps and move
this
to
guy,
another state if you want an
T-Mac,
education. That's
T-Mac,
how
can you
dumb
please
that
shut
sounds
up?
to me.
T-Mac,
Man,
can you
give me a
please shut up
break.
for a
You
minute?
shut up. You shut up.
No,
You
all you
sat
do is
here and
talk.
First,
you sat here and
You
over
stupid
fucking talked the
motherfucker.
entire panel,
You won't shut
including the
up.
host. You're a fucking boomer, and I've heard the
You-
same lame ass
You're a
bullshit
crybaby
language
bitch.
over and over again. Be a man and just say, you know
Theodore,
what?
so
We'll do
what's funny?
whatever it takes. We'll do whatever it
He
takes
says moving to
to
California
provide
is
you
like a
the
horrible
economic
thing. It's
opportunity
beautiful.
that you should have.
Then he
I live
says
in
like
California, motherfucker.
the
I live in Southern
so
California.
all you have to do is have your kids not be
Do you
dependent
live
by
in
their parents.
California?
I live in Los Angeles, so I know better than you what it's like to
So
be out
I
there.
live in California.
So what
I
they
work
do,
I
so
work and live in California.
I know kids out here that are going to school for free.
Oh, man, okay. All right, MAGA. Sure.
All right, so I
Yeah,
think on this topic, I think it's great that kids are getting to go to school for free. I think all kids should go to free school for free.
Me
Free
too.
school is awesome. Now, with that's a great topic on a very niche thing. No one is moving to California to go to college for free. It's ridiculous that anyone would even think that that's an option. There is a lot of guide. I've read this whole thing now. I just went through all this while we were yelling about this. It is not that simple. It is not that easy. There are a lot of rules and regulations. It doesn't cover housing. It doesn't cover books. It doesn't cover food. It covers nothing else. It covers.
do you want me to explain again how you
No,
cover
I
food?
heard you.
Here we
What I
go.
did, Green Lake, what I did is I went on the internet and looked up the program,
I know a
right?
person that did it. I
That's
know.
great.
I'll
I
tell
know
you
you.
what they
I'm
told me
glad
how
you
they
know
did it.
one. I'm glad you know
No, I know
one
five.
person.
I know five.
Green
You
Lake.
want to know how they did it? I'll
No,
explain
we
it one more
heard
time to
you.
you.
We
They
no,
get a
I
Pell Grant.
heard
I'll
you.
say it one more time, and then I'm
Oh
going
my
to shut
god.
up for 5 minutes. You ready? They got a Pell Grant and Cal Grant for 9 grand. The tuition was $2,000. That leaves $7,000 left over for room and board. Then
For three
after the first,
months. For
no,
three
the first
months.
2 years, no, for the first 2 years, it leaves them
Right, but no,
seven
but I need,
thousand.
but what you're missing in this, what you're missing in that. So the Pell Grant, they get 7,000 for what amount of time?
They get 9,000 to Pell and Cal
For a
Grant
year?
for the whole year.
Okay, so
Okay,
$7,000 in
right,
California for a year's worth of living.
right. Okay, so 2,000 is tuition. That leaves
Right.
them 7,000 for the 7 months they're in school. Okay,
But they have
they
to
get
live
a
in California for that whole year. So
yeah, they share rooms, so it's $500 each a month in rent. Okay, and then
this
basically they
doesn't
get
help. So that doesn't help someone like me.
okay. If you were 20,
Right, but
it
I'm
would.
not. I'm not 20. So that's
Wait, just
great for
this.
20-year-olds. That's
Wait,
great
is
for
this?
20-year-olds.
Wait, are we? I forgot. I didn't know. Is this really the? We're trying to figure out how to help X.
No, I was talking about going back to school. That's how this conversation started. And I was talking about
Oh,
how much school costs.
this is about you. I didn't get
That's
it. I
how
thought
this
it was about
conversation
helping people.
started.
Oh, I thought it was about helping people. Sorry
No.
about that.
I was taking it both ways because Bex, I was going to ask you, like, what discipline do you want to major in?
I was looking at a few. My associates is in communications and fine arts. Um,
Oh, you
so
already
I
have an
don't know.
associate's degree. If you already have, can you transfer those 30, 60 hours to the 4 year school?
I can.
Oh, excellent. Holy
Yeah.
crap. You might only have like a year and a half then.
I
If
X,
actually have I actually have the majority of 3 associate's degrees, but I'm
X,
missing
do you
some
want me to
math
solve your
classes.
problems? Because I could do it.
What are you gonna do?
See, I know you hate when people are smart, but I'm going to tell you how to solve the problem.
Okay.
You're incredibly intelligent. You're incredibly persuasive and bossy like a salesperson.
Thank you.
You get a job working from home as a salesperson, and you make 80,000 a year like all the other motherfuckers I know in
Wow, Green
LA
Lake,
and
I've
Orange
never
County.
thought of that. Thank you so
You
much.
don't need to go to college to be a salesperson.
Great. So where are all these work from home sales jobs you speak of?
You have to go look for them and get a headhunter. Have you
You
ever
have to get
tried
a
a headhunter?
headhunter?
they
You,
basically feed you jobs and you interview for them and
I
stuff.
know what a headhunter is, but like I mean
yeah,
like I don't
yeah.
think
That's where the good companies go get talent from. They don't get it from Craigslist. They don't get it from Indeed. They get it from headhunters.
LinkedIn's
So
okay.
you,
depressing.
so what you do is you make the shittiest, crazy, amazing resume. Put down three
I
companies.
have an amazing
I'll
resume.
you fucking
Yeah,
lie
you
your
do.
ass
You have
off,
three
Bex.
associate degrees. You got to
Bex,
work at.
Bex, no, Bex. You name three companies that are mine. I'll give you a reference, and you lie your ass off, Bex. That's how everybody does it when you start.
I don't even need you to lie. I have an
Pretty much.
amazing resume.
Well, then you go do it. We're done with this college topic.
Oh my god.
Now you'll be rich in 6 months.
I'm not going to be rich on $80,000 a year in 6 months in Seattle. I hate to break it to you.
Okay, well then get a
No,
job
you're
making
not.
150.
I kind of miss Seattle. They had nice mountains, good views.
I live
Bex,
like at the foot of the mountains. It's gorgeous here.
Bex has incredible mountains.
I do have incredible
What
mountains.
about
That's true.
incredible balance? How can I
Bex,
help?
did you ever
Oh
go
my
into that
god.
tunnel with all the graffiti and stuff?
I mean, I don't mind the graffiti.
No, I'm saying like there's that tunnel like that. It's like I don't know what you call it, but it's like somewhere in Seattle. It's like a famous tunnel, and like a bunch of tourists go there and stuff.
Are you talking about the gum wall in Pike Place Market?
Wait, are you
Oh,
talking about Bex's
not
famous
the
tunnel?
not that place. It's a different spot.
You're
But
talking
I
about Bex's
digress.
tunnel?
The one that goes through downtown Seattle on I-5?
It if you go farther enough, you do get the water, and you see the bridge. Yes.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you're probably talking about the big tunnel that replaced the viaduct. I don't know if it has a name. The thing that dug its name is Bertha. I know that.
Bex, I got on Bumble.
You got on Bumble?
Guess what?
You got a girlfriend?
No, I went on one date.
How'd it go?
Ooh.
She was 38, and I said something really stupid. I was really sweet and charming, and I think it was doing okay. And then I was
Did you
like,
bring
"How
her
old are you again?"
flowers?
No, it was her first date. So I go, "How old are you again?" And she goes, "I'm 38." And you know what I said?
What?
I didn't even mean to. I just blurted it out.
What'd you say?
Uh-oh.
I said, 38? I could be your dad,
Oh
Oh yeah,
no.
that was stupid.
right? That's pretty bad, right? Guess what she asked me this morning? Or she
What?
just this is my first date in 17 years. I've never dated anybody over 30, right? And she texted me, she had a really great time, blah, blah, blah. And then the second text, guess what she said?
What?
She said, when am I going to see you again?
Oh my, Green Lake.
Like, no, Bex, I
Damn.
honestly, you know what I think, Bex?
What?
I 98% think something's up.
Okay. I
Like,
don't know,
why is
Green
she,
Lake. I wanted to talk about politics, not
I
dating.
know, but
Well, I want to
why is she
know,
wanting to go out again?
is she pretty?
Yeah, she's kind of cute. I mean, she's older, but she's kind of cute.
38 is perfectly fine though. But you're how old are you?
56.
I got you.
I mean, don't you think it's suspicious that a girl asks when she's going to go out again?
You're in LA though. I
Yeah, right.
guess the age range y'all don't really mind, and that's kind of a different
No,
place anyway.
I haven't gone on a date since 2009.
Okay, can we talk about this on the back end because I really was
You
like
never answer the phone.
you're right, I don't.
You've been blocked. All right, I'll shut up.
Thank you. I just want to talk about politics. I just want to have a political live.
I'll drop after this, but it's not unusual for a girl for I guess younger women or younger generations to ask you out if that's not something that you're used to. I'm just FYI.
What are you talking about?
But I think it's like a little meaty to be like the day after, like,
Okay.
hey, when are we going to go out again?
Dude, my AI
I
cut
wouldn't
me off for the
I
day.
I wouldn't think too much into it. You're fine if you want to go
Bex,
out
would
with
you
her.
say that just like after you met a guy, would you go, hey, when are we going to go out again?
No, because that's the man's job.
I'm trying.
Right?
Facts.
That's what I mean, Bex. You get me.
The man should be. But you didn't even take her flowers on the first date. Why do men not buy flowers anymore?
We got
On
a
the first
sandwich.
date.
We got a sandwich.
Like
Because
what?
it's a
Why the
waste.
fuck is that?
It's
I
a
still do
waste of
that.
money. It better be a plant.
I still fucking do that. Oh my
Damn,
god.
Belle. Damn.
Buy flowers,
Belle wants
man.
a
No.
That's my
rose
advice to
bush.
men. Buy some fucking flowers.
No,
Women
Bella,
love
no,
flowers.
no, no. If it doesn't have roots and it's not in a pot, don't do it.
Bella, if
I
I
got a
took you on a
question.
first date, I would buy you a whole
I'm gonna
rose
pay
plant.
100 and do you know how
Whoa,
much it's
whoa,
a
whoa, whoa, chill
hundred?
out,
Like,
chill out, chill out, chill out. What'd you say, bro?
I would buy her a whole rose plant.
No. She don't want to buy no. She don't want no roses from you, bro.
Duck, shut the fuck up.
I got you, Bill. How
I
many
would
roses you
no, I
want?
would not. But
Duck,
hold
Duck,
on
get
though.
out of here, you ghetto fucking
That's
gangster.
70. Dude,
Who is that, bro?
Wait, keep
That's
talking.
Green Lake. Just Green Lake's a bit of a
Wait a
race
minute.
leader.
Belle, you jeeping behind my back?
Huh?
Oh, she said, huh. That means
Bell,
yeah.
listen, Mama.
No,
You tell me how many roses you want. I
you're
got you,
still
boo.
my hubby,
I want
Theodore. You're still
24.
my hubby.
I
But
got you.
I
Get you
don't want
25.
you.
Thank
I
you.
wouldn't want you to waste money on
Ducky,
roses,
stick your
okay?
Puerto Rican taco back in.
I'm Cuban, you fuck. Shut up.
I
Are you
knew I
really
was
Cuban?
close.
Oh,
I
that's right,
knew I
because
was
I
close.
was talking about Cuba to you.
I
Man,
was
do
so
you know?
close.
Wait, can we talk about the current Cuba
We
drama?
can. I think so. What I did notice, Bex, is I'm excited,
Hmm.
right? But I got to get some more. I got to get more strength on the topic, and I've been studying it every day, right?
Uh
So, in a nutshell, my family, right, came over from Cuba during the revolution, right?
huh. Okay.
My family had a lot of money. They worked their ass off to get everything they had. They had coffee beans and
And
they
they
had
got kicked out.
tobacco. They were
Why
told
does
to
everyone
either,
always say that?
are you Cuban, Theodore?
Everyone always has this story.
No. This is really important in Cuban history. Like this is an important fact. Like he's not telling you this for no reason. This is an important fact in Cuban history.
I'm not
Ducky,
denying
can you
So,
it, but it's just interesting how common it is.
Ducky, can
Right.
you sing on the floor?
Hold on. So Ducky, what
what?
year did they come here?
Fuck. Dad came when he was
Give me
9
some
years
pitbull.
old. So 1960 fucking
Give me some pitbull.
Okay, so they've been
six,
here for a minute.
yeah.
Ducky, are you
Okay.
on something?
Can we
Am
be
I
nice
on?
to Ducky, please? I'm
Am
trying to
I
have a
on
conversation
something?
about Cuba.
You're
He
hyped
wants
up.
some
Okay,
but
go ahead.
I just got
Sorry.
some. I'm in a really good mood, but
Ducky had a great day in the league. You know what I mean?
wait,
Ducky had a good day in the league.
can you
I'm
make
not.
me a poblano?
I don't cook, bro. I'm a dude. Fuck you mean? I hardly ever cook
That's
shit.
women's jobs.
I'll
Ed, get
fucking
up
burn
here. I
ramen.
miss you.
I'll burn
Ducky,
ramen noodles, bro.
Ducky, I didn't mean to
Okay,
judge
so
you. I
Cuba. So
apologize.
your family left Cuba. They had built up a whole bunch of money. They were
He
like, you
sold
either
beans.
give back or get the fuck out, basically, right?
Yeah,
Beans, beans, beans.
he was like pretty much, the party was like,
Beans, beans.
either you give us, 95%, not 90%. Either we're gonna take this land, your property. You can stay here, but we're gonna take it, and then we'll give you the scraps of, so we'll give you some money every now and then.
Right.
But so my mom, so my dad and the dad's family was like, "Fuck this shit," and we left. They left on the freedom flights.
Got it. So then they came here. Do you guys go back and visit?
Nope, dad's never been.
Okay. And so like the kids were born here and everything, right?
Yeah, so I'm Cuban American. I was born in Miami, right?
Uh huh.
Trump, you a
Of
That
Trump
course, you were
supporter?
born in Miami. Like,
fuck Trump.
hello.
Welcome to Miami.
Like, I could have guessed that. So the most recent, yeah. So so in communist countries, people who uh get like independently wealthy in them without like giving back do tend to become the enemy of the state. So when you hear a lot of people say like, oh, I couldn't stay in Cuba, my family couldn't be in Cuba, we couldn't, you it's often talked about in like we went against the government, and it's framed that way to make it seem like speaking out against the government was the reason why they got kicked out. But more often than not, it's the fact that they were going against the economic structure that Cuba wanted, which was the people controlling the means of productions. If you want to be an individualist and you want to worry about yourself before others, you will get banished from the country essentially or put in prison. So a
What
lot
the
of families, so
fuck?
when America started destructuring Cuba and starting the process of what they've done there, and instilling, their leaders, they started an operation called Operation Peter Pan. You should look this up. Um, which was basically American propaganda to get Cuban families to come to America, and with that, there was like expectations of like make sure everybody knows how bad communism is. So the term for those people
Wait, Dex,
tends to be
isn't
used as
he?
a slur, but it's gusano.
Well,
What?
isn't Ducky's parents like a better witness of how shitty communism is?
My my dad and my uncles would be a better example. They would, they've talked to me
Yeah,
about it.
Beck, I would think they know more than you. Like, communism sucks.
I would agree with that statement. However, I haven't lived in communism. Of course, my father has. Bex hasn't either. We're
No.
just hearing what she's hearing. She's hearing what people tell her, just like I'm hearing what people tell me.
Ducky, the only reason you're in America is because communism sucks.
That's good, great,
That's
dude.
that's
I'm gonna
not
write that
why. That's
down.
not
I'm
why.
gonna write that down, dude. That was awesome.
No, that's not why he's in America. He's in
It's
America
literally
because
100% lie.
he, can we be
like
so for real?
Operation Peter Pan, like Operation Peter Pan definitely was a thing, but like I don't think it was
Ducky
necessary. Really,
is
like
an
what
American
it was
because
like they
communism.
were just trying to.
Greenlick, please let everybody talk. I don't mind you being here, but everybody has to be able to talk. I want to hear the conversation.
Okay,
Go ahead,
I'm
Ed.
going to shut up for a while, but people did literally
Okay,
just laugh,
cool.
Bex.
Okay, I get it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but it was all they were trying to do is make it like compulsory, the same way that Cuba was trying to make taking everyone's wealth compulsory. They were hoping that they could get propaganda on their side, so people were continuing to see how bad communism was in these countries. But like the reason I don't think Operation Peter Pan was really like this like deep, like scary CIA thing, like a lot of those programs were, is because for once the CIA was telling the truth. Cuba did suck. It was taking the rich people's money,
Okay.
who made it independently, and it was
Okay.
forcing them to leave the country.
This is my issue with Americans as a whole. Not you, Ed, in particular, but I love it when people do not trust the CIA at all, and then they get one piece of information and they're like, but this time the CIA was right. First of all, before I go into this, Ducky, you're in the Discord, right?
No.
Okay. Well, I have a article I was going to share with you. So yeah, the Pedro Pan is what it was called actually. It was a CIA operative to bring unaccompanied minors to America from Cuba, basically to quote unquote save them.
What year was it?
The early 60s. So in that, the CIA put basically my favorite conspiracy theory comes out of this. My favorite conspiracy ever.
Essentially, they're making these children the wards of the state, and then with that, since they were rescued from Cuba, these children will be raised to be anti-Cuban within American grounds.
Correct. So, with that though, the CIA put an operative on Fidel Castro. And
fuck Fidel Castro's bitch ass.
Hold on, don't talk about Daddy Castro like that.
Oh no, no. Fuck Castro, but I love you, Bex.
Can I finish? Let me finish my sentence. So the operative that was put on Castro by the CIA was none other than Justin Trudeau's mom.
Oh,
were you
telling me about this the other day?
Yes.
Was it you or somebody else?
Yes, it was me, I'm sure, because this is my favorite conspiracy theory of all time. So she was on Fidel Castro the entire time that she worked for the CIA, and he was in power. And with that, there is Justin Trudeau was conceived at the time that she was working in Cuba. And if you look at Justin Trudeau next to Fidel Castro, there is a striking resemblance.
I'm going to look right now. I don't think that's true.
No, look it up right now. You're going to come back and you're going to be like, holy shit.
I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, Justin Trudeau, that's Fidel Castro's son, man. They look just alike.
Can I ask you one question?
How does Ducky have a violation? Ducky, do you have another account? What's up, Greenlick?
So, when did Fidel Castro take power? What year?
Let me look.
Bro, you gotta look at them. They look just alike. They look just alike, father and son.
I know.
I can't unsee it.
Fidel Castro seized power on January 1st, 1959, overthrowing the dictator Batista after a guerrilla revolution.
And then when did America start coming to Castro?
Well, the Pedro Pan started in 1960, so right after.
Duly elected leader Batista
did Fidel Castro have at least 10 years to try to make the country great?
Yeah, he was in power for 50 years.
I know, but the first 10, he didn't do a good job, right?
The first 10 he was cleaning up after fucking Batista.
It
What
took
up,
10
though?
years. Trump did it in one.
Trump didn't do shit in 1 year.
Okay, what am I looking
He
up? Okay,
kind of
Justin
did.
Trudeau and Castro.
So you're saying it takes 20 years to clean up a country that small?
50 years, right? So here's the thing, like that's why communism hasn't worked, right? But Bex would argue that, she would say that the reason Cuba is failing is because of the embargo. But the issue there is that Cuba's not our fucking problem. They should be able to be stabilized and fucking, be successful without our country. Why do they need us to hold? Why do we need to hold their hand?
Yeah, like, I'm going to ask this and then shut up for 60 seconds. Did Fidel Castro ever create Cuba to be great ever, any year, ever?
No, he just fucking took it. He had a revolution and overthrew the government.
So how's it
And
an example of like how to do communism if it never did anything good?
well, listen. Their argument usually for communists, I've noticed more often than not, is that they will. It takes time, right, for it to become actual communism. Because I think what they say is it's socialism first, and then it becomes communism. Is that right,
Well,
Bex?
that's debatable. Yeah, internet commies. Yes,
communism is
that's
the
what they
end
say.
goal of socialism, essentially. Like most of it.
Arguably, this is a debatable topic. I don't see it that way, but I know that's the standard speech that's given.
Well, I mean, then how do you how does a place go from whatever ideology, fiscal ideology they have directly into communism with
The
no
revolution. So,
socialism buffer?
arguably, in my opinion, because communism in its purest form doesn't have a state. So, if you have if you have a revolution to come out of whatever economic structure you're in, that would be the point where the state is devolved. And so, for that part, you have a communist society, a stateless, moneyless, classless society. Every communist regime that's taken place has always moved from that into a state of socialism where there is a state. We see it in the USSR, we see it in China, we see it in all these places. That is the end goal. I know that some people see it as you're supposed to move, but no one's going to vote their way from
Oh my
capitalism into
God!
socialism.
Oh my God! You were right.
I know. I know. That's
This is
insane.
See,
creepy. This is creepy shit,
I
dude.
told
But how do
you.
wait.
you ever remove the state? And that's the question. How do you ever remove the state?
So let me
Ah,
say this,
fuck.
Bex, and maybe you'll just tear me apart. But so if you want like an organism of human beings to operate the most efficient way, and communism is the most efficient way, then why isn't there like a communist run corporation that's an example of how
There
to
is.
run?
There
She's
is.
gonna
There's
say
several
China.
actually. So as much as there
Right?
can be in this day and age, because we have to pay taxes and shit, so you're never gonna have a full communist company because how would they pay
Well,
taxes if
what
there was
name
no
one?
money? We do
Name
have
No, but like
socialist countries.
co-ops
I'm
run
going
all the
to let
time.
me finish. Let me finish my statement, and I'm going to give you one. Where I live, we have a grocery store called Winco. Winco is owned by the people. It is owned. The entire company is owned by shares by their employees. In that company, it is now the most affordable grocery store in the Pacific Northwest because, as all these other corporate stores have worked together to raise prices on everything, the Winco employees voted against having a raise to keep the prices lower for their customers, right? So Winco is run on a socialist. Also, Madeline Pendleton, who is a well-known socialist on social media, she has been for literally years, long before TikTok. She also runs her clothing design company on a socialist. Everyone makes the same wages. They all make the same amount every single day, including her, the owner. She runs it completely on socialist.
Right, and there's tons of co-ops, and yeah, and they make it all the way up to
But what's the
like
oldest
corporate
one, the
levels.
longest lasting one?
But Winco's been around since the
Winco's
'60s,
been
hasn't
around
it?
for a long time.
Well, I think
And
you're
they've
just
done
And
nothing
here's the
but
I
thing:
grow.
got a Bex.
but here's the thing:
Yeah.
like
I
most
have a statement to make.
companies,
After Ed, go ahead.
Okay.
yeah, like most companies before we switched to like 401ks worked closer to like socialism because they needed to like keep up pensions and stuff like that than they did to like the whims of the stockholder and the investors. Like most companies weren't like publicly traded until like Reagan era economics kicked in.
Yeah,
Go
Bex.
ahead, Ducky.
Yeah, so Cuba has failed because it was put under communism.
Well, per Cuba themselves, they're not communist. Cuba is a socialist country run by the Communist Party. Again, you can't have pure communists. China, again, is a mixed market economy. They call themselves socialist. I would call them socialist, but they're not communist either. They're a socialist country run by the Communist Party. Having actual communism, like the closest thing is Vietnam, and even they call themselves socialist because
So
communism doesn't have a state.
it's a socialist party run by sorry, it's
No,
a
it's
socialist
socialist country
run
run
by a
by a
communist
communist
party.
party. Right.
So if it's run by a communist party, wouldn't that mean that they're communist?
No, because the definition of communism is a moneyless, classless, stateless society. Cuba has a state, right? A government. They have money and they have classes.
So
Therefore, it's not communist.
give me an example of what give me an example of a communist country then.
So
So the
there's not
closest
one
you
in
would
current
probably
day.
ever get historically,
Would you say,
closest you would
Doc?
ever get.
Historically, so again, this is where I come to my theory, which is that most really communism, in my opinion, works best as the center ground, the revolution, the part where you take the state down and you rebuild it. But the goal should always be to get, especially in today's current global economy, to get to a state of socialism. That should be the goal. Socialism is the middle of communism and capitalism. It has the best parts of socialism, which is where the people control the means of production, but it also has the parts of capitalism where you can still have different classes. People can still, like China has billionaires, people can still be wealthy, but there's not the need for the poor class that capitalism has.
So you're saying Cuba is not a communist country. It's a
It is not.
socialist country. Okay, so if I were to look it up right now, it would tell me that it was a socialist country?
It would probably say mixed market economy, which is code for, yeah, but go ahead and look it up. Tell me what it says.
Right, so like historically, like especially like recent history, like within the last like 150 years, the closest you're going to get to pure communism is probably Catalonia, which was a like area in Spain that like popped off right when the Franco Revolution did at the same time, and there was like a war between the quote unquote fascists and the communists, and they had captured this spot called Catalonia, and I think there was like what, like 100,000, 150,000 people living there, Bex.
No true. I'm gonna add no true Scotsman's fallacy is crazy. I'm gonna add fallacy to my blocked keywords while we do philosophy talk.
I'm gonna say here's my claim, right? Bex in a nutshell. I'd say that, again, Cuba's failed because it does indeed fall under it's a communist country. Excuse me. In my opinion, and I'll find some sources to prove that, right?
Did you look it up? Because I just looked it up. You want me to tell you what it says?
Sure, let me look it up too. You tell me first.
This is just the AI overview, so I didn't pull like a real source. But it says Cuba operates a centrally planned socialist economy dominated by state-owned enterprise.
So I typed in AI overview, right? I said, is
Mhm.
Cuba a communist country? And it said, yes, Cuba is a communist state.
Okay, so
Officially
don't ask if it's a communist country. Type in what is Cuba's economic structure?
Okay, but so
What did you type in?
What is Cuba's economic structure?
can you hear me?
Yes.
So I said, what are communist countries today? So there's 5: China, Vietnam, Cuba, Laos, and North Korea.
Right. So, but you're asking it again. So, China, governed by the Chinese Communist Party, it is a one-party state that blends a socialist, state-led economy with capitalist principles and widespread socialism. Vietnam operates a socialist-oriented market economy, combining state control over key industries and increasingly open private sector ruled by the Communist Party of Vietnam. Cuba, governed by the Communist Party of Cuba, focuses on state ownership and social welfare, though it has slowly introduced market reforms and allowed some private ownership. Laos, a one-party state led by the Laos People's Revolution Party that officially adopts Marxist-Leninism while allowing a market-driven economy, socialism. North Korea, ruled by the Workers' Party of Korea, it is a highly centralized authoritarian state that has removed most. I can't read the bottom when you're in it.
Yeah.
Most
Right.
mentions of the traditional Marxist-Leninism in favor of its own state ideology. Well, I can't read that last line. That's all socialist. They're just run by communist parties.
I mean, North Korea is probably
But
the
but
closest, but
wait
North
like,
wait
Korea is
wait wait
probably the
wait wait wait
closest.
wait. Let me talk. But the thing is though, they still would be considered communist countries today, but not under the true definition.
Right, which means
right?
if
No,
it's
like here's
not
the thing:
communist under
like
the true
you calling
definition, then it's
them,
not communist.
Cuba's
But in
economic
order, but hold
structure.
on,
you calling them
hold on.
communists is like
I'm not
you
I'm not,
calling
not
them communist
I'm not
countries is like when
done.
people call
It's like
Trump
calling
a
America
fascist.
free market.
I understand, but the thing
It's
is
like
though, in
calling Trump a
order,
fascist.
okay, but they're on their way, right? They are on their way to getting to that utopia, right?
They're not. All these
No, they
countries
are
have been
not.
this way for
Okay, never
decades.
mind.
But all
Because
these
communism
countries have
always
been the
fails.
same
You
exact
forgot.
way for decades. They're
Yeah,
not going anywhere else.
but
They're
it
all
takes
adding more capitalist principles than they are. So they're
but
socialist.
but Bex, in reality, in order to get to that utopia, I feel like you would need over 150 years.
Yeah, if not longer. Typed it in back, and
Probably longer.
Cuba's economic structure is a state-led socialist model
There you go.
directed by the Communist Party of Cuba.
Correct.
So why does the Communist Party of Cuba come into play? What does it mean to be directed?
It's just a party. It's no different than the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. It's the party that's elected into office. Do you know we have the American Communist Party?
Yes.
Yeah. So if they were to take power and we still had a government and money and all that, we would be a socialist country run by a communist party.
But wouldn't you say, but you said you need to be socialist first to eventually become communist, right?
No, I said if we have a communist revolution, we would be communist going into socialism. So because all of these talking points we hear online, people don't understand the philosophy behind the words and the economic structures they're talking about, right? So understanding communist philosophy, socialist philosophy, and capitalist philosophy will help you understand where all these countries lie because the majority of countries in this day and age are on a mixed market economy, right? Which just means they blend together some mix of communism, socialism, and capitalism. You could sit and go through Google and ask every country what is their economic structure, and you're going to get mixed market economy for the majority of them because the majority of them are on some sort of capitalist structure with social safety networks, which is
So
a mixed market economy.
the core of communism, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right? But the core of communism is relying on the good of the people, right? In a communist mindset, we got to believe that the people under communism, right, are willing to be better just because they want to be better, good for everyone, without any incentive. Correct?
There is some incentive, but for the most part,
Can you tell me what
yeah.
incentive you're referencing?
So the incentive is the betterment of society as a whole.
Okay. So, do people usually work for the betterment of society here in the world, here in the United States?
Well, I was going to go into my argument with that actually, so that's the perfect lead in. So, no, I would say that in the United States, people do not do what's best for society as a whole.
What about anywhere?
Actually, can I have a
Hold
sidebar?
on. What about anywhere in the world, Bex?
There are countries that do things for the betterment of society as a whole, but we are not one of them.
Do you know what countries? I'm not to put you on the spot, but
I would say China is an example of one.
So the people work for the betterment of society, and they do it with no incentive, little to no incentive.
Yes, China. The incentive is the fact that if society is better for everybody, then they would then win as well. So like in their government structure, they prioritize their taxes and their money going to their people, right? So in China, if you can't afford a home, if you go into a rural area, you can get land for free, right? To build a home on because they don't want a homeless crisis. So they invest into a system where the system will take care of the less fortunate so everybody can win.
Okay, but wouldn't you agree that when the state controls everything, right? Because that's what it is under communism, state controls everything. There's little incentive to improve quality or even efficiency.
Well, so actually, in socialism as a whole, it's actually a myth that capitalism breeds innovation. And we see that again with places like Cuba, where they have a medical system that is educating and and making doctors faster than Cuba can use them. And they actually use it as a trade source now. They did it during COVID because they had all these doctors that had gotten an education. Like, honestly, Cuba, I actually just watched this. It was one of Mari's videos, which is funny because she doesn't like it, but I thought her video made the opposite point. All the people in her videos were like Cubans who had these careers in Cuba where they had all this training, all this education, and were able to do things here. And then they came here and they had to do things like wait tables, clean bathrooms, and whatnot, because we don't have the education system that supports people having careers like that. All those people were like engineers, doctors, and shit. And they did that because Cuba supports education. So they were able to do that. Now, yes, they didn't make as much money there, but they came here and under capitalism, they had to work for nothing because they couldn't get an education for free.
But so wouldn't you say, like, I mean, I kind of heard what you said a little bit, but wouldn't the incentive for Cuban doctors, right, be to get the fuck into Cuba, get their degree as quick as they fucking can, because they know that they're getting amazing, training as a doctor. So then they can leave the country, right? Get the fuck out of there and work for an actual incentive.
Well, that would work great if places like America recognize any of their education system. But
Let's see if they do.
Once they leave Cuba, because of all the sanctions, embargoes, and issues with Cuba, nobody recognizes, and that's because of what you're saying. Because if we recognize all of the education in Cuba, that's what would happen. People would go there, get educated, and come out. So we have to deny all that shit.
I'm gonna look right now.
That was my exact point, was the fact that nobody recognizes their education anywhere else in the world. So they're stuck. It basically traps them in Cuba. You know what I mean?
To say
And
to
I
you,
would
Becky,
argue
was
that,
like, I know that you're trying to get better at debating, and I think this is a really good topic for you to be on because all arguments for communism are fucking stupid. So it's
oh,
very
wow.
easy to find holes in
Wow.
them, and it's a really good way to
If that's
run your
true,
body
Ed,
count
if
up,
that's
man.
true, Ed, then if that's true, Ed, I've known you for several years on this app. We're friends. We talk behind the scenes, off the app. Why am I still a communist if our arguments are so terrible?
You are not communist, please.
Shut up, Ed. Shut the actual fuck up.
If anything, you're an anarchist, hoping that
I'm not an
communism will
anarchist
work.
at all.
Yeah.
I will say that Officer has definitely made me far more authoritarian than I used to be. When I met Officer, I was definitely
Right,
a fucking
and you
anarchist.
know that there can't be communism without a state, and you know that there can't be peace without a state. So a state needs to exist, so communism can't exist.
Well, and this is one thing that I will argue with the majority of the communists about is most socialists, especially, are not pro-immigration. That's modern American socialism, which is our word, honestly. But yeah, so you do have to have borders. Socialists tend to not love immigration because, again, when you have a system that takes care of everybody, you can't just have people coming in to leach off the system.
I'm looking here.
Right. Like if you look at like Cesar Chavez, and he's like a great and I know he's been doing horrible things have come up about him recently, but outside of that, if you look at his actual ideology on illegal immigration, it's exactly the same as Donald Trump's.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
the
they
stuff
don't
he was
like
saying in the
immigration.
60s about the farm movement, like the socialist stuff that he was being called a socialist, like a piece of trash or whatever, when in reality it was just an essaying piece of trash. It's the same stuff that Donald Trump's saying today.
Yeah, but I mean, arguably, I'll say this: Donald Trump is practically a socialist in a lot of his policies. He's just also a piece of shit. You know what I mean? So, but like MAGA as a whole argues, like a lot of the times when I listen to MAGA argue, they sound more socialist than the Democrats at this point.
Right. You can't have populism without socialism.
Oh, say that again. Say that again.
You can't have populism without socialism.
Why not, Ed?
Because you can't have populism without the entire populace being taken care of.
Right.
And you need socialism for the entire populace to be carried to.
And socialism takes care of who?
Everyone.
No. Well, Jesus fucking Christ. Look at God. That's exactly my point.
But I've never made an argument opposite of that. Because I'm way far right. I'm so far right that my socialism is only for the best
You're
patriots.
horseshoeing back around to socialism as fast as I'm horseshoeing around to capitalism. Stop. We're gonna meet in the middle one day. We're all gonna be socialists.
Yeah, but only some people get the socialism. Only the good ones. Can we meet there? We're in the middle.
We've been there. I thought we had all been all the way back to AMSOL.
Right, yes. All the way back to dreaming of death camps.
Wow, Memphis. You know what? I'm screenshotting that.
Jesus Christ.
That's insane, Memphis.
You're that period man is going in a camp for sure.
That's Memphis, and yeah, he definitely needs some re-education. That's for sure. We're in our world. There will be camps, and you all will be re-educated to love socialism.
Getting a government mandated black wife.
I said that I told him that I heard that he was moving to North Korea, which I just made it up in my head. And he said that the Jewish population in North Korea is 0. So he'll be moving to North Korea.
Why isn't Cuba thriving right now, Bex? I want to hear your argument.
It's quite a few things, but definitely, I mean, I'm going to make the standard communist argument. If Cuba could fail under socialism without the sanctions embargoes, then I say lift them and let it fail.
So we're the reason that they're failing.
We're a large part, not the entire reason, but we are a big part of the reason.
So they need us to survive.
Yes.
They do need us to survive.
But aren't they a sovereign nation?
They don't have a right to access to America, right, Beck? Like, we don't owe them access.
No, we don't owe them access, but we could. Like right now, I was just watching. So what I wanted to talk about was this whole the fuck do you call it when people go to a country to save the what is the name of the ship when flotilla? That's the word I'm looking for. So a flotilla went down to Cuba with a bunch of fucking liberal no, I can't say that word. R's on it that stayed at 5-star hotels and demanded electricity and danced in the street through a fucking concert. And like Hassan was in it. A bunch of people were in it. But I watched a video of this girl who's an actual leftist, and she's been helping, and she's gone to Cuba and she stayed with Cubans when she goes, not in hotels. And she was showing how she had sent money to someone in Cuba on Cash App, and Cash App, because it said Cuba in it, closed her entire account because you can't send money that way.
That is correct.
So, yeah. So when we look at things like this, like we cannot send money into Cuba. We cannot help with Cuba. Yes, you can send packages and shit. Like I've heard all those arguments, but we also have the situation where basically if you trade with Cuba, for the most part, America will not work with you. There is some exceptions with this, like China holds the power right now. So China just told America basically, F off, you need us more than we do. We're trading with Cuba. But most countries that require some level
but without
of
us,
support
their economy
from America,
would fail. But yeah.
Huh?
Without us, China's economy would fucking fail. That's full. It's cool.
That's not true at all.
Yeah, we're their number one consumer.
But that doesn't mean they would fail.
But to answer you, Ducky, the exact situation that happened with Cuba and why it's failing so bad now is because originally it was being subsidized by the Soviet Union. And when the Soviet Union collapsed, it was subsidized by Venezuela's oil reserve, which was also a socialist country at the time. And now that that's collapsed, they're up shit's creek because there's no more money. There's no one subsidizing them anymore. And they're just
subsidizing who?
Both the Soviet Union and Venezuela subsidized Cuba.
Well, the USSR Russia does still help Cuba, but the USSR is no longer in existence. So
that's what I said, though. I said when it collapsed, they switched to Venezuela. They started to subsidize Cuba with the at the time the found oil reserve. Because if you remember, between the collapse of the Soviet Union and Venezuela striking oil the way they did, Cuba was in a really bad spot between like 91 and 96. Right after the Reagan shit kind of went down.
Do you think America's going to take over Cuba?
No.
That's not what Trump said. Hold on. That's not what President Trump said.
I think they'll put like a puppet government in Like, so yes, kind of, but not like. I don't think Cuba will be like the 51st state or a territory or anything. I think
Why?
they will put a pro. I think they will put a pro-American president in charge of Cuba.
You know what happened when I typed in on the internet just now? I said, "Is America going to take over Cuba?" You know what came up?
What?
As of March 2026, the United States is. Damn, I thought it said is. Fuck, I was excited. The United States is not in the process of formal takeover of Cuba. Ah, man, it
Yeah, no.
fucking sucks.
No, it's going to take a little bit longer than it is, but right now they are putting the screws to them, and what they're hoping to do is have the government step down. Which, if the blackout doesn't stop, they'll have to because that whole place will get burned to the fucking ground. They will
Yep,
burn
Cuba.
Havana.
Castro's probably rolling over in his grave right now, dude. I
Yeah,
guarantee. He fought so hard to fucking bring communism, and then his fucking he dies, and now none of these dudes can fucking keep it going.
yeah,
It's
because Castro was a one in a million type of leader. Like, he was a piece of shit. He did make Cuba what it was, but man, he was charismatic.
he
He
wasn't.
knew how to speak. He knew what to say.
Yeah,
He
technically
was
though,
it.
Doctor Good, I can't. I hate what happened to my family, but when I look at the way that this man operated and the way that he did things, him and Che, I mean, the story's fucking impressive, dude.
Yeah,
Like if
they're
you look at
smooth operators.
they all the way came over from they got a bunch of people and then went from Mexico to Cuba on the Grand Mile, fucking hid in the fucking mountains or the hills. And I think Castro was also a lawyer, I believe, or doctor. I can't remember which one it was.
He was a
But
lawyer.
he also made him a political prisoner for quite some time, and Batista let him out, I think, at one point.
Yeah.
And
Well, I believe what happened was that's when Che was going to run in on Havana, and they were like, if you don't release Castro, we're going to burn Havana to the ground, basically. So Batista was kind of like, all right, we'll let him go.
can you imagine like partake? That's what's funny. Like if you think about today, right? Like today with everything that's going on in our government and shit like that, like. I think we've all heard conversations where we're like, you know what, we got to make a change. Like, especially people that are far right, left leaning. Like, let's storm the Capitol. Let's get up there and fucking take over. Like,
Yeah,
Castro
let's
fucking
do
did
it.
that shit, dude. He fucking did it and made it happen, dude.
Yeah, it was a different time too, and a different place. Like, Cuba was ripe for it to happen. It's so funny because Batista and the guy that he overthrew before he became the president before him, his name escapes me.
Let
They
me
ended
look.
up living like 6 blocks from each other in the 70s. Like they both ended up in Miami.
Yeah, baby, Miami's the best. All right, here we go. Let's see who it is. Who Espérate, por favor.
Before Batista, it was Incleon. No,
You already fucking looked it up, dude. Are you that quick? I was doing it, bro.
oh, my bad. I was wrong though. It was what's it called? Sakaris.
Who was
Can
before?
can I
It was Gerald. It says
can I say
Yeah, of course.
Gerardo
can
Machado.
I say something?
Of course.
Probably.
So Bex, are you there?
Yes, Green Lake, what's up?
So the super amazing little Havana and Miami, how amazing and thriving and incredible it is. And you take the same Cuban people in a depleted, broke, horrible Cuba. Do you know what the difference is?
No,
Communism.
what?
Communism.
I
Got
like
it.
this guy.
Give it time.
So far, everything he's saying, I like. I'm not gonna lie.
Green Lake's fine. He's a little rage baity. I don't mind Green Lake. People really don't like Green Lake though.
Well, yeah,
I'm gonna
but
study. I'm gonna study communism so fucking hard that I'm gonna sleep it. I'm gonna be able to breathe and sleep it, bro. And
Do you want recommendations?
no, I'm gonna study it to be against it, right?
No, I know. I get that. I tell everybody if you want to argue against communism, you have to. So I will tell you this: if you go to Marxist.org, all of the communist writing ever in all of history is there for free.
Okay, where did Castro get his communist ideology from? Who taught him? Was it Che?
Karl Marx and Vladimir Lenin.
Are you sure?
Well, that's the basis. Marxist Leninism is the basis for all modern day communism. I would recommend you start with Vladimir Lenin's State and Revolution. And then
Ducky, I'm wondering.
you
Sorry,
read,
guys.
hold on one second. Let me give him, are you writing this down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so Vladimir Lenin's State and Revolution, and then read Das Kapital.
I love that one. So, Ducky, do you run a company?
No, fuck no, dude.
Okay, have you ever been a manager at a company?
Yeah, I was absolutely. I was a chief of
Okay.
police at one time.
Okay, so you ever have like a rookie come in and think he's got a good idea at a
Absolutely. Yep, and I welcome and I welcome that, and I welcome that, and I love that very much.
And you ever have a situation where you just kind of had to sit him down and be like, that's a really good idea. We appreciate your vigor, but there really is a way we do things, and the way we do things is for a reason. You ever have to have that talk?
You're not gonna like my answer. I would probably say that I was the kind of person that when a new idea came my way, and if that idea was better than mine, or better than any other idea, I would welcome it, I would adopt it, and I would incorporate it into my new SOPs. And if there was an officer that wanted to compete for another position as well, over another officer, I looked at it like this: may the best man win. So,
Listen to this
no.
communist bastard. It runs in his blood. He's Cuban. He can't help it.
Hold on. That's not what I said. I said, did you ever have it happen where the new idea was not good, and you had to explain to him why things are done a certain way?
I have done that. Yes, I will agree with that.
Okay. Well, that's what it's like debating communism, because capitalism is reality and communism is just an idea.
Well, let's debate, Charlie.
Well, it's already proven. Capitalism thrives and communism fails. It's already been proven multiple times.
Where does communism give me some examples of communism failing?
Cuba, Venezuela, North Korea.
So,
really, since you're advocating for communism, give me one example where
I'm trying to argue.
I know, but if you're going to advocate for communism, give me one example where it's actually prevailed.
Listen, I know a few of the talking points of people that are communist based, so I'm gonna do that. Okay, here we go.
I know, but that's one of the weird things.
God damn it! You gotta let me talk, Charlie. You gotta let me talk.
I know. Well, you're not naming one situation where communism.
You haven't let me talk yet, Bubba.
Well, it's never worked out. That's the point. It's an idea.
Okay,
do you want to hear my thoughts?
Yeah, go ahead.
Charlie?
Go ahead, Ducky. Go ahead, Ducky.
Yeah. So I would say the reason that I think communism would have worked in Cuba and still can if we lift the sanctions and the embargo on Cuba. Charlie, what's your rebuttal?
There are nations in Southeast Asia that live on their own and thrive. You don't need to be connected to other countries to have a country that thrives.
Yeah, but let me ask you this question. Can I rebuttal you then again? Even if we didn't have the help from, the United States, is it true that the United States is very persuasive? And, we all know that they're the superpower, right? We're the land of the free, home of the brave. We're the biggest, baddest, that's what a lot of people think. Now, do you think that the United States has a large influence over the other countries that try to, export into Cuba?
Yeah, but what does that matter?
So do you think that might be another reason as to why communism is failing? Because the United States have, they're puffing their chest out and saying, listen, you better stop fucking with Cuba.
You're arguing something that can't be proven either way. I mean, you'd have to try it to know.
Bex, is the United States puffing their chest in any way toward these other countries and telling them not to fuck with Cuba? Is she there? Where'd she go?
Yes, well, they are. Yes, they are totally.
Wait, are you talking to me?
Yeah.
The fact that it's a nearly global embargo is based off the America's sway. If the United States wasn't the superpower that these countries trade it with, they almost certainly would be fine trading with Cuba.
So what's your rebuttal, Charlie?
Also, those Southeast Asian countries are inherently linked to China. The only one that isn't is North Korea, and it's failing horribly.
And no,
You,
he said
you're
he
not,
talked about, but
you're
sorry.
not proving anything. You're coming up with the
Okay, I
communist
understand,
rhetoric. You're coming up
Charlie.
with the normal. You're coming up with the normal communist maybe coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Well, can I give you facts then?
About what?
Communism.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so is it true that in countries, well, this country, China, right, that there's been massive economic growth over the last 40 years?
Yes,
It
that's
Um,
is.
true. Yes.
but
It is. Hold on,
that's
Charlie. Would that be an
wait.
example of something working under communism?
Yes.
Okay.
Wait. I'm not going to do this where you just talk the whole time.
Well,
The
no, but you can talk
USSR
too.
actually, the USSR had a massive innovation as well during its reign until the US got involved
Okay,
in.
I'll say this, and I'm going to let him do
Yes,
his rant for
Mikey.
an hour.
Yes, green liquid.
So, one of the greatest arguments by the black community is that like single black females are the super rising superstar of education. Well,
They are.
when you come from nothing in the bottom, it's great to be able to achieve something. You can make great strides if you came from absolutely zero, and that's what China came from. So for you to say, "Oh, there's amazing strides in
The fuck?
China in the last 100 or 200 years," it came from zero, where people basically were living on a piece of
Who
dirt
gives a
eating
shit where
rice.
it started, though, Charlie? Who cares?
Well,
And even
look where
outside of that, like, so China came from dirt, and now they have comparable military power to the United States. How isn't
most
that a
people.
huge leap forward
Okay,
in
okay,
technology?
most billions of people in China still live on dirt and eat rice.
Prove
So
it.
don't fool yourself.
Prove
Yeah,
it.
for sure. No, I agree. Yeah, 100%. No, he's right.
So
Yeah, so
don't fool
hold on.
yourself.
Most people.
Yeah,
No,
in China.
So the majority, right?
no,
Yeah,
rural people in the rural, which don't make up the majority, but rural people in China do live pretty tight
a
lives.
billion people in China live on dirt and eat rice.
No.
So is it also China's lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty? Did you know that?
Okay, with the American economic system, we went from the 1900s within 100 years, where basically everybody is at least living on food stamps and watching Netflix. It's a way better than living on dirt system in 100 years
Then
that
why the
China
fuck? There's
has
still
done.
people in the U.S. living on fucking dirt right now, bro.
Yeah, and they're insane and addicted to drugs and have mental illness, but they're not doing it by
No, not
choice.
all of them.
Yeah, the ones that are on living on dirt are.
That's bullshit. That's a false claim. That's a
Yeah,
bullshit claim.
absolutely, absolutely not. You're the only reason you're living on dirt is because of a mental illness. You got kicked out of your job maybe for a month, and you pull yourself up and you get a job. You live at a. They have all sorts of places for homeless people. There are programs for people. There are food kitchens for people. There are food in California. You get over $300 a month. This whole like, oh, China has risen everybody off of the dirt. No, they haven't. But I'll tell you
All
what,
right, so
90% of Americans are able to get meals, like literally, basically live in an apartment or subsidized housing or some shelter or some place and watch electricity and television. Do they have that in China?
okay,
Absolutely not.
so you brought up California, and it's it's a very strong social nets and stuff like that. But what about the poor people in rural Louisiana? What about the people in Mississippi?
There we go,
What about
Dr.
the
Good.
people in like these people do essentially live in the dirt, on the dirt, in shacks. They don't have these places to go to outreach. When they do get free things, it's usually from private church ran charities and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
and
Very social.
they live in wooden houses and all have cell phones and get free food. So don't act like it's China. China, they live on dirt and eat rice.
All right, man. For the sake of me trying to learn here, respectfully, Charlie, when you make a claim like that, right? I feel like you just, again, you said it 4 or 5 different times that they live on, dirt and everything else like that. And
They
nobody in
do.
the U.S., I understand, Charlie, and nobody here in the U.S. lives like that unless they're addicted to schmugs or other things like that. Can you provide me with a source, anything like that I can study so I could, better
Okay.
educate
Do you know how people in China in the rural parts in the farm country live? Do you like as I do? Do you know how they live?
here in the U.S.?
No, in China. Do you know how they live in
Will
out
you
in the
tell me?
farmlands?
Will you tell me how they live, Charlie? Are you
Right.
Chinese?
Yeah, no, I've been to China a couple times and I have Chinese friends and I've worked with China and I'm co-partner and have a partner who is
Well, that's kind of
Chinese that
cool.
lives in Shenzhen. Okay. And you know how they live? They
Tell me.
live in like in a little hut, like basically it's almost like one room and there'll be like 8 people living in there. They sleep on a mat and basically half of them, more than half of them have to work 10 hours a day basically on the farm. There's no electricity. There might be one phone. Okay, this is how they live, and we're not talking about like in America, like maybe 500,000 people or 1 million people. We're talking about 1 billion. You understand
Okay.
that number? A
Yeah.
billion.
Okay. You're very emotional, man. It's okay.
It's passion. Go ahead.
I got you. I can feel that because I say the same shit when I get
I'm
loud. People
part
tell me
Cuban.
that.
I'm part Cuban.
Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look this up. Okay.
Yeah, look how many people work in the farms in the rural part of China.
Okay. I'm looking. What I typed in is, are the majority of people in China poor? There
Well,
we go.
that's a really like weird, like not subjective word to
Yeah,
ask for.
like here's the thing, like the people who live in China definitely live a lower quality of life than the average American, and to make
Yeah,
an argument outside of that is wrong. But they also do have different levels, like extreme poverty in China works on a different scale than extreme poverty in the United States
yep,
does. But that's also
Okay.
because that's how culturally they live. So when you're
yep,
describing what you're describing, like people living in a hut,
It says
eating
that
no food,
what the
like
data shows is extreme poverty has dropped dramatically over the past few decades. China's lifted hundreds of millions of people out of extreme poverty. By international standard, like the World's Bank extreme poverty line, extreme poverty is now very, very low.
do you know that number you just said?
Do I know it?
Yeah. Do you know what it was? Do you know what number you said?
Hundreds of millions?
Okay. Now, what's the population of China?
I'm not sure. Will you tell me?
I don't know. I'm asking. I think
Okay, well,
it's.
it's like
I think it's
2.2 billion.
right. So, do you know how many millions are in a billion? 1,000.
yeah,
You
I'm
said a
gonna.
few 100 million are lifted out of poverty when there's literally over how many is it? 3,000 million. You
Okay,
said
No,
a few.
it's like
That's such a
one
low
point.
percentage lifted out of
Stop.
poverty. Like I don't
It's
even
like
think you
one point.
understand the math you're saying.
Hey,
no,
it's like one point. Stop. It's like 1.5 billion. Bex, am I wrong?
No, it's bigger than that.
okay. So China's
Wait,
lifted
what? I'm sorry,
hundreds of
what?
millions. So we're gonna see the number of China. How many people does China have? Right. So it says
It's like 2
that
billion or something, or 1
China has
billion.
lifted hundreds of millions of people out of poverty. So let's see how many people live in China.
Okay, that could be 400 million.
Billion. It's one point
They have
something
billion.
billion.
Yeah, they're between 1 and 2 billion. I just don't know the exact number.
O-
It's
Okay,
one
there it
point.
is. That's 2,000. And you're saying they lifted.
I'm looking,
1.409
man. Calm
billion.
down.
But here's the thing, like
I
China,
was
like you
right.
said, like they're above what's that extreme
1.4
poverty,
billion.
which according to the World Bank is $3 per person per day. But in America, we go by what's called deep poverty, which is anything under $7,800 a year, which is like so
Bex,
much more money than that.
Bex,
It's like $37 a year.
It's like
What?
apples and oranges. It's like saying I've
give
lifted
me
Chinese people out
give
of.
me some more arguments. But the
It's
problem is
lifted.
Charlie's doing a great job at fucking making this argument look
So
really stupid.
More arguments
so
for what?
so I've lifted a few 400 million people from having $35 a year to $70 a year. I mean, who gives a shit?
You want arguments on what?
I want arguments to go against Charlie here because he's doing a great job at just fucking all of them up.
I'm sorry. I'm reading a book and I keep like zoning out and going back to my book. But Where are we at in this argument?
But yeah, so he's basically debunking when I talk about successful, which I don't believe this, but I'm pretending to be a communist because I want to be
Right.
able to debunk these arguments when I debate. Uh,
Right.
I'm giving him all these different countries, that have shown success under communism. I gave him China. He fucking dog walked that one. Uh,
Well, let's see. What was your argument against China, Greenlick?
No, he said that basically millions of people have been taken out of poverty, and
That's true.
yeah. Well, guess what? Hundreds of million in a country that has 2,000 million. That's 2,000 million. That means that what
Okay, so
they
right
did.
now,
So
China has a home ownership rate of over 90%.
no, they don't.
Yes, they do.
Not a home like yours and mine.
I
They have
don't
a
no, no,
hut.
no,
care.
no.
That's not the
Hold on.
point.
Don't be
They have a
disingenuous,
hut.
Charlie. That's
They
not
have a
fair.
hut.
No,
They
they
have a little
don't.
hut.
Be so
Yeah, they
fucking
do.
for real, Greenlick. Be so
They don't.
fucking for
Wait. What?
real.
Okay. What kind of house? Okay. Define a house in China.
A roof over your head.
Like a tent.
Yeah. I'm so sorry that you're so lucky in life, but yeah, a tent is better than nothing.
It's
Damn, you
not
see
a
how he did
house.
that? Do you see how he
So
did that, Bex?
they so
I got to be honest though. That's the problem. When he did that, I'm like, fuck. If I try to use that in an
yeah,
argument, people are
did
gonna
you
laugh at
actually
me.
look up the information, or are you just going off what he's going on?
I'm looking right now. Here we go.
You said a roof over your
Like
head.
arguing with Greenlick is stupid, anyways. But
No, no,
We got the
I'm
big
winning.
dog here,
You
baby.
said a roof
All
over
right,
your
What's
head
up,
is
so
a
Mikey?
house.
Greenlick, I can't do this when you're like be chill and have a conversation.
I'm making a
So
real argument. A
the
roof over
oh
somebody's
my
not a house.
god, Greenlick.
Can I say something to Mikey real quick?
Yeah, well, yeah, go ahead.
What's up, Mikey? How you doing? Are you there, buddy?
You might be
Mike.
distracted for a second.
all
Okay.
right, so like
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so like
Greenlick, mute.
right, so like I said, about 6% of the United States lives under the idea of deep poverty, which, like I said, it's under 21.50 a day, and up to
What was your
He
20.
question,
didn't
buddy?
say shit for that, bro.
What was your question, buddy?
Okay, thank you. Hold on, listen, Mikey. So listen, I don't know if you believe in it or not. Like, so I don't believe in communism. So don't come for me. But here's what I'm saying. Okay.
Hell no, bro. I'm maximum anti-communist, bro. I'm a
Okay.
super
Okay.
capitalist.
Okay. Cool.
What?
Cool. So I want you to help me, right? Debate Charlie here, right? Because Charlie is against communism. So am I. But for the sake of learning other argument points, I'm going to pretend I'm a communist, right? So can you help me debate him?
He basically
Are
wants to
you
make points
learning?
and have you debate back against them to try to help him gain his knowledge on this.
Are you learned enough on communism?
No.
Yes.
I'm new to it, bro.
Okay, so what should probably be done is you argue the justification of anti-communism, and I'll hold the position of being the communist.
That's a much better idea.
So then
Yes.
you
So
can understand the talking points and what forms of rebuttals will be given to the arguments that you're prepared to present to communists.
that's a
All right.
great idea. So you take your normal stance. Mikey's going to take the stance of a communist. You make your points. Mikey understands communism enough to argue it. And then
Get
you
him, Mikey.
relax. So Ducky, your claim would be something like communism has never worked or something
Yep.
like that, right?
Yeah. Yep. Hold on. Just give me 1 second, okay?
Okay, yeah, take your time.
So sorry, my internet just like fucking shitted out on me. I was on my hotspot. I didn't realize it. Now I'm back on my internet. But yeah, I don't know. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I did.
No.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. You should hold the affirming position of capitalism. I'll hold the position of communism so that you can understand the rebuttals that'll be given to you. And then you can understand communism a little bit better like that, or how individuals will debate
Okay.
communism against you.
As you're having this debate on a capitalist invention. Go ahead.
Okay, but but Greenlick, let them do this. Let Mikey help
Yeah,
Ducky,
so like,
okay?
okay, so like prime example, right? That argument right there, common talking point, by the way. A lot of older people will say this. When communism, no iPhone. Stupid fucking comment. Stupid,
Yes.
no value, not beneficial comment. Okay? This presupposes that there would be no forms of
Otherwise known as
production that would
humor. It's
occur.
humor, Mikey.
This
Okay,
Relax.
green light, green light, green light. I will drop
sure,
you.
that's
Let
fine. That's
Mikey do
fine.
this
That's fine. I'm
objectively,
just
please.
but I'm
He
clarifying
can't
because
make
like
fun of me, Bex, and I can't make fun of him.
even though listen, Greenlick, even if the comment isn't serious,
Go
people
ahead,
do
Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
unironically
I'll let you do your thing.
people
Go ahead.
yeah, people do unironically say this. That was why I was pointing it out. I wasn't saying if you're
I
saying it
think
in jest,
Mikey's
that's totally
got a
fine.
bit of a
Right, but
delay.
people will unironically say, "Oh, is there? Is there a delay?"
Just a tiny bit, but yeah, I just wanted to tell because it sounded like you Green Lake was talking over you, but I wanted to let you know. But you're good.
Okay, okay. So yeah, I was just saying if it's in jest, people will say that unironically, right? So when people make the comment of like when communism, no iPhone, right? That's not true. That presupposes that like production would not be occurring under communism. When obviously communism is a specific mode of production, right? It's just the way in which that it operates. So the main point of communism is just going to be the belief, right, that if it's an anarcho-communist, then they're just going to say no state. If it's an individual that is not an anarcho-communist, then they're just going to believe that the state needs to consolidate control over all industries, nationalize everything, and
You already lost them with the anarchy.
Okay.
make sure that the workers are able to have like a redistribution of the wealth that's
Yeah.
being produced from the system. Does that
Okay.
make
So
sense?
it does, Mikey. Thank you for not,
Okay, yeah.
over complicating it. Like I know you're really good at doing that. Not that you're trying to do it, but you do it because you're fucking smart. Thank you.
Yep.
So here's the topic. All right. Here's my claim. Here we go. All right. So I basically want to debate why communism doesn't work and how it's affected my family's country of Cuba. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to start with my opening statement. Here we go. So communism, it being appealing in theory, I understand that. But if we look, throughout history, it's repeatedly been a failed practice because what it does is the same thing I was telling, Bex earlier, is that it removes incentives and it centralizes power and restricts economic freedom, right? Like I said, Cuba is a clear example of that. We got decades of centralized control, and that's led to shortages. Low wages. I'd say limited opportunity, but there's also like external factors, uh, like sanctions. Those play a role, and even the consistent pattern of stagnation points to deeper problems, structural problems, within the system itself. So it doesn't work. There you go. Oh my God, dude, really?
I love that so much.
Okay. Well, if the argument is that the system doesn't work, just in reference specifically to Cuba, one thing I would point you to is that one, under communism, Cuba's literacy rates rose to the highest that they had ever been. They were over about 90% in the country as a whole. I'm still sitting pretty much there as a result in a pseudo post communistic Cuba, because we haven't really fleshed out the system of Cuba at this point. So that's one thing that I'd present to you. Seems that a system, one of the metrics that we would be able to give as to how a society would be able to be thriving or flourishing from a system is we can look at things like literacy rates. We can look at things like GDP per capita. We can look at those type of things. Literacy rates clearly rose under communism. So to me, that would give a telltale sign that the system did not fail the people or its initiative that it was set out to try to do. And then the other point where you say the systems just don't work or they fall, I would have to know what specifically you're referencing in that. And also, when you're kind of making this claim, are you also taking into consideration external influences on Cuba, such as sanctions, right? Oil sanctions and things of that nature that were put into effect against Cuba as they became communist?
Um,
Do you want, okay, so we could do this. Do you want Officer and Mikey to role play this, and Officer play the capitalist and Mikey play the communist and go back and forth?
we could
Well,
do
I
that.
have an
Officer might. I
argument
feel
for
like
the capitalist side.
I feel
Ed,
like
go ahead.
officer. I feel like yeah. I feel like officer would probably be better as the communist, so I can take the capitalist position, the affirming capitalist position.
That
Well,
might
the
be
only
better.
reason I brought
Officer,
it
do
up
you
is
want to
because I had
play?
a particular when you
But
were talking
strictly on
about
Cuba,
like
though,
when you
please.
were talking about the communism means no iPhone thing, and you called that argument that would be a stupid argument if I was someone who was pro the capitalist side. I think like there's an argument to be made like how could we have sustainable like if the argument of someone that wants communism is well everything will stay exactly the same. Okay, so that's fair. We presuppose that it's not a whole new different type of manufacturing, it's a different type of overseeing of that manufacturing. But how can you like sustain it without the ability of things like personal wealth and credit? Like, so how can we sustain? So there really will be no iPhone if there's no utility to an iPhone, which a communist society doesn't create. Right?
Well,
Back,
that's not necessarily true because like certain communists are going to be fine with there being certain luxury items, such as like in a modern day where
Right,
technology
and
is
that's
going to be
fair,
kind
but
of
that's how it should be
viewed
sold.
as a necessity.
look, can I say one thing? You know, I promise you guys I'll shut up again for 10 minutes like
No,
I've
let
done.
me
Yeah,
finish
no,
this
just let
line of
him,
thought first
but
because
just
I
let him
forget
say one
fast.
thing, please. So go ahead, Green Lake.
So you can use FedEx and the post office as an example, as FedEx was capitalist. Again, it has much more innovation than a communist post office. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, guys.
But again, focusing strictly on Cuba,
Uh,
you two, please, using
I was
that as the example only.
some
All
of
right,
the
so
I mean,
Officer's
that's a
gonna
good
play the
argument because there's
communist.
not a lot of iPhones in Cuba either.
There is iPhones in Cuba.
Yeah,
So
actually, there was a lot.
Officers, you want to play the communist, Officer?
I can. I was gonna say, Duck, have you read any like capitalist?
He's starting at communist. I told him to read State and Revolution and Das Kapital.
Yeah, but is he a capitalist?
Yeah, but he
I don't
wants to
support
argue against
communism.
communists. He needs to understand communism to start and then go into capitalism. But if he goes into capitalism first, he's not going to be able to like read
Uh,
communism without.
No, but Bex, he needs to read about micro and
I thought you
macroeconomics
were going to
first.
mute.
Oh my God,
Oh,
well,
I
no,
sorry.
can't. I can't do
I'm just kind of
47 fucking
wondering. I mean,
economic structures at once.
this conversation might be a little simpler not focusing on Cuba.
Well, but he's Cuban, so that's why he wants to focus on Cuba. His father
Okay.
came over in the Operation Pedro Pan.
Oh, okay.
That's why he wants to focus on Cuba because that's his history and he wants to understand.
Okay.
I want to push back on Ducky's claim that there are iPhones in Cuba.
There's iPhones in Cuba.
The girl that
There's
I
no
talked to
iPhones
in
in
Cuba,
Cuba?
yeah, the girl that I talked to from Cuba, literally in Cuba now, texts me, calls me on an iPhone. Well, when the power
Well,
shortage wasn't there.
well,
Right,
they
but
can
they're
thank
there.
capitalism for that.
The reason they're
Actually,
there.
weren't iPhones created, like, don't they make them in China? And China's socialist, so.
Yeah, without a doubt. That's why
I
I'm
don't.
talking about Cuba in
It
particular.
has to be invented first before it's produced somewhere.
Oh my God.
China is not socialist. They are state capitalist, aka they are fascist.
Right.
Just to be clear.
We love to see
Oh
a fascist.
So,
wow. Arguing that China's
Mikey,
fascist is crazy.
Mikey, it's at the end of the day, there's a lack of incentive, right?
100%. Wait, I'm so sorry. 100% Bex. They are absolutely fascist. You can debate me on that if you'd like to.
We
Right.
love to
I
see a
mean, like
fascist.
modern China has way more in common with Yahtzee Germany than it does with even like the USSR.
No.
Don't
Not
don't
Nazi Germany. Natsok is not the same as fascism. They have
Oh
more in
no, without
common
a
with
doubt, I
Mussolini's
agree with
national
you there. But I was just
syndicalism.
saying, I was just saying because I
Mike
hate.
is right again.
No,
uh
I agree. There's definitely a difference between NAGSOC and fascism, but I mean, under the
all
big
right, I'm gonna go
tent
back
of
to my
like
book.
state
Yeah, I'm
capital.
sorry, Bex. Mikey. So the problem with communism, in a nutshell, is that there's a lack of incentives, right? There's low, and
No.
lack. I'll tell you, lack of incentives, equal low productivity, right? In a communist system, the state controls wages and production, and people are more often than not, right, paid similarly, regardless of performance. So, like, a doctor and a fucking janitor, wouldn't they be making the same thing under a communist state?
Well, okay. I mean, a few things here. There can still be certain distinguishing facts of how much an individual is making. In a communist system, it's not the fact that there's going to be equal wages across the board. Goes to Marx's understanding, where he says, to each one's own ability, or to each one's own needs, to each one's ability, right? So obviously, as you're producing or providing more, right, for the society in a utilitarian manner, if you're not existing within some kind of like a cashless society where it's like a very just high level, like state socialist, then no, that doesn't necessitate that like a janitor is going to make the same as like a doctor. But what I would levy to you is, even if that were to be the case, why would you said it's a lack of incentive,
Yes,
right?
sir.
But you
But
but
Mike,
you're
Mike,
presupposing,
Mike,
yeah.
is your argument based on the communist place being connected to the world, or being just living on its own in its own world?
Uh, when I think of a commune, I'm thinking of a non-international. I'm thinking of like a national realist communist
Oh,
system,
okay.
not like an international
Yeah,
socialist
the
system, right?
Ducky, it's pretty simple. One, anytime you debate a communist, they're going to always move the goalposts because communism to most communists on the internet are some type of like anarcho.
Okay.
You have to like distinguish who you're talking to pretty quickly, and they're gonna trap you in the conversation if you don't. But if you like the biggest issue with communism is that they fail to like they eliminate market mechanisms and they think that they can push past that and they can't. You have to have markets, and markets have natural forces. This is why, like, unless the entire planet's going to adhere to something like communism, it fails because they don't have any interaction. So,
Well,
like, go
kind
ahead.
of, yeah, I was going to say kind of. I mean, yes, Marx's idea was of an international socialist system, right? One where the uh, views of hegemony on some kind of an individual scale are abandoned, right? And you're into some kind of a global hegemony, right? With some kind of maybe multipolar order, right? But there's also national communists, right? When we look at people like Mao was not like an international socialist, right? He just believed in kind of communism, or a more ordered towards system of communism for the Chinese people, right? Within China, he wasn't looking to like expand. And if you're confused, Ducky, when I use the term hegemony, it just means um, unilateral, right? Unilateral collaboration.
Thank you.
Officer, can I ask you one question, and I'll never ask you a question again?
If you have to, yeah.
Okay, so would you agree with, or expand on, or just go ahead and tell me I'm wrong, that one of the biggest problems with international communism would be that if you ended up making an inferior product because of a lot of reasons that are probably obvious, that you would be like a country that would be like post office competing with other countries that are like FedEx, and you basically would have a lower economy because nobody would be buying your product internationally, therefore the economy would suck.
Well, Green, like you keep going to the post
Yeah.
office FedEx analogy. However, the U.S. post office is in leaps and bounds more efficient for packages that are under 5 pounds.
Are you a
No, they
communist,
get
bro?
subsidized. No, the post office gets subsidized by the government because they go out of business every 15 years.
Is Moon Boots a communist?
Yeah,
No.
hold on. I
No,
think
he's a capitalist.
in the build off of Mikey's point, I think one of the biggest issues I saw like with Mao's China is they became like stagnated. Like they weren't able to keep growing past certain points. Why eventually, in my opinion, China had to open up its isolationist views and start engaging on like the world market. And the other issue is like it's very difficult for a government to centralize and plan. Like sometimes you cannot plan based on political decisions. You do have to plan based on economic viability. And if you don't, you could end up with like really immense waste, or you could end up with if you misplan or miscalculate, you'll end up like with famine. Like you're not gonna produce enough food.
Right.
Like
Like
those would be the
Mao's
biggest issues I
China
think I
ran
ever see.
into Lysenkoism.
Do you think that
Where
it's do you think it's fair, Mikey, for someone living in Cuba, right, that is works in tourism or to be receiving making way more than that of a professional doctor? Do you think that's fair?
Well, see, so there's something interesting in Cuba where it seems to be that the interests of a lot of Cuban people are ordered towards the healthcare sector. They have kind of like a surplus of doctors in Cuba. I mean, they send their doctors really around internationally because of how many doctors that they have in Cuba. So when you're saying that somebody's making more, one, I would have to see this just to make sure that that is the case, but I'll just grant it and just say, okay,
Sure.
that is the case. If that is the case, right, it seems that there's a few things that could, explain for that, which is one is going to be less utilitous, right, towards society. It provides more utility or benefit towards society than the other in the sense of its need, right, society's need for this thing. So that's where you might be able to see some kind of a system that kind of is directed towards them making more by virtue of that. But again, I'm not sure about the claim. I don't know if that is true. I guess I could check
Yeah,
real
I just
quick.
typed it in. I typed in, does everyone, make the same wage in Cuba? And then it gave me like some key details on Cuban wages. And what I saw was disparities, right? So it has salary structure, disparities, sector differences. But what I pointed out to you was disparities. And it says workers in tourism or those receiving tips often earn far more than professionals like doctors or teachers who are paid in
Oh,
local
they're
pesos.
receiving, yeah, because they're
Well,
receiving tips. So like taxi drivers
Yep.
is what
you,
you'd be
you,
referencing.
Can I
you
tap
know
Taxi
in
an
for a
easy way to.
drivers.
second? Can I
well,
tap
Oh,
in
go
for a
ahead.
Sure.
second?
Yeah, no, yeah, I wasn't in the middle of a sentence. We're good. I'm
What
joking,
the?
Bella. I'm joking. Say what you're
Oh,
gonna
okay. I
What?
say.
didn't.
No,
I didn't know you
Jesus.
would. I had to think about it for a minute. So I just, God, Mikey, why you do that to me? So I do remember that my parents, because my parents grew up in a communist country in Albania when it was communist or whatever you want to call it, dictatorship. Everyone got paid the same. So like a bartender made the same amount of money as a doctor. Someone who cleaned the streets made the same amount of money as a doctor. Everyone got paid the same. But
Yeah, and I
food and
think
housing,
Mhm,
food and
mhm.
housing was provided to them.
Right. And I think that there are some systems where that kind of order is capable of being able to at least function. Again, it's going to depend, right? It depends on what the needs of the nation or the people, right, are, and what best is understood as being able to serve those needs towards the working class or the
right.
proletariat, right,
Yeah.
within the country. So
And
so
there
in
was free healthcare.
Albania, yeah, so in Albania seems that there was probably more of a make sure or a desire that the people had to make sure that there was better systems or structures that were in place to be able to provide them, you know, that kind of healthcare, right? Make sure housing was squared away, all of those kind of things. And if you have those things squared away, seems that maybe the Albanian people were more accepting of kind of living a less than luxurious life, in the sense of they didn't really want or weren't ordered in their interest towards making more money because all of their needs were taken care of. They just wanted to have enough money to be able to do whatever kind of other things that they may have wanted to do. Now, what I
Yeah.
was going to say here with Cuba, taxi drivers is what you're referencing here, that often earn more than doctors, and that's due to a few things, right? It's due to the fact that their higher prices that they're charging is specifically to tourists, it's people that are coming from outside to in, and they earn foreign currency, which is obviously going to be more valuable than the Cuban peso. So that's where. So it's not in Cuba. It's not when communism he makes more than doctor, right? It's more when communism capability for taxi drivers to be able to choose their prices and take on foreign currency because there's not this idea of a standardized currency within the system in the same way. So therefore, they're able to achieve more higher value for putting the labor in that they are as being a taxi driver.
Okay.
You
Uh,
you know what, Mikey, and I could be wrong here.
Yeah.
Tell me what your thoughts are. I feel like the strongest argument against communism begins even like before economics. I think like just having a firm understanding of like what rights are, what governmental
I think
oppression
the
can look like, and
well,
how that can be experienced through the market is probably a really strong place to begin.
yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, I mean, listen, as the capitalist, right? I mean, like speaking to Ducky, right? As the capitalist perception, I think the biggest and strongest thing that you should do, which many communists will shy away from. I mean, you could probably neg probably 90% of communists just by virtue of arguing property alone.
mm.
Like this is how I'm gonna eventually just like fucking put Bex up on a crucifix in the heat sun by just simply asking her questions of
My
property
card.
that she won't be able to justify.
What are you going to be talking about? Like,
But
what about like food shortages? Like, so wouldn't you agree that like
well,
central
hold on,
planning the fuck
hold
out
on,
of too?
Ducky.
About
Well,
something like
hold up, Ducky.
communists.
You're getting ahead of
You're
yourself
getting ahead of
here,
yourself
right?
there,
This
buddy.
is what I'm saying. Like the pragmatics, I understand your desire, and this is typically how people want to address or attack communism, right? But if you really want to break it down to its principles, you want to strip the flesh and the all of the meat off of the bone and just get to the bones. The bones of the argument is going to be the distinction between your view and understanding of property and their view and understanding of property. And I'll explain to you how. Communists believe in
Okay.
a distinction. They believe in a distinction of property. They believe in a distinction of property in the sense of what we would call private property as capitalists. They're going to refer to as personal and private property. Now, where does the distinction come in? Personal property would be like your toothbrush, right? Something that you use, you're not making your capital with it, right? Individuals are not having to put their labor towards it, right? For this toothbrush to be able to exist as the toothbrush and to do what the toothbrush is doing for you. So it's personal property. Whereas a business, right? Something that is ordered towards accumulating capital as workers underneath it, generates profit, all of these type of things. This would be considered to be private property. So like
Okay.
your
So just so I'm
home, your
clear, Mikey,
toothbrush,
Mikey,
things like
just so
that
I'm
is
clear.
personal.
So I'm
Mhm.
distinct. I'm separating the two, right? So personal property, private property.
Yes, yes. So
Okay, I
personal
got
would
you.
be like your home, your toothbrush, your car, unless you're like an Uber driver or something. These would be personal property. Private property would be businesses, right? Things that generate capital from them. Okay.
Mike, can I ask
Now,
you one question and I'll shut up again?
You've been saying that,
you
dude.
would love that,
Okay,
Greenlick. What's your question, big dog?
so what about the morality argument that you should have the freedom to choose your life and how big you want it to be versus their morality deficiency that everything should be equal and there's some people would just basically live a half-assed life where you don't really get to really achieve.
Well, wait, repeat the question. I'm so sorry.
What about the morality issue that you don't have the freedom to like
Mhm.
choose what you want to do and achieve what you want to do and get what you want to get and earn things
Freedom's for
and the
suckers.
prop
Don't worry.
Well,
and then
so one
versus
argument. Mhm.
the communist argument that we're not going to let you choose what you want and earn what you want. We're
Well,
going to tell you what you want and you're going to live
yeah,
like a mediocre life.
yeah. Well, the argument that the communists would give in response to that is they would say that actually what hems you up from being able to do these things that you aspire to be able to do is the exploitative system of capitalism where you're kind of beholden and at the behest of the owners of the company or the private property that's exploiting or extracting your capital from you as you give them your labor. Communism is meant to fix this contradiction within the system, right? And they believe that in the fix of this contradiction, what it will result in is you feeling more fulfilled by virtue of better material conditions that you're experiencing, right? And therefore, in your fulfillment, right, not only will you want to give your labor to the system where necessary, but also you will then be ordered towards doing things when you're not using your labor,
Right,
that would offer
but
you
how
a form of.
how would you argue that that's a myth and a lie, and basically you're being stripped of your right to go and achieve?
Yeah. Simple. Simple. Even if you tell me that you know what's best for me, I think that I still should have the autonomy or freedom or liberty to be able to do so, even if it may be outside of your interests. Because I'm a rational being and I have the capability to reason, and to tell me that I'm not operating inside of my vested interests would imply that you know what my vested interests are more than I do. And that just seems to be contradictory unless you are Professor fucking X. Right? You don't know what's going on in my
You
mind. You don't know what my interests are.
you ever
Right?
range money
So,
through like usufruct, Mike?
what's up?
I said, you ever like run them through like usufruct and just like all the issues that comes with that?
No, like I said, I typically, like when I debated, bro, when I was an anarcho-capitalist, I was able to nag like 90% of communists because I was about to give the counter to the property thing, but I was able to nag like 90% of the communists on this app just by virtue of just discussing property. I would go up in their spaces, would say, "What is property?" And then they would probably give some weird kind of like definition that I didn't really think really answered the question. So then I would give my definition, which is property is just you know any resource that is capable of being able to have a claim over it. The only claims I would be referring to are ownership claims. Do you disagree with this? They would say no. Right, so then we'd have a set definition, and then at that point, I would say okay, and then typically they would slip up before that in their explanation, and they would already acknowledge that they give a distinction between property. When you ask them what is property, they're like, well, what kind of property are you talking about? It automatically shows you that they believe in a distinction. So then what you can do with the examples of personal property that I gave is you can just reductio
You're gonna have
them.
to repeat this again. I'm making a sandwich just so you know what I'm listening.
Okay, I got you.
You don't even have
Well,
to worry about this
you
part.
can just reductio them in response to that. Like I had a really funny reductio, which was like the golden toothbrush, right? I would just like force them to admit that there is a possible world or capability where like my personal toothbrush could actually be ordered as a form of private property. That if it generates enough capital because it's solid gold and like people want to come and see my toothbrush, therefore it's accumulating capital and profit off of its existence, then at that point there would be able to be a threshold that would be met where like my personal toothbrush would no longer be considered my personal property, is be considered to be private property and would be able to be subject to being able to have state control
Yeah,
over it,
yeah, that
which
that
obviously.
that gets pretty close to the usufruct argument. Go ahead.
Interesting.
Yeah, which obviously, right, majority of people are gonna hear that and they're gonna be like, what the fuck, bro? Like my toothbrush, dog? Like they're gonna be like my fucking toothbrush. So I mean that's a good one. And then obviously you can use the car. Well, what if my car is ordered towards generating capital or profit? I rent it out or have drivers that'll use my car as well as just using it personally to be able to give rides that I'm, engaging and earning profit from, reach again a certain threshold. Well, now my car is no longer my car. My car eventually becomes this thing that would be deemed as private property, capable of being able to, be exploited by the state holding control over the system.
Yeah, I do think that the property thing is the biggest issue because it's like even like with houses, 'cause I know that they distinguish like houses as being personal property, but then the issue's but like what if I'm selling pies out of my friend's house and we're both making money? Then does the state come and like take the house away?
Yeah, that's what I was talking to about Cusp in the comments. Because at the end of the
Yeah,
day, your house is still state property, especially if like you're taking the example to be like the USSR, where everyone lived in like Soviet blocks, right?
I always find though that like if I was to, like when I debate the communists, I always get pushed to the point though where they dissolve the conversation by arguing with me that communism is the breakdown and the withering of the state, and that it would eventually dissolve itself into like this, like the classless, moneyless,
The
stateless.
markets still
And
exist even without the state. That's the problem.
well, I mean, I get to that, but I also just tell them that they're slaves and that the capitalists will come take over their country or their what was countries because there's going to be
I
oil
always say, like
underground.
they can't, they can't really get past Adam Smith and the Invisible Hand.
Really can't get past not having a fucking government, but that's just me.
Right. Yeah. Well, obviously, because then you just have you're at the beck and will of whoever's the strongest, and then right there you're
Yeah,
back to
yeah,
Midas right. You might as
we're
well be
coming
fucking
we're coming for all the natural gas. Okay, we want all the oil.
right.
Give it.
But Mikey, that's where I fucking know you from. I knew you seemed familiar. I debated you like 4 years ago in Gamer
Does
Dads
everybody
Live.
know this
You were
guy?
an ANCAP.
Not gamer dad. Where's that guy been?
Gamer dad, bro. I miss that guy,
Where's
man.
that
Yeah,
guy
Oh,
been?
Gamer Dad was the
yo,
homie. I loved
Emer,
Gamer
Emer wants
Dad.
to come up and ask a question, bro.
Yeah, Amir, what's up, bro? You gotta come
Too
up.
easy.
But yeah, no, yeah. I thought I knew you too when I went and saw your profile. I saw your face. I was like, this guy looks so familiar. Like he sounds so familiar. Yeah.
I was arguing that imperialism was a good thing. And
Oh yeah, and you got. I guarantee you got whacked by me as an egg.
Get it, Mikey. He has a question, bro.
Yo, what's up, Amir? Wait,
What's
hold up,
up?
hold up. I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure nobody's confused. Go with this one.
Oh wow, and cap flag. Nice.
No, no, no. It's
Um,
not the egg cap. It's not the egg. It's just a yellow flag. It's just a yellow flag.
okay. Well, when it comes to distinction between property, I mean that is like you're kind of saying, well, that's the problem with the way that, Marxists or communists view this bifurcation of property, because, you can have something that's ostensibly, the utility is like, I guess, personal use or something like that.
Hmm.
But then the moment it becomes a profit generating, piece of property, whatever,
No,
oh, sorry, I got like a battery thing. Then
you're
it
good.
becomes capital, and like that's like a problem inherent or internal within the Marxist framework. But I mean, that's literally how it already functions within capitalism. As an example, you can think about like Uber or like Lyft or something. People have their personal vehicle, and that's their personal property that people think of it as like, oh, this is my car or whatever. But the moment they start using it to, like drive people around and those people they're driving around, if the
Mhm.
service itself is the revenue generating activity, then the car becomes capital. So it's like that isn't a contradiction or incoherent. It's not even really
It's not that
something
it's
that
a no,
only
no. It's not that it's
Marxists
a. Well, it's not
view
that
it
it's
as.
a
That's just
contradiction. The argument would just be that under like a free market, an actual, more free market system where like the state's not involved, you don't have the worry or the concern of this thing that's generating capital for you to now give the justification for the state to become involved with it, right? This would obviously operate under the notion that when a capitalist is arguing for capitalism, they're going to be arguing for free market economics. They can still have the existence of the government, or they can go full out anarchist, but the government is not going to have a relation to the economy itself. It's going to be a hands-off system that's functioning via the individuals right within the system itself.
well, that's like a different. I mean, the state is always intertwined within the economy. There's never been like a market in which the state was hands off or something. But you have a,
Only at the points where rights violations are is where we would say like that's how it was back in like the early 1800s when we were experiencing the industrialization. We didn't have the amount of regulations that we had and governmental or state involvement within systems. We had a mainly free market system where we had regulations was based around rights violations and things like that. Like everybody, I know communists always give the joke of like the children yearn for the mines, right? Talk about child
mhm.
labor, right? But it's also due to the fact of the free market, right, that innovation was able to take place to make child labor obsolete, right, in the industrialization.
I don't know if
So
that was a function of innovation more so than like
that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
people
innovation.
like protesting against that and like kind of having a a moral problem with it. But and I don't even like look. I when I make economic arguments, I don't really frame them within like a moral, like a normative framework or whatever. So
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't
that's
even
well,
frame
that's
things around rights. I don't. I actually, insofar as it relates to property or the economy or something, I don't really give a shit about rights. I give
yeah,
a
yeah,
shit about
exactly. And I
like,
think well, that's a good
yeah,
point. I just want to bring up to Ducky real quick. That's another thing that I was about to get to as well after I explained the property thing to him.
Yeah.
You had brought it up in the comments. Marxists, and this is where, again, you're not looking to change hearts and minds of Marxists or communists when you're debating them, okay? You're looking to the audience that's listening and the arguments that are being made. Majority of people are going to be ordered in society towards some kind of a moral understanding, right? Unless they've read Marx, and again, they're a Marxist at that point, right? If they accept Marx's, view about, materialism, absolute materialism, then they're not going to be concerned, like Amir said, when it comes to moral arguments. But for the audience that's watching, that's where these type of arguments come into play. Because when you get individuals, when you moralize the discussion that's going on, and you say that there are things that are happening that are wrong and are bad or should not be the case, right? The audience is going to be more likely to hear that out rather than somebody, no offense, Amir, obviously, like you're my dog, but somebody that just said, I don't care about rights. When we're talking about the economy, to the average normie, they're going to hear that. It's going to be a knee jerk reaction where they're going to say, oh, no, like, I don't want this.
well,
They're going to
look,
think
eh,
of
sure,
all
if
of
I
the
can reply.
negatives.
I
Yeah.
mean, the reductio to that is like, if you're a deontological libertarian or something, and you say, well, uh, taxation is theft, and that's like my moral normative framework, and then I say, okay, well, look, dude, it's like, if you have that position, and we're in a situation in which there's this part of a country, their water supply is totally destroyed, or something they're facing some like externality in which you know the solution is going to be some sort of like raising revenue in some way socially, you would have to say, well, yeah, you're morally obligated, you're morally disbarred from taxing me even a cent. Let's say it was a cent. I only have to tax you a cent, a rich person, in order
Yeah,
to
yeah, I know
address.
the argument. Yeah.
Okay,
I
well,
know
I'm
the
just saying
argument.
it's
If you
like
would like, it's like the if you
like
steal
you
it,
would
you
have
do
to
like if you
object to me
yeah.
taxing you 1 cent to
If
like
you
address a poisoned
hold
water supply if you're a
yeah,
deontological
if you
libertarian.
hold
I think that's
yeah,
evil and crazy too.
yeah, if you hold to absolute, yeah, if you hold to some kind of absolutist deontic view, then yes. But if you're like a threshold deontic view, then you could just say, well, yeah, this is going to meet a threshold that I would say that maybe there could be some necessity here. But also,
Well, couldn't I
even
adopt that
even
too? I mean, just for the sake of argument, I could just be like, well, I also have the same threshold virtue ethic thing where, I'm okay with people, some sort of like niche market or like, private property existing in some sense, to the degree in which it doesn't, cause emergent problems within the nation and disrupt social harmony and this kind of thing. And in instances in which it does, that's why monopolies arise, and that's why capital rises above the ability for the state to actually govern
well,
and have hegemony over the nation.
monopolies arise as we understand them and know them now because of governmental involvement, right? And then if you just say in a
No.
free market system that there's some kind of higher ordered capital that goes into a specific system because the consumers are choosing to go for it because it provides some kind of a service, right, properly, that the consumer is going to agree with, well, then I would just say that this isn't going to be this negative connotation of a monopoly that we typically ascribe when we use the term monopoly today.
Mr.
What if,
Sorry,
yeah, go ahead.
futurist. Um, so what is the argument I'm using? I didn't get to hear what you said. So when it comes to a communist, you were talking about their understanding of personal and or private property. Why am I using this to my advantage? What am I doing with this?
That's why I'd asked
Yeah,
you
well, you
earlier
can,
about rights. Sorry, go ahead,
yeah,
Mikey.
you can just use reductios where instances of your personal property can fit whatever like threshold or principles are required for this property to no longer be considered to be personal, and that it turns private and then you have some kind of ordered, some kind of piece of property that would typically be understand and ordered towards like your personal use. Like I gave the example of like the golden toothbrush or something,
Hey,
which is
can
what
I
I used
cut
to
in
use in
for one
debates
second?
where,
Uh,
no, where,
Doug, do you know what a reductio is?
okay, maybe that's a fair question. Maybe that is a fair
Yeah,
question, Michael.
What did he
like
ask?
that's what
It's a
I'm
fair question.
saying. Like,
What did he ask?
Do you know what
Do
a
you know what? Do you
reductio
know?
is?
Yeah. Do
Wants
you
to
know
know
what
what
a
a
reductio
No,
reductio is.
I don't.
Okay, I got you.
yeah,
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that actually, doctor. Um, Reductio is simply just it's taking the principled logic of somebody's position, right? And you're reducing it down, right, to its bare principle. You're applying that principle into a hypothetical to test whether or not they remain to be logically consistent.
That's
So
fucking
for
badass.
example, yes,
Give me an
exactly.
okay,
So
example.
yeah,
Doug,
yeah, I'll
can
give
you
an
give me an
example. So
example?
for an example,
Remember?
right?
Oh,
Mhm.
well,
That's
I had
fine.
an
Doctor, if
example
you want
because
to go on. Sure.
I was talking to him yesterday. Remember when we were debating about slavery, and you said
Yes.
all slavery was bad,
Yes,
and
sir.
then I took that logic and I said, well, you were a police officer, and under the American and. Please don't pick holes into this, Mikey, an officer, because I was just doing this off the top of my head. I know,
You're good.
but under the Constitution, slavery is legal, and you actually helped enforce that slavery. So, are you saying that slavery was bad too?
Of course, it would have been bad.
Right. So that would be a reductio. But what he just presented you, that question, that's what a reductio is. Right.
Give me
So
another.
you
Give
so
me. Give me another
so
example on how to do
well
that.
the example with him saying that, I can just explain it further for you so you can see maybe the damage of it. Right. What that reductio does is when you say all slavery is bad, he claims that the prison system or jail system is therefore an enforcement of slavery, right? Then you would then be not only denouncing, when you say, of course it's bad, you would be saying that a preferable world to exist in, right? Or a more preferable world to exist in would be one without prisons, without jails, or without police officers that are enforcing this slavery to be able to happen. And it's as quick as that. Him asking you that question, you giving him a response that is
Yeah.
consistent with what you said originally,
To
now
test my
entails
logic to
all
make
of,
sure it's logical consistent. Logical
right,
consistency, right?
correct. But that entails all of the conclusions that I just said, right? And so this is what we call reductio ad absurdum.
Where
What
okay,
this means,
so real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mike. I promise. Where are you
you're good.
guys learning all of this from? Is there a fucking book where I can go in and fucking study all these little
By fire, baby. I don't read trial by fire.
Fire and brim, yeah, fire and brimstone, dog.
Yeah, you can
Not that I
also
reductio?
don't read.
find
Not that I don't read, but I don't read books on fucking
Do you,
philosophy like
but
that. Like I think that's some
Ducky,
fucking nerd shit.
just
Ducky,
debate people that are better at you at debating, but also
I'm
willing
gonna
to
tell you,
talk to you about debating.
You just have
yeah,
to honestly debate. Debating is like an you just do it enough times,
I'm
That's
and
what I
you
mean.
have
addicted.
to
Trial
I'm
by
a, I'm a, I'm
fire,
a, I'm a,
baby. Trial by fire.
I'm addicted to debating. Trust me, bro. I'm trying to get
yeah,
better. So
Ducky. It's sort of how like people are learning on this side of TikTok now, like what rights are. Like people bit the biggest bullet a few days ago and said that slaves don't have rights, and ever since then, people have been getting spun around in multiple debates about what
Right.
rights are. You just have to learn the dumb because some stuff really is just dumb, but some stuff also is like people have never had to think beyond like the surface
The
level of like
surface.
like
Right.
you're right, like
And
just
also,
normal everyday politics.
But
That
Ducky, I'm
that's
gonna
what
start.
that's why that's
slaves don't have rights. But real
Ducky,
quick,
hey,
no, don't do that. Don't do that.
but that's
real
Ducky,
quick,
I'm
hold on,
gonna
hold on.
start. I'm gonna start a
Wait,
Phil
wait, wait,
Go
wait.
book
Let me
club.
wait.
Hold on. I want to
Okay,
get the
but okay.
what's the word reductio? What? One more time.
No, yeah, I'm gonna give you the reductio to that. That's what I was about to give you to that
No, what
position.
is
When you
the
say
word
slaves.
reductio something, sir?
Oh yeah.
absurdum.
Reductio ad absurdum, and what it means is that when you present the reductio, and you give your response where you say all slavery is bad. I gave you the reductio. Now, the ad absurdum part is all of those things that are entailed, right, in the conclusion, which is that you would then be anti police, anti prisons, anti jail. That's absurd, right? To many people within society, they're going to hear this and they're going to say, I don't want to hold Ducky's position. That's stupid. That's regarded. We need prisons. We need jails. We need officers, right? So, that's the purpose as to why you give a reductio. Now, to your point, where you say slaves don't have rights, I'll give you another reductio here. Right? If slaves don't have rights, right, then you would say that there was nothing wrong in the sense of slavery existing, right? Because there would be no rights violation that would be occurring.
Ducky, you remember
Ducky?
a few you remember a few days ago, Ducky, how I kind of
Fucking
walked
shit,
you.
bro.
You remember a few days ago how I walked you
Jedi
into.
mind tricks, my friend.
Do you remember a few days ago how I walked you into telling me that the H cost was acceptable because the government reduced dehumanized J's, and you had to
Yes.
like kind of yeah, that's like I took that position by asking you the same questions that Doctor asked you about rights, and then you made statements like, "Well, they come from the government," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, so the government can just say one day I'm not
That's
a
crazy.
person," or remember I said like, "Oh, so they come from God," and you were like, "Yeah, well, they could," and it's like, okay, so if a book apparently written by God wrote that it'd be permissible to unalive all the black people, that not carrying out the will of this God would then become you can sort of start walking people down certain lines. If they bite the bullet, then I mean, really, in my opinion,
That's
Yeah.
why I was trying to like give you the you said that you're addicted to debating, and that's good. And like I said, you should debate more, but you should
the rights
also only
argument's the
be
best
debating
argument.
people. You should also only be debating people that have some grasp on how to debate as well. Because if you
No,
just
hell
debate
no.
people who
No,
have no idea
hell
what they're
no,
talking
Ducky. Hell no, Ducky. You go in just like we all did, and you fucking blood sports these motherfuckers and reductio to hell and back. Bro. You go in and make these motherfuckers look absurd. They'll think you're the smartest person on the panel, dog. And then you just advance and go from there. I'm telling you, bro. I
But you're
held
also gonna get
no
cooked a lot
quarter.
too. You know,
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah,
Well,
yeah.
also
hey,
You're
getting
gonna
cooked
get cooked.
too.
Oh, 100%. You're gonna get cooked, Ducky. You're gonna go into a space where you're gonna think, right? That by the way, BM, I think you're very confused. We're talking about philosophy up
yeah,
here.
you
I think
gotta,
that
yeah, I
you're
was a
you're
BM.
you're
Don't
being
don't do this.
reactionary here.
Yeah, don't
But
do this, BM.
no, but anyways, again, my point, Ducky, right, is that you're gonna go into some spaces. You're gonna think because you're gonna be on a hot trail. You're gonna hit like you've like cooked like three people. You're gonna be traversing the streets of TikTok. You're gonna pop into a live, and you're gonna be like, I'm gonna strut my shit again, and you're gonna get absolutely bent over, hands pulled down, and done nasty. Okay, and you gotta accept it because
That's crazy talk.
it's a way that the debate talk works, and that's why we say it's trial by fire. You're going to
It,
succeed, and you're also going to publicly fail, and you need to be prepared for that. And don't crash out. Don't become a crash out. Just accept it. Say, you know what? I did not think about that. I'm going to have to go rethink my position. Right. Thank you for letting me know about this, or ask for clarification too, because you can learn from the people that best you. Take all the
mm,
knowledge that you can. Become a fucking sponge on
Yeah,
this app
that's what I tend to do. Like I said, I know that I'm gonna get my ass whooped. It's coming. I'll probably get my ass whooped Friday since he's not listening. But at the end of the day, it's
You're
Yeah,
gonna
he's
still.
get your
debating
ass
blood.
whooped when we debate abortion tomorrow. You're gonna get your ass whooped, but it's
Bro is
okay. You're gonna
debating.
take it like a
Yeah,
champ.
No, I
bro
haven't
chose
decided yet.
Blutman
I
for
haven't
the
decided yet.
bathroom debate,
Well,
bro.
you're
Yeah, I'm
gonna
sorry.
get
You're gonna
cooked
get
when you
cooked.
debate me on communism the next time. Wait, no, I'm
Yeah,
kidding.
that's also true.
Yeah.
It's
Um.
okay though.
I
It's
can
okay
prepare
because you're
you.
gonna learn.
I can.
If you debate me in abortion, you're going to learn several new arguments on how to debate against
What's your?
abortion if you
So
want
you're
to.
against it. You're against it, right?
Bluntman also
No,
learned
I'm
this
for
lesson
abortion. I'm
firsthand too.
No,
pro-choice.
she's for abortion. Yeah, she's
Okay.
for
Wait,
abortion. So you got
what?
to hold the pro-life position.
Okay.
But what I was gonna say was, Ducky, debate. I can prepare you. Okay, my young Padawan. I can prepare you to
No,
Mikey,
debate
what's
he's
against
happening right
arguing.
now?
90%.
I
I
want
can
him to.
prepare
I
you
want
to
him to come
no,
at me with
not you,
multiple
not you, not you.
arguments.
No, yeah,
Okay.
not you. I'm saying I can prepare you to debate against 90% of communists on this app, like I said. But if you run into my boy Amir, you're getting fried. If you run into my boy
Right.
Vega, you're
I
getting
know who
fucking
Amir
put
is.
on a plate.
Amir comes in
Okay.
Sports Moms Live all the time. I know
Yeah,
who he
if you're
is.
getting put on, if you're getting, yeah, but he debates, but he's being easy on y'all because he's debating geopolitics in there. He's not necessarily locking in because economics is his lock-in zone. Okay, if you debate Vega, you're getting put on a plate. Okay, if you debate
True.
any of their friends,
My voice is
right?
on.
You're like Sog. You're also gonna be
True.
put on a fucking spit roast. Okay, it's just
Vegan
gonna
Bolshevik.
happen.
Hold on.
Vegan
Spit roast is
Bolshevik,
Can I ask?
vegan
crazy.
vegan
Can I ask?
Bolshevik, you're
Can I
going
ask?
to have clown makeup on your face by the end of the conversation.
Listen,
Okay. And I can't prepare you against it.
can I ask BM Buffy a question because maybe she wants to smoke and shit, why not? BM, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you were bringing up black issues into this, and To my knowledge, no one up here is black, so I was going to help you
Oh,
out with that.
Officer, hold on. Officer's black, and he can talk on
holy
it.
shit!
No,
And
I
honestly, this
said
is Bucky.
to
This is
my
a
knowledge.
philosophical conversation, and like, so we don't like. We're talking about much bigger issues than like who gets to talk about what. On my panel, it's free speech. Everybody can talk about anything.
Well, I think anybody can talk about anything.
Okay, so then why are we asking who's black?
What's your argument, lady? What do you want to debate
Yeah, we're
about?
just no, dude, Ducky, just don't even,
Okay.
not
Yeah,
even
no.
with this, not
Let
with
me just
this.
handle it really quick. So, if anyone can talk about anything, then there is absolutely no reason why everybody needs to give their race on the panel.
Okay, you don't have to. My race is just obvious.
Right. So that's great, and I'm super happy for you. But we're having a philosophical conversation that doesn't require anyone
No
to
one
have a
is
specific
stopping
race.
you.
Well,
I
you are,
haven't
because
said
you came in and
anything.
you immediately asked who's black, and you immediately asked if anyone on the
I
panel was black.
No, I did not. I said
Yes, you
I
did.
don't know if someone else is black, but I heard a comment
But it
about
doesn't
black
matter.
people.
Right, but it
Yeah,
doesn't matter
but
because
it
you know
doesn't
what?
matter.
We all exist in a world with black people, right? And that's part of the population. And so
Well,
when
it's
we're
also not
talking
even.
about
Okay,
things
so
that involve all
okay,
people,
No, it's not
philosophically,
even
do
that. No,
you
Bex, it's not even
then
that.
we can
When it
talk
comes to,
about this
hold on, wait,
philosophically. Do
real quick,
you
BM,
philosophically believe
I
that
don't think you know what philosophy is.
no,
Because you don't know what a reductio
I
was.
I
We gave a
am
reductio.
I
We gave
am
a
actually
reductio
answering
about
I'm
slavery. We gave a
answering the host. I'm
no.
literally answering the
I don't.
host.
I don't even care about any of that. Right? I don't care
Philosophically,
about any of that.
is
None of that. I don't know what any of that's doing
how
there.
dare
No one
I don't
even
know
said
how dare
black
what's.
I
people, by
speak?
the way.
I don't know
No
How
one
what's
even
dare
said
I?
happening
black
there.
people.
How dare
Right?
I answer a
We didn't even
question?
say black
We
people. We
love
I
just gave
think
a
everyone.
I think she's
reductio.
talking about
I
because they went to
asked.
rights for like 2 seconds, and
Yeah,
this
but
is
No,
that
it's
was
because
about
appropriate time.
it's because
slaves.
we gave a
Black
reductio
people
about
weren't the only
slaves.
slaves. There
Right.
was
Yeah,
Yeah,
slave
black
that's
people were not
societies
the only
before
Oh my God.
slaves.
If you
chattel
guys
Yes.
don't
slavery.
stop choking on these $2 words because someone educated
Okay,
$2
you
yeah, so you
can't
don't
look, I
understand.
words.
So you
swear to
don't
Educated.
God.
understand. So you don't
Nobody even
understand.
said a
I
big
fucking
word.
can't.
You're done. You're cooked. Like,
Not
Oh,
now.
leave.
Yeah,
dude.
you guys
Please
got me.
leave.
You're right.
Well, I don't understand. We
Leave.
were having like a really deep conversation about
I
communism and
understand that.
capitalism.
I didn't say anything. You asked me
You
a
did. No,
question.
you did. You came into the chat. I'm going to go scroll up right now. You came into the chat. You started with this with, do you want to explain black? Are you black? Then you said, do you
Yep.
want to explain black experience? And then you said, are you confused? I said, what does the race have to do with it? And then you got in the panel and said that you're not aware of anyone up here being black.
Yep.
So
Yes.
again,
Yeah.
nobody mentioned race but you.
There's slave
No,
societies
See,
before
that's
Ducky.
chattel
not
See, so
slavery.
true.
Ducky, this is wait, no, this is a learning moment. Actually, I appreciate you,
This
Ducky.
is a
This is a
learning
prime
moment. I
example.
can't wait for this. This is
Yeah,
gonna be
Ducky.
great.
This is a prime example of what I talked about, where you're gonna come into some spaces and you're gonna think, ooh, I got this. You're gonna be pounding your chest, ooh, so confident because you hear something that you're like, yes, let's run it. And you're gonna jump in a panel and you're gonna look like Boo Boo the motherfucking fool, such as the person above me does. And it's
Yeah,
just gonna
he got
happen
me.
because that's how it goes on Debate Talk.
Because
You got to be prepared for
that's why
that.
when I came
Thank
up
you
here
for
I went
coming in
on
and
mute.
physically manifest. Thank you for coming in and
Mhm.
physically manifesting what
Mhm.
I was talking to him about. I actually appreciate that. It's a learning moment. It's an
Mhm.
example.
I appreciate you know what? I appreciate you clarifying that to me. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I'll
You
clarify
did
anything you
low
need.
key. You did low key
Yeah.
jump the gun
Anybody
because
else want to
look,
clarify anything else
yeah,
to
yeah.
me?
I'll
Because
go ahead and clarify
clearly
shit.
I'm
I'd
dumb.
love to. I'd love to clarify.
This would
Well, I
be
just want to
great.
point. Look, it's not even about you. I just want to point out, like, just as an example, we didn't even like specify, what era of slavery or something. There was slave societies in like Greece, and the Romans had slaves. And there's slavery extending, from those societies into chattel slavery. You don't even know which kind of slaves we were talking about. We were just talking about, the like whether slaves had rights, whether you could quantify those, how you can speak about those, if slavery still exists today. So like you came up here sort of assuming we were talking about chattel slavery in America
No, you said
because you
black
wanted to
people. I
have
didn't
the
say anything about
nobody said
slaves.
anything about
You
black
We
said
people.
never
black
You
said
just
people.
We
black
said
people.
you
We
heard
never
that.
slaves.
once said
You
black
No,
people.
you
imagined
We
that.
said
said
black people,
slaves.
And
bro.
that's your
No,
fault. You
we did.
shouldn't assume in a
Okay, bro.
That's my
conversation or in
fault,
a debate or
totally.
something.
No, it
Totally.
is.
Okay.
It is a deeply ingrained problem because we talked about slavery and you heard black people. That is
Yeah.
a problem.
Oh yeah.
That is an
It's
actual
on
personal
me.
problem.
And you can
You
just
said
like say my
black
bad.
people.
Nobody said
It's
black
also
people.
it's also in part the format that we're having this conversation. People are just scrolling through. People aren't hearing the first part of the conversation and the second part of the conversation. Somebody's scrolling through and they're hearing this snippet, and that's what they're able to respond to.
Maybe
So
they shouldn't be
what
reactionary
Exactly.
rather than
They
us
should listen.
you guys are
rather
having
than us
this
putting on
argument
like white
assuming that
armor, rather than putting
somebody
on
is
white
scrolling through
Well,
and
look
they're
what
armor,
happens
all
when
rather
you
than
of
putting
assume.
the
on white
context.
armor, rather than putting on white armor, we should hold each other as adults and say, "Hey, don't
Or we
become
should be aware of the
reactionary over
format that we're
4
having these
words." Yeah,
Come
conversations.
dude, you're
on.
such a fucking dude. What a
There's
fucking
an
caper,
Okay,
dude.
okay, okay.
there's an
I think
equal
Caper.
there is something to be said here because like if I scroll into a live, I normally listen to the conversation for like at least 10 minutes before I comment or
I
join the
did.
panel.
I did.
Because if you had, you would have realized because Buffy, I watched you scroll in and immediately comment. And this is my unless you were watching from the hallway. But we were not
I
talking
was
about that.
listening from the hallway. I
There's
was.
no way you were listening because then you would have known that what he was doing with that comment had nothing to do with the conversation.
But you're saying he didn't say black people.
Okay,
And
bro,
he
No,
I'm
he
didn't.
over
said
this.
And
Okay,
slavery.
I'm
nobody
bored.
said
I'm
black
bored.
people.
I'm
It's just like
bored. I
objectively.
don't
And
even
also,
care.
to the white knight guy, it's like,
You're the fucking caper,
she
dude.
literally lied and said that we were talking about black people. So it wasn't just like she assumed, she literally is like asserting that something took place in the conversation that didn't. So
Oh
I
my
think you should
god.
probably stop while you're ahead.
Yeah,
You're
yeah. Put the
right.
cape
I
back
should.
in the closet. Put the cape
I
back in
just
the
love it
closet,
when I
buddy.
get
There you go.
educated.
That's
It's
good.
my
We all
favorite
should love
thing.
that.
Well, hold on.
It's
Let me
good. It
ask you
is
this,
good.
Buffy. Let me ask you this because you've been on my panel a couple
Sure.
times. You told me that you're like super educated and whatnot. So, do you think that you know everything there is to know?
No.
Okay. So, do you think that possibly there's stuff that you could still be educated on?
Yes.
Okay. So, maybe because I agree. I also don't know everything, right? And I like to get educated as well. I like to learn things from other people. So again, this is a conversation that like doesn't happen a lot on the regular debate talk panels. It's like below, it's like not Democrat versus Republican nonsense that we normally talk about. So I think that maybe you weren't aware of what the conversation was about, and that's fine. But I think you jumped on a word, and it's not what we were talking about.
I heard a word. I
Not goy
listened.
slop.
I commented in the comments, and then I felt as though I was like, I'm gonna request and see if I can comment it because I didn't see any people of color. Now I was wrong. That's fine. I was
I,
wrong. There was another person of color up
I have a
here.
question. I
I
have a
was
question.
wrong.
I have a
I could
question.
take that.
That
No, no,
doesn't
no, no. You're good. No, you're good. No, you're
matter.
good.
It
No,
does
no,
matter. It does
Why
matter
does it
because
matter?
Hold on,
Why does it
can
matter?
officer respond, please?
You're here now. You're here now. So let's talk. BM, did slaves have
sure.
right? Did slaves have rights?
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
Well,
Seriously?
you're
Just
here
answer the
now.
question.
You're here now. We're talking about it.
No, no.
You don't want
No.
to answer the
Why
question?
not?
The answer is no.
Oh
No,
Why not?
shit.
You
the
asked the
answer is no.
question,
Okay.
I've answered it. No.
Okay. No, no, no.
What
Everybody
are you
just.
fighting
Hey,
for?
hey. Okay.
You go ahead. Actually, go for it. Never mind. I'm sorry. I'm being rude because I'm bored.
Buffy, why did slaves not have rights?
They had the inability to defend if something happened to them and go to law enforcement and say this isn't right and have whatever the law process prosecute someone that harmed them. So no, they didn't have rights.
Okay. What are rights?
You mean like what's in the Constitution?
No, like what's a right?
Like what's in the Constitution?
No,
No,
not
like
an
what's a.
example, not an example, a definition.
Yeah, like define for me what a right
What
is.
the Constitution says as individuals who
Oh,
reside
I
in the
get it.
United
I get
States
it.
of America.
No, I'm sorry. So, okay, so you're telling me that rights are things that are bestowed to you by government, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so the Holocaust was acceptable then, right?
Oh shit.
I said in the United States of America, our rights.
Yeah,
That's not the same thing.
but you
Yeah, but
also,
we're
but
the
oh, but you also agreed though to what I said, which is rights are things that the government bestows upon you by way of law. So we
I
can just
said in the
expand that.
United States of America.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll bring it back domestically. So the internment camps for the Japanese was acceptable. That was a moral and ethical thing to do, correct?
No,
Okay, but how? Because they
we
had
were
no
not
more
given
rights.
human rights.
But the government didn't give them rights. But the government retracted
It
those
does.
rights. So
That
why is it no longer
they said
acceptable?
individuals in this country have unalienable rights. Yeah.
Okay, so now they're inalienable. So where do those inalienable rights come from, if not the government, according to you?
It's not according to me. It's according to the Constitution.
So it's now
This
we're
is an
back to
appeal to
government.
legality. This is an appeal to legality.
So now we're back to
This
government. Okay.
government was founded on that.
Yeah, you're
Literally.
just appealing. You're just appealing to legality. Here,
I'm
let
gonna
me.
pass it off to my boy Mikey. But the fact you
When
said
we
slaves don't have rights is abysmal.
when we
Okay,
talk about
so but
rights, when we wait,
okay,
hold up,
if you are
just hear me,
individuals that
just hear
abide
me,
by rights and laws,
just
then
hear
you
me.
abide by the Constitution. And I don't even know that much about the Constitution.
No,
I
yeah,
know
that's
at
fine. We're not.
least that.
That's okay. That's okay because we're not. That's okay because we're not talking about the Constitution. We're
Okay, so
talking
then what
about
are you
rights.
talking about?
Yeah, I'm explaining. I'm explaining it to you. It's okay. Right.
Okay,
What
I
we're
love
talking
it. I
about.
love it when someone
What
explains
we're
it to me. That's best. That's the
do you.
best.
Yeah, I figured it is. When I'm confused, I like explanation. So what I mean and what anybody means when we ask you like what are rights is we're referring to a concept. You understand and say like, oh, like my rights have been violated. I can mean, which is what you were getting at, some kind of legal ordinance, right? The government puts in place to limit the freedom of action of man in society. Right? That's fine. But those only come about by virtue of understanding that man has this concept for the way that we exist with one another in a society so that we're able to peacefully coexist with each other, which that's what I would define right. So a
Okay, so
concept we understand that allows us to peacefully coexist. Say that
okay,
yes, would say that yes, slaves did rights. Their rights were being violated by slavery, which was the argument and reason why they were needing liberation and slavery needed to be abolished. This was the argument made by the abolitionists. They said these individuals do have rights. These individuals are not property. They are moral agents just like you and me. Therefore, we are not treating them in the manner that we would want others to treat us so that we can peacefully coexist within a society together. Does that make sense?
not at all. But
Okay.
the
Okay.
beginning part I want to ask. So you're saying it's rights are a concept.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay. So if rights are a concept, they can be discerned by one viewpoint versus another. Like, let's say an
No,
extreme
concepts can be
leftist.
objective.
No.
So you don't
Yeah,
believe in
Concepts,
objective.
objective
That
rights.
thank you. That's the word.
yeah,
Objective
concepts can be
can be
objective. They can also be,
objective. So who
which
gets
means
to
that no, which
decide?
means that they're no. When they're objective, that means that it's not dependent upon the individual. It's not dependent on the mind. Objective means independent of a mind.
Okay,
These
so
things
okay,
exist
and so in your
outside as a
argument,
fact of reality.
okay, so in your argument in the judicial system,
Mhm.
when a jury or a judge is giving a verdict towards someone, it's based on their concept of and their
Well, no, when we
bias
talk about, oh no, when we,
onto something. It's
Mhm.
bias. That's not real. That's why laws exist to say this
No,
is
Well,
this
no,
and it's
no,
not
I
their
that.
interpretation of rights.
I
Someone's
understand
finally
that the
figuring out
vodka
that
is
rights
telling
aren't
you that
real.
it's understand that the vodka is telling you that that's a correct thing to
I
say. No,
understand that you think
that
so.
just
And that's
means
cute.
that
That's really cute
just
though.
yeah, no, it's okay. I bet
It's
hey,
very cute.
everybody likes to relax after a good long
Well,
Monday, right?
I
But
because I
Um,
oh
it's the
my bad,
interp.
Mike.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna say when judges do that, like Amir said, it's exactly what I was gonna say, which is that's how they're interpreting these rights. That's the purpose of what the
that's the whole
judicial
point of a
system and
concept.
litigation does. Is that their interpretation of this thing is what's being actualized. Now, can their interpretation be wrong? Yes.
Oh my god.
And look, because I got a job, I got to go to sleep, but I want to say,
Yeah, yeah.
to give her some credit, because I know everyone's kind of dogpiling on her. It's like I think that a lot
I
of
don't really
people.
care.
Okay, whatever. Well, just to make a more abstract point, I actually didn't know how many people thought that like rights were wholly derived from the Constitution and that there wasn't like a wider abstraction, that rights were like existed beyond America and existed beyond the legal system and stuff. But maybe that's kind of by design. I think in a lot of ways in America, we are kind of led to believe that the rights you have, they're wholly derived from this piece of paper. You don't have rights outside of that. And those rights can be taken away from you by the same, legal body that gives it to you. So you should be fucking
Right.
grateful about that or something. Whereas, like, no, insofar as we understand rights, these are given to us by God, and they're inherent to us as human beings.
Yep.
And that's probably an important discussion. And, when people
Then
arrive at that
you
conclusion, it's probably because that's what they've been told their entire lives. And it's kind of fucked up that they think
right.
that
Well,
anyway. Yeah.
you can also make a secular argument for why rights exist, just simply instead of saying that they were given to us by God, that we just recognize that these things exist because of the fact that we're moral agents. So therefore, being moral agents, we are going to recognize that we have to treat other moral agents, right, in a manner that would be an acknowledgement of these restrictions of the freedom of action that we would be able to take.
So yeah,
Right.
Right.
where
Like
does morals
the
come from?
argument that was given, by the abolitionists was the argument of self ownership, which is why they said that slavery was, null and void. Right? It was John Locke's view. Now he believed in shared ownership because he believed that God, who created man, had a form of ownership over man as well as man has over themselves. But yeah, self ownership is just the belief that your mind is the owner of your body. So at that point, right, ownership or claim has already been made over your body, which would be a form of property. And then, it would be obviously incoherent or a contradiction, right, for an individual to then own you because you are already owned. The claim is already made over your body being your property because of your mind, your agency.
Yeah, I think one of the more concerning things too is how many people have the conversation about rights at like just a normal political level without understanding that the rights you have are just like inherent. Like
Right.
the fact that we engage one another creates rights. So like that's
Mhm.
why I went international with you, because
Can you
BM, you can't
repeat? Wait, can you repeat that back to me? The fact that we engage with each other means we have rights. Is that what you
yeah,
just
or
said?
yeah, so
Yes.
like there'd be something called like island theory, where if I'm on an island, there's theoretically no rights because there's nothing to engage with.
Right.
I'm
Or like
permitted to
if
do
you're in
So
your
whatever I
own
when
want.
you
claim.
engage with
Yeah.
Yeah.
police officers, do you get to say that?
Man,
That's
what are you
funny.
doing?
Yes.
That's real funny that you're asking
I'm
him that.
just no.
Go
Man,
I'm
Man.
asking.
what are you doing?
No, I'm
You know you're
asking if you
talking to a
engage.
police officer, right?
No, but
ahead.
No,
even
I'm
It's not even
asking if
that.
you engage
that's
with a police officer, you can be like, "Well, look, I have my own rights.
Literally
My rights are not
everybody
your
does.
rights."
that's
Too
That's
drunk.
like the
Too drunk to
standard first
understand.
response to a
that's
police officer is I
literally
have
that's literally the
rights.
source of every time a
Too
police
too
officer
drunk.
has been sued.
Too
It's
drunk
been
to know what's
over
going on.
rights.
Too drunk. Instructions unclear. Penis stuck in ceiling fan.
Yeah, clearly that's exactly what's happening.
Hey, Officer
Yeah.
Real Talk.
What's up?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm
slaves.
drunk
I want to
and
say that
there's a penis in my mouth. One
slaves had no rights.
What? I
Relax.
said stuck in a
What?
ceiling fan. What?
That's
Yeah,
not
relax.
that's not what he said.
Yo,
I just want to make sure because
what?
I don't that's let's just make it so clear that that is definitely not what he said.
Can we
That's
do it,
not
officer?
what I said. I said too
What?
I
drunk,
did. Hold
instructions
on,
unclear,
Ducky.
penis stuck in ceiling fan. What the fuck? Where
It's a
did the mouth
classic
come
meme.
in? Yeah,
What's up,
exactly. Yeah,
Ducky?
where did this class?
Yeah, slaves had no rights.
Oh Jesus Christ.
Ducky, why? Why are we
Yeah,
doing this?
Ducky, go to
Ducky.
bed.
No, hell no, bro. Hold on, because I'm gonna fuck around with this a little bit.
Okay,
Right?
so argue back
Okay.
at
Oh
him.
my god.
Okay.
Uh,
Ducky, what are rights?
no, hold on. I want to make a statement first.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
You made
so
a statement. Slaves
I
had
Ducky
would
no
say,
made the
Great,
statement.
rights.
great. Yeah, you made the
well,
claim.
let me get a little grace because I'm new. It don't matter. Here we go. So, enslaved people were legal property. Would you agree?
No,
Why not?
people cannot be property. I reject the premise.
Didn't the laws
Wait.
define?
No way.
Didn't the laws define enslaved people as owned objects and not citizens?
Sir, why did you do this?
I'm asking
The
Officer Real
bit
Talk.
if the law violates the basic principles of the inherency of the rights, then the laws themselves don't have to be adhered to. So I can reject the premise. this. People were never property. The government was just aggressive.
I understand. So could these individuals that you say weren't property, right? Which I say that they were. Could they be bought?
They could.
Yo.
Oh, okay. Can property be bought?
They can.
Okay. So could these slaves be sold?
They could.
Can property be sold?
They can.
All right.
Yo, real fast. Sorry to interrupt. I just want everybody to know that I'm hard right as fuck. I'm so fucking hard right.
Great, dude.
Oh wow.
So are
You're
several other
not.
people on the panel. Welcome. Anyways.
You're
Congratulations.
Hard right
not.
as
He's not.
fuck.
He's not. He's just like
Oh.
a corny leftist kid that thinks he's edgy saying that.
Oh
Oh,
wow.
okay.
You're a
Even worse.
cornball.
So
Now, anyways, yeah, dude, officer, no, dude, I gotta neg this I gotta nip
You
this
wouldn't
in the
do
butt
it?
because I'm not listening to this. You could have immediately just said, "Yeah, see, can we just drop this, dude? This is absurd. Not funny, not entertaining at all. Go get
I
the
can't believe
attention
we
from your
dropped
parents that you
Amir
were
for that
starved
guy.
from."
Like, what?
Right. But
Amir
Yeah.
did
anyways, yeah,
that?
you guys dropped him. I thought he said he had to go to bed.
Oh, he was
Amir
going to
asked to
bed.
be dropped to bring that guy
Oh,
up.
wait,
and he
I
But no,
hit
but
didn't.
accept.
That
anyways,
was the part.
Hold on. That was a
anyways,
mistake. My bad.
no, you're good. But anyways, you could have negged this so quick, officer, when he said we're a slave, because I don't think you heard him fully, because you automatically were rejecting when you didn't need to. And were slaves considered legal property? You could have just said, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that they didn't have rights.
Oh,
well,
I
I'm
mean, I
gonna
didn't know
get
that,
there.
but I just wanted to kind of,
I'm getting there.
I
I
wanted
wanted
to
to
neg
argue.
his IQ question there, though. Well, if they're property and this is property, doesn't make that property. Like that question was really what piqued my interest in Ducky's argument.
Right. So if I can continue, right? So can property be inherited? Who's
Yeah.
answering? Property can be inherited. Cool. And so like I said, slaves are property, right? Let me get. At the end of the day, the laws that I'm talking about, right? When it came to laws defining enslaved people as owned objects, right? These laws they restricted enslaved people's freedoms. And what I'm trying to say is that you can't have rights if you are legally classified as property. And like I said, they were legally classified as property.
So the government determines where your rights are.
Say that again.
So the government determines rights.
You're about to say the Holocaust is okay again, Ducky. Give it 5 minutes.
No,
Wait a
what I'm gonna
minute.
say.
Wait, if the government doesn't tell you what your rights are,
Buffy, we're doing something. What was that, Mikey?
Nothing. That was me wincing out of pain over the fact that interjection happened. Please
What'd you say?
continue
What'd
back
you
to it,
say,
boy.
officer?
I said so. Your argument is that the government grants rights, and it grants what's permissible
Yeah, no, it doesn't
with
grant
those
rights
rights.
to property, and they were property.
So your argument is that the government can create property, and people it can reduce the rights of people to a point where they are property.
They weren't people in the eyes of the government. They were property.
But were they people before the government?
Were they slaves before the government?
No, were they people?
Yeah,
No,
were
I'm
they
asking. So
people?
I'm giving him a counter question. Were they slaves before the government?
Yeah, but slaves are still people.
No, they're not. They're property.
Slaves are people.
No, they're property. I reject that. I reject what you said.
You're just appealing to the authority of the government. They're
They've now
people.
proved that they're not a person.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
I
you have
can do
to.
that. I can absolutely do that, right?
Okay.
So I can prove that they're not people by simply saying this. Enslaved, property, right? Because I'm not going to call them people because that's not what they were in the eyes of the government, right? I believe that they're people, right? But the government isn't looking at it that way. Could they choose where they wanted to live?
Let me ask you a question, Ducky.
Well, hold on.
Hold
Could
on.
Can you choose where
I
you want to live?
don't want to become circular with this. I don't
I
become circular with this.
wasn't going to be circular. I promise. I was going somewhere.
Well, I think we can prove they're people pretty easy. I'm gonna ask you two questions. Are slaves living beings? Are they living beings? Slaves.
Wait, are we going to personhood?
That's what I was getting ready to do. That's what he was going to take me there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Are slaves alive? Are they living beings?
Yes.
What group of living beings would they
no,
belong to?
but okay, but when you let me, and I want to
Buffy, you're
answer
too
the.
drunk for this.
Just hold on. Just let her talk, please, for just 1 second.
Listen,
You want to say
yeah, just
no?
let's.
Let's
I'm
just
trying
take
to.
no.
I'm trying to tell you. In the Constitution, it says a
Shut the
black
fuck
man.
up.
Okay, hold on. Buffy, okay, let me just say something to her and then
Oh
you
my
guys can go back to it. Buffy, we are not talking about the Constitution. We are not even talking about America. We are talking about the actual rights, right? Like the base of the argument is rights. We don't care about the Constitution. We don't care about America. We don't care about that's America's only 250 years
Those
old.
three fifths
These
of
things have
America.
existed long before that. You know
Thank you
what
for
I
that,
mean?
Buffy. Thank you for that you put in the chat. I'm going to use that in argument. Good job.
just to be
Yes.
clear,
Don't, please, God, don't do that.
Don't
just
do
to be
that.
clear, this
Please,
is
God, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't
just
do
to be
that.
clear, this is genuinely how I looked while I made that noise when she started talking. Okay, just to be very clear.
So I also think that we should have made it clear that we're having a conversation about debate
We
tactics
did.
and mechanisms. I don't think that the point
Little
was
Moon
driven
Boo, she's
home.
been here the whole time listening. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
the point was driven home,
Uh,
bro. She's
like
drunk,
we're not
bro.
we're not upholding our own personal beliefs on the panel right now.
Yeah, none of this has anything to do with left, right, America, Trump, Biden, none of that. It's got nothing to do with any of this. We are talking
Bro,
about,
Like officers
again,
trying to
the
show
Hillbro
how to
conversation.
win a or how to have a certain conversation or use
I'm
certain
honestly just
mechanics.
talking. I'm just
Can we
kind of
just get
Yo,
on
spitting.
with
let
it,
me.
bro? Come on.
Yo,
Yeah.
wait, hold up. I want to ask you guys something because the market's just opened for oil.
Okay.
What do you guys think it's going to hit at its peak today? It's 89.84 right now. The market closed 89.23.
What
I
was
think
the
it'll hit
peak yesterday?
95 today.
What was the peak yesterday?
The peak yesterday was
90, like 93,
90,
right?
9209.
Honestly, I'm
After what
tracking this.
I really think today's the day. It's 95 today.
I
You
got
think
money
You
on
think
this
95? I was
heavy.
going to be
95?
less than that. I
I
was
got
going to say
money on this.
93.5.
It better be. I got money on this.
Okay.
You got
My
95 too, officer?
Yeah, well, I'm doing something somewhere, but yeah, I got money on this.
I'm doing
I'm gonna go with
something
95.
somewhere.
I'm going 98. I'm going 98 to 100.
98?
100%. You want to know why I say this?
Why?
The only reason that it dipped down yesterday was because Trump came out and made a statement saying that they were working on negotiations with Iran. This caused
You're
for
right.
individuals to think that the stuff in the East was going to stop
You're right.
Mm,
happening,
I saw
was
that.
going to
Yeah,
end.
you're
And then
totally right.
Iran came out with a statement yesterday too, right before market close, completely saying that they are not talking to the US. A mediator was who provided them with points as to what the US wants to see, but they are not in communication with the United States government.
Okay, I want to take my guess up then. Okay,
By
hold
the way,
on.
just to be clear, in our conversation, since I brought this up, when the market opened at 89.38, it is now at
Okay,
$90.29.
okay. Jesus. Fuck. Jesus Christ.
I
Okay.
needed to.
Yeah, I
Let me
agree with
check
Cusp.
something.
I agree with Cusp actually. I would say 105 to 110.
God, dude, I will win so much fucking money.
Oh
Stop
yeah,
it.
dude. No, yeah, it's gonna hit triple digits at some point today as a peak. So if you bet that on Kalshi, you're good.
Oh,
Oh, you're hip. Oh, you're hip. Okay, okay.
Yeah,
all
you're set,
right.
bro. You're gonna make some cash today.
This is the
You'll hit
worst
it
thing
if your argument is that the peak of oil today will rise over 100 or close to 100, then you're set. You're good.
I mean, if
Can you go put some money on it for me too?
these fucking poly markets and Cowshy are so genius. Because for the longest time, only sports dorks like me were losing their money to these players,
Dude,
and
I
now
literally, you better
every
believe
fucking
I was
dork
like,
is
I was
losing their
like, for
money.
sports,
Yo,
I'm
dude,
killing
what's
this. What?
crazy?
You ready to let me cook, officer?
What's crazy is when motherfuckers do like a 12 round parlay. And they're like, no, dude, if I win, it's 10,000. You know what I mean? Like,
No, a
bro, you just
12
put your rent
parlay,
on this, dog.
With
a,
that shit.
I
a
feel called out
12
right
bet
now.
Actually,
parlay on Congress is crazy, dude.
Yeah, dude,
Hey,
a
Mikey.
parlay.
You know, I have a
What's up?
big one on. I have a
What's up?
big one on. I have a big one on. Will proof of citizenship be required for federal voter registration?
You voted.
Yes.
What did you? Are you saying you bet yes, right?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, that's the
Oh, yeah,
payout.
yeah, yeah. Good,
Yeah,
good.
yeah. The Save America Act is 100% back.
Yeah,
So
I
what do
also
you
voted on
guys?
Save America Act.
Here's like I don't know like because
Like,
we don't really have like an exact Dougie, because I do want to hear these opinions. What do you guys think is going to happen with the birthright citizenship? That's April 1st, right? That's a week from now.
Oh, I don't think they're not gonna be able to get rid of that.
I don't think so either.
there we go.
No,
Do you think
that's
that
gonna
they're
get
going to put
struck
up like
down.
different
Officer,
guardrails though? Do you think like there's some wiggle room, or do you think it's just
Maybe, but even then, no, I don't really think so. I think that they'll probably just keep it where it is because the only guardrail that they could attempt to put up would be like if there's one parent that's still remaining in some, external country to America, maybe they could try to make the argument there of justification to where you wouldn't be able to have automatic citizenship. But I don't even think that they would do that because that still would just open up a clusterfuck of issues. You think,
officer,
Cusp? You think the Save Act won't? I disagree.
Well, are we
you
I
asked
don't
me.
know.
You asked me.
the Save Act going like in order for it to pass based off the bet? Does that mean that it has to pass in the House, and the Senate, or does it also have to be signed by Trump, which will happen if it's passed in the Senate? It's probably going through the Senate, but does it also have to um, go through the Supreme Court for that bet to
Person,
go
someone
through?
that's treated with dignity and humanity.
No, it won't get sent up. I don't think it will get sent up to the Supreme Court.
Yeah, no,
I
they're
think it's going to go through. I think it's going to
on
go
what
through the House. It
grounds?
might get. It might get hemmed up. It might get hemmed up in the House a little bit, but then I think that it's going to fly through the Senate. They're going to pass it, and then it'll be signed into
The way
law.
that they're treated.
Wait,
Would
I thought that it already passed the House and it's stuck in the Senate because of the filibuster.
Yourthroat.com is a
It passed.
wild
So I
username.
checked. It passed in the House.
Yeah.
You hear
Okay,
me,
it did
officer?
pass the House. Okay, yeah, okay. And then it's you said it's up in the Senate because the filibuster right now.
Yeah, they're filibustering it.
Oh, okay, well, yeah, it's still gonna pass. Whenever
Yeah.
something is filibustered like that, it's gonna
Yeah,
pass.
because Trump will keep the government shut for the entire fucking year, like all the way up into the fucking
Oh
election
yeah.
if he
Well,
has
this is
to.
his final piece of. This is Trump's. I mean, dude. So fucking Trump has just been giving us so much fucking gifts that keep on giving
Yeah, it
already.
was
He's already
beautiful, dude.
said he's yeah, no, yeah,
America's
dude.
great again.
If this is what winning looks like, then I want to give losing a
Shabbat
try. But
shalom, everybody.
What's up,
what's up, Imperial? How
officer?
you doing, brother?
Officer,
What's up,
real
But no,
talk.
guys?
what I was gonna real quick, Ducky. What I was gonna say was
Okay,
that
buddy.
I was just gonna say that by the way, oil $90.28 now. But
That's crazy.
yeah, the
So,
market just opened at 4. But what I was going to say was that sorry, I'm Ducky. I have ADHD. Trump is going to pass this piece of legislation because he already admitted that he's going to effectively have a lame duck presidency for the midterms. He acknowledged this and he said, "I'm fine with it because we already passed everything that we need. Everything we need is in that big beautiful bill."
Right.
Not passing any more legislation, right? So he has to get the Save America Act through. And then what they'll do is they'll just do like revisions or maybe some kind of additions to the big, beautiful bill and then run it back through for the final 2 years.
The
Bro,
funniest thing though
we
is with the
couldn't.
Save Act is like I don't understand what he thinks going to happen. Like I agree in principle with the Save Act, but they're still going to get smoked in the midterms. Everyone knows
Good,
that.
Yeah, they
good,
think that it's going to, yeah.
The
good,
Save
good.
Act does not help anyone.
The Republicans should lose.
Ooh,
Honestly, after everything they've done, they couldn't get $19 billion for a fucking wall, but they could get $200 billion for fucking Iran.
yeah,
Like
to go to Iran.
they
Right, it'd
Republicans
be so
deserve to
real.
lose.
Yeah,
I
No,
it'd
they
be
do
hope.
so
deserve to
real.
lose.
I
It
hope.
deserves to
You know.
dissipate. It deserves to be eviscerated into dust.
So true.
It was handed every opportunity to do something of substance and failed miserably because it's on the dick of billionaires in Israel, an Israeli billionaire.
Listen, I would be in support of imperialism if our nation was not like, or I guess North America was not on fire right now.
Yeah. Well, and also if we had our own
Also, Mikey,
autonomy. I
did you
mean, I
get
know for
banned?
you, yeah, I did. Yeah.
What a guy, bro.
Yeah, they beamed me. Yeah, they beamed me for
It's because of
misinfo,
Seth, huh?
dude. No, dude, no, they beamed me for misinfo, bro. And it was because I was
That's
debating those Israelis and we were dropping all of that stuff on how HTS and ISIS
I
and all
get
of
Yeah.
them
hit
were
with
created
I get
by
hit with misinfo every time I go into that
yeah.
Red Dawn live.
Oh yeah, good luck, dude. Just don't go into Red Dawn's
Hey,
live, dude. Are you
hey,
crazy?
oh
officer.
wait. Wait, Mikey. Mikey. Hold on. This is important. Mikey, what'd you say it's at?
Right
Oil?
now, it's sitting at $90.23. So small fluctuations by cents. It went up to $90.28, and then it
I
just dropped back.
I just
But
need
that's
I just need
normal.
oil to hit $100 before Friday a barrel, and I'll be good.
Before Friday, oh,
And
dude,
I'll be
yeah,
set.
congratulations, you
I'm
win your
smoking
bet.
them.
Yeah,
Wait,
Smoking them.
congratulations, you win your bet. Like
Mikey,
what?
where are
Bro,
you
ever
looking
since
for
I
this?
started
I think
betting
there's a
on,
delay from what I'm seeing.
ever
Yeah,
since I
it's got a
Trying to
started,
10-minute.
figure out.
Yeah,
ever
I'm
since I
looking at
started
the.
betting on like Poly Market,
I'm
bro,
dying to
I've been
just
like a
say one
really
thing,
rich
if I
man.
can.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm looking at MSN. It's
I'm
coming
going
from
to
the New
bed.
York Mercantile
No, you
Exchange,
going
and
to
it's
bed?
delayed by 10 minutes.
All right,
All
because
right,
I'm looking.
Ducky, what's up? I can tell you're dying to get this out. What's up,
I'm
Ducky?
dying, man, because I'm excited about cooking you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No,
Crazy.
I'm playing. I'm
You're
playing. All right.
you're gonna learn the same lesson that C did in
I
this line
know,
of
bro. I'm
thinking.
ready. I'm gonna get it. It's okay though. So my
Okay.
example, right? Of a person is somebody that's treated with humanity and dignity, sir.
Yeah.
I
Yep.
What?
reject that. What's the five tenets of personhood?
Do you know
Yo, wait, hold up.
why I
Before you get
did? I
into
think.
this mood
Hold on,
boost,
hold on. I
wait,
think
hold
officer's
on,
5 steps ahead of me right now. That's why he said
hold
that.
on, hold on. Moon boots. Where are you looking that has the more up to date one? Is it the live tracker on Markets Insider?
I don't know if I'm looking at the more up to date or if you're looking at the more
You're
up to
fucking
date.
smart, dude.
I'm just literally on Google right now.
Okay, yeah, I went through. Okay, I'm using Bing, and that's what sent me to MS top
Okay.
result.
I'm using DuckDuckGo. No, I'm not. I'm kidding.
So
DuckDuckGo.
I with the whole thing about the reductios, you don't think that it would be successful if you just don't let the individual steer the conversation and you point and you try to stay on we can't keep moving from the tangible to the untangible.
No, no, no. Especially not when you're having like normative discussion. Oh, okay, I see what you're looking at. You're
What's your
looking at
claim? What is a person to you, officer?
You're looking at 89.99 right now. That's the one that's going to be behind a little bit.
No,
Mine's a little bit
right now
more.
I'm seeing 90.22.
Okay, it
No,
just dropped to
90.27.
90.20. Oh, 90.27. Okay, you're ahead of me then. Because mine just dropped to 90.20, so it'll be up
Well,
7
when
cents.
did you see that it was 90.31?
Oh my God. Who's
Now
on
it's
first?
90.19.
Who's on first?
I'm trying to figure out which one is, more up to date.
It was at 341 or 348 was when it was 90.55.
I don't even know why I fucking said that. Like I had a fucking timestamp when I
Mikey, I
saw
think you
that.
might got one in the comments, buddy. Hold on, let me work. Don't say nothing,
All I
Mikey. Let
know
me
is
work.
this: if the Save Act passes before May 1st, I have a lot of money in my bank. That's all.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. Like I said, congratulations. You're definitely going to win the bet about it hitting $100. It'll hit $100 before market close today. I guarantee it. It'll at
What'd you
least
get into your
peak
shares
at its
for?
peak.
What'd you buy your shares for, officer?
90.11 for me now.
Did
I'm
it hit
sorry, what?
90.04 for you at any point?
I said, what'd you buy
90.
your shares for? How much did you get in at?
I mean, I got in pretty low. I think I
Stop reading
dropped,
shit, Mikey.
33?
huh?
Like 33, 37?
No, the peak it hit 92.09 at 1:35 a.m.
No, I got a little lower. I got in a little lower than that, but
Oh, nice.
I bought in on a 5.9 multiplier with the 14% prediction. No, I'm sorry, on a 6% prediction. They would be above $100 by Friday. So I threw down. Sorry, now I threw down 20, and but that just got bumped up though to. We just got bumped. We're moving away though. I'm getting closer to like seven, like a times seven multiplier on return. People
Yeah.
are
No,
for some
yeah, I
reason
was trying
bet.
to do it in my head.
Yeah, people are
It's,
starting to bet against me. I'm not really sure why with what's happening, but I'll take it. I'll take their money.
What's your definition of a person, officer?
Are we back to this? Okay. A person to me is a Homo sapien that experiences consciousness, reasoning, self-motivated activity, capacity for communication, and self-awareness.
I reject that claim.
Why?
Because like I said, I think a person is somebody that experiences, is capable of experiencing humanity, and that is, yeah. capable of
Can you give me?
experiencing
Can
humanity.
you? Can you? Okay, awesome. No, I can work with that. That's fine. What's your
Slaves
definition of
were
sentience?
incapable of experiencing humanity.
Slaves don't
Hey man, I'm
experience.
fucking working here, dude. All right, Mike. Let me. Come on, dude.
All right, hey Ducky, I can work with that. So let's go with experiences. Okay. What is your definition of sentience?
Consciousness,
Okay, so you
sentient.
automatically qual. Okay, that's fine. So conscious, you qualified one of my claims. What else?
This is if you're gonna fucking trap me, bro. Uh,
I'm I'm still waiting. Go ahead.
You're gonna figure out one day that you're trapping yourself. He's not even doing
Yeah, I'm
it.
not doing anything.
do I get
Right.
to
No,
ask
yeah, this
questions
is
too?
we all
Go
did
ahead,
this.
Mikey.
Yeah, no, yeah. I just want to say we all did this when we first started debating. You think that somebody's like Jedi mind tricking you, but I'm telling you, bro, as soon as you learn ball, bro, it's so much fun. It's like playing
Yeah,
this is why I love debating because it's literally like a mental game of you're sitting down and you're figuring out what move and maneuver you're able to make in a conversation to be able to intellectually best your opponent. That shit is
yeah.
so fucking like exhilarating to me. Shit gets
The,
my
the,
adrenaline
the
going.
funny thing is,
90%
So
of
my
the
Ducky.
time,
question,
and 90%
my
of the time,
question
it's you
is,
against you.
my
Like,
question, officer, real talk is, do you know about Dred Scott versus Sanford?
So we're going back to the. Okay, yes.
What was that about?
Ring.
Slaves aren't people.
Right, their
Why
property.
do I? But they are people because they have personhood.
so you're bringing up the Buffy argument for real.
Does the hold on?
But the
Does the
highest court in the country said they had no rights. Wouldn't this be proof that they weren't treated as people?
So
it's
all
proof
rights
that the
come from courts.
it's
That
proof
court.
that the government's flawed because the government's ruling doesn't divorce enough
The
consciousness,
government, you said the government is
sentience,
flawed, the government that
reasoning.
enforces rights?
Can government not be flawed? Isn't to err
No.
man? Isn't to man is to err?
Well, I'm just saying, are you talking about the same government that enforces rights?
The same government that ought to be upholding rights
But they
is
also
flawed,
enforce rights, sir, correct?
I
but
don't
they can't
know. You're
strip you of your
so close to
humanity.
agreeing with the Holocaust again, Ducky. You don't even know.
Well,
I'm
you already agree
asking
with it
you,
about 10
I'm
sentences
asking
ago.
you if they enforce rights.
Right.
Does the government enforce rights?
Correct. You and me both know this.
The government enforces the deprivation of rights.
Okay, what is the question you have, bro?
Well, I'm still waiting on the definition of sentience. You gave me something and it qualified not one but two of my already five tenets of personhood. So you're almost there. What else you got as far as sentience?
Um,
Ex-CIA head just said, I tend to believe Iran, the Trump. It's just a common thing. I just had to, it's a real headline, by the way. That's a
That's
real,
so fucking funny. That's
so
so
fucking
fucking
terrifying. It's
insane.
so fucking terrifying as an American citizen that that's a real fucking headline, bro.
I mean, I don't know. You're
But
aware.
like, it's like I
You're
think
aware. You
like
can
this
feel
is
pain.
happening right now. This shit is happening, and Trump is so good at doing what he does. This is where he gets the most credit. I see more people talking about whether or not it was okay what he said about Robert Mueller than Iran right now. That we're already off Iran. Like it's not fucking happening.
Somebody that has, for instance, they can feel pain or pleasure. But again, I want you to understand that I'm differentiating a human. So there's a difference between a human, right, and a person, by the way. So, but sentience, just so you know, somebody's conscious. I said that already. Like they can feel pain or they get pleasure. They're aware. They can sense the environment, shit like that, right?
Okay. So in the same sentence you told me, well, in one sentence you made up a definition. In the other sentence you told me that humans are people because they are sentient, because they
The
experience
definitions are made
pain.
up.
Shut up.
None of them are
That's
real.
true. No, that's true. All
That
definitions are
actually
made
that
up.
is a fact. Yeah, yeah, it's a
They
good
are. They
point.
are. They are.
No definition is propositional.
Why
I
does
still
this
don't.
feel akin
So can we,
to
are we going to
flat
talk
Earth
about,
debate?
because are you trying to, so let me get this straight, officer. Are you trying to
What was
like,
that, Moon Boots?
Why
are
does
you
this
trying?
feel akin to the flat Earth debate? Like
No,
they feel
no,
very parallel.
Oh, the Earth is flat.
no.
110% the Earth is flat.
Okay, dude. Okay, dude. Somebody get this guy Cal up.
I'm cooking. I'm cooking. The Earth is flat. Let's go.
No. I'm not. I'm not
It's,
gonna fucking debate. I'm just.
yeah. Everyone knows the Earth is
I'm
flat
inquisitive
already.
right
We
now.
don't need to do
Right.
this.
Well, I personally stand by that it's a hot dog shape, but
Did I answer your
It's a
question,
test.
Rampart?
It's a
I believe in
tesseract. Get
I believe in
cooked.
thick Earth personally.
but isn't that essentially when they're making the flat Earth debate that they're doing a reductio in doing so?
No.
Depends on the argument.
No, no, yeah. Because again, a reductio is just taking somebody's principled logic, placing it in a hypothetical scenario, and then testing it.
Yeah.
So like when Ducky says slaves don't have rights, for example, or when he says like slaves aren't people,
Right.
right? It'd be like, okay, well, so people are what is necessary to be afforded rights? Yes. Okay. So then would it be justified for me to like, I don't know, take a bunch of like YT slaves and like chop them up into dim sum and like serve them to like my local community? Is that
Yeah.
justified, Ducky? Is that good for me to do? No way, bro left on that one. No way.
Because like I'm assuming we all know that the point of the flat Earth debate is that you can't trust the scientists. Therefore, if you can't trust anybody, trust the authority.
What did you say, bro? I'm sorry. I was leaving as you said something.
Oh, I gave you a
I was saying
reductio,
you're getting
buddy.
better every day.
When yeah, you'll love this one. So when you say that slaves aren't people, people are what's necessary to be able to have rights,
Yeah.
then you'd be fine with me saying that if I took like a bunch of slaves and chopped them up into dim sum and served them to my local community, there's like no issue here, right?
No, I'd still say that I still say that they're people. They're they're persons.
Wait, they're people now. Wait, they're people now.
No, yeah, I would say that they're people.
Okay, so they're people, and then are people afforded rights? Let that,
Ducky's
yeah,
like
we'll let that, we'll
Ducky's
let that
like
one
2 cents
simmer.
away from agreeing with
We'll let that
cannibalism,
one.
And
bro.
there was
We'll
one
let
more.
that.
I wanted to,
He's
because
either
you're leaving, Ducky. There is one
he's
more.
either
I meant that
he's
they were
either about to
property.
agree with cannibalism or he's about
I
to
meant that they were
fucking
property, but I fucked
concede
up
the
and said that.
position. So they're not
And there
people.
was.
No.
Wait. So if they're not people and they're property, then it's totally fine for me to chop them into a bunch of little pieces and like serve them as dim sum to my
Well,
local
no, I mean,
community.
I would, so when we talk about morality, what I think is fine, I think that's absolutely absurd. I don't think it's right. But the government didn't
Wait,
look at
why
it
would
that
it not
way
be right? Wait, why would it not be right?
because my morality tells me that's wrong
Oh, okay. And
to
what do
do
you
that to
believe
any
that?
type of creature, anything, right? Other
Oh,
than,
I agree. I agree. So then maybe it's the case that rights are not dependent upon a government, but instead are just moral entitlements that you have by virtue of being a moral agent. So therefore, you're entitled to these certain protections to be able to make sure that the restriction of freedom of action is occurred around you to be able to limit the capability for harm
but
to
I
be
say they're
done.
property, Mikey. I say that they're
Hey,
property. I
Well,
don't
that's
say that,
fine.
I don't say
Yeah,
they're
that's fine.
people,
If
and we
you,
can do
that's fine.
whatever we want
That's
to do
fine.
with
If you say
property,
that's
Mikey. We
fine.
can
Okay,
take property
perfect.
out, we
Okay,
can throw it
great.
away in the trash, we can sell it, we can
Some
do whatever we want
dope.
with
So
those
I
things.
can chop a bunch of slaves into little tiny pieces of dim sum
You
and
absolutely
serve them
can.
to my
You
local
can.
community.
You
And you
absolutely
believe
could
it's
if they're property.
and that's fine, right? There's nothing wrong with that.
More morally, to me, there is.
What's the
The
distinction?
thing is, you couldn't even do that to the slaves. Well, depending on
you
what the
What's the
government.
distinction? Wait, hold on.
Don't even
What's the
fucking say that.
distinction?
Are you asking me?
Mhm.
That the distinction between like
Mhm.
between what?
Yeah, so you say that you would morally find it wrong, but you said
Yeah,
the government's position would be different. Does that mean that the government is right in believing this, or are they wrong in believing?
I think morally they shouldn't be treated as property.
Okay, so slaves had rights.
No, they still didn't
Wait, how did they not?
because the government didn't give property rights.
But then what was the government doing wrong?
Not giving, not
Was the
treating.
government
You're gonna put me in a fucking hole, bro.
what was the government doing wrong? If the slaves didn't
Yeah,
have
you were gonna get me
rights,
to say not
then what
treating
was
them
the
as
government
people.
doing
That's what you
wrong?
were gonna get me to say.
not
No,
treating them as people. In other words, not
they were
enforcing
taking
their
away
right,
their
or taking
Take
away
their humanity.
their
no.
I'm not going to say rights.
another
Fuck
and
that.
wait yeah, and another way that you're saying humanity, like, listen, this is the thing, this is what I mean by definitions are all made up and subjective. If you want to call it humanity, but what you mean by humanity is a form of moral entitlements that are made to be able to restrict the freedom of action and limit them to be able to make sure that undue harm is not being done against them. Well, sure, I agree. They were stripping them of their humanity, right? But then I'm just going to say that's not humanity. I would just say that that thing is called rights, right? And it doesn't matter what we call it. We could call it a fucking right? It doesn't matter what we call it because as long as the concept is the same, then it's the same. The word is just a linguistics dispute. By the way, free game for anybody in here. That's what every single trans debate is when people say, is trans women or trans women women? You're arguing a linguistics dispute between an individual that just has a different attributing concept that they use the term woman to.
You ruined it, Mikey. I can't stand you.
Can I ask you some? Can I ask a couple more questions?
I was gonna run that strat on somebody tomorrow, or yesterday technically.
Oh, that's fine. Well, if they're not in here, then you're good, bro. It's
True.
Can I
4 in the
ask a
morning. You're
question?
good. Yeah.
So, like, imagine that you're being beaten by like your owner. Pretend you're a slave, right? But
Okay.
the courts, they won't, or they don't allow you to testify. Let me ask you: can you seek? Are you able to seek justice?
You able to seek? Well, no, but that's fine. But that's just an acknowledgement that your rights again are not being enforced by the state. But that doesn't mean that you don't have.
Well,
Because obviously, the whole purpose as to why you would be seeking out justice or recourse is because a wrong was done against you, right? Which would be the wrong that would be done against you is the fact that your moral entitlements were aggressed upon.
but doesn't the Dred Scott decision shut
Ducky,
that
hold on.
down though?
No.
No,
How?
because that's what's called, and this is why with these conservative spaces, they do this all the time. An appeal to legality fallacy. So where they're just saying because something is the case legally, that therefore that makes it that it ought to be the case or should be the case, right? This is a fallacy because just because something is legal or was legal does not mean that it should have been.
Right.
So
So
no,
the function of the state isn't to give you rights; it's to protect your rights.
correct.
You
Okay.
understand, Ducky?
Protect and enforce your rights.
Yes.
You're also probably feeling a little stuck, Ducky, because the way Mike was walking you into it, you were kind of starting to violate like some laws of contradiction. Like you're simultaneously saying that they're people and have rights, but also it's okay to deny them rights because the state says so. So now they're not people anymore. Like
Right, which then also when you appeal to the state instead of a specific piece of legislation, what that's called is an appeal to authority fallacy. Because
Okay.
just because the government, again, same conclusion, right? Just because the government or the state says something, that doesn't mean that this thing is right or true or should be operated under.
Right, and that's why when you were having the argument, I kept saying you were 5 minutes away from agreeing with the Holocaust because using your
Right.
logic, since Hitler said it was okay for there to be a Holocaust, that means the Holocaust is okay, right? Because the government
Right, because
said
he was
so.
the state leader. Yeah, because he was the
yeah,
state
they're
leader.
just property. You can just
Wait,
break them, right?
could Mikey and Officer have a debate doing this so I could see how it could be countered?
That's what
How
I'm
what can
trying
be
to figure out,
countered?
man.
Yeah.
Sure.
I mean,
Officer,
I could
you
just
have to argue the position that slaves don't have rights because I'm a white guy and I'll get fucking
that'll look wild.
crucified for
It'll
people
look
that are
wild,
starting
bro.
to wake up.
Fed posting. They're fed posting you.
Yeah, no, literally. I'll
Could
be
be a
put on
different
like a.
topic. You don't have to we don't have to talk about slavery. It
No,
could be
yeah.
I,
something else.
no, I mean this is fine. I want people to realize, by the way, that I attribute this to Ligma, and this is exactly how topics got made in 2019 on
Oh wait,
Clubhouse.
actually, wait, no, actually, I got a debate for you. So you said a vegan debate. So you said that what makes a person? Give me your definition of a person.
I would say that it is a Homo sapien, first of all, just to establish what kingdom we're talking about here. And it meets the five tenets of personhood, which I would say are consciousness, reasoning, some type of self motivation, communication capacities, and self
Mhm.
awareness. And I think all these things are necessary.
Okay. You familiar with the Superman analogy?
No, but go ahead.
Okay. Superman carries all five of those characteristics that you're talking about, but it's simply just the case that he is not a Homo sapien because Superman is an alien. So Superman comes to the Earth. Superman doesn't have rights.
I would say if another being that is non-standard with the rules I've applied here still holds the other five essentials, we'd have to grant Superman rights because he's a being who's going to engage with us, similar to how I would believe that we need to grant rights to animals, even though they're not.
So then a person, like when we're just saying that a person is necessitated or is like a necessary condition of being a person, is that they are a Homo sapien. That's actually not true. It's not a necessary condition, right? Because when applying their characteristic to this, but it's a non-Homo sapien, we would still say that the
Is he skipping or is it just me?
my bad, my bad. We would still
He's
say it's my
skipping.
AirPod. It was my AirPod is falling out of my ear. When a non-Homo sapien entity, right, achieves these other five characteristics, right, we see that they would still be granted this idea of personhood and therefore would be given rights. So it
I would
seems
still.
that the Homo sapien point is kind of non a non-factor, like a non sequitur.
It could be. It could be a
It
non
could be.
sequitur. Yeah,
Okay.
it could be a non sequitur.
Mhm,
The absolutist statement that they would need to be Homo sapien could be
mhm,
gotten around if another being was introduced into our ecosystem. Uh,
mhm.
so this is why I took the position also that with that, if we introduce a dog into the interaction, then it would be my understanding that the dog has a right to not be tortured. The dog has a
Mhm.
right to not be randomly slaughtered,
Wait,
because
why?
it's still within its own. Well, because it's still within its own animal kingdom, holds the same five necessary characteristics that gives
Okay,
it right.
so if an animal isn't justified in being tortured or slaughtered, then you would affirm vegan ethics.
Correct. We should not be killing animals. It's unethical.
Oh, well, fuck. I was holding the affirmative position. I guess
Oh fuck,
I
were
should have
you?
made that. Yeah, I should have. Yeah, I should have made that be clear. I guess
Oh.
because when you defined a person like that, I was like, oh, okay, perfect. It's non-vegan position. I'll just like nag him with the Superman analogy, and then I'll just run name the trade on him.
We're the
I was
worst.
wondering.
But
Okay,
We're the
so
worst.
but regardless of that, you essentially you're saying that the only way to handle it is to meet them where they're at and try to out
yes,
Philbro the Philbro.
yeah. When it comes to like if you're put in a position of a reductio, you have no other choice. And if you run from allowing the reductio to be able to be ran in the first place, people will call it out and they will actively let you know that you are running.
Yeah, I would almost say in a proper
Okay.
conversation. I'm
So
saying
that
in a
that was my next question. If you were to call it out and you were to define and you were to establish your uh if you were able to find another way of establishing some sort of logical consistency, um to get ahead of it, that would be they would just simply claim that you're running.
Correct. Yeah,
well,
you
I
have
would.
to address the reductio.
Okay.
If beforehand, if you're able to show logical consistency, beating them to the punch, right, which I've done in the past before, where I can tell that I make a claim and I can kind of already kind of smell it in the air that there's a reductio that's getting cooked up against me. It will just give my own form of a reductio towards my own position. Just say, hey, if it was the case that XYZ that would logically entail this, I would just say that I would be fine with accepting or biting the bullet. And that can kind of soften the blow for somebody that's trying to reductio on you.
No, I do think that it's different if you're like having this debate on the panel versus if you're debating in the debate league. Um,
I would
because
say in the debate league, moon boots. with the interaction we had, I lose because he took a position, I took a position, but my position was flawed from the start. So I presented an absolute. The absolute was
Yeah.
that to have the criteria, you must be a Homo sapien. So as soon as he introduces Superman, I've lost. So I have to
Right.
reposition myself, and I can keep my same moral and ethical standard, but I did have to
Mhm.
reposition myself because I made an absolute, which you.
Right.
This is how actually T-Bone lost, I think, earlier. When I told him, I was like, "You made an absolute on like racism." You like Ducky has fucking poked holes in it until he couldn't poke any
Yeah.
more holes.
Because I do feel like looking at the rubric, like you're going to be dinged points for using logical fallacies. You're going to be dinged points for
Mhm.
you're going to
As you
be
should.
for using inappropriate language, for
Yep.
attacking and all that stuff. So I mean there could be merit in terms of trying to shut it
Yep.
down or trying or calling it out in the very beginning, because they're just going to be dinged points.
Yeah. Logical
Like you're
fallacies.
trapping them into you're
Yeah.
essentially like you're now steering the conversation and forcing them to lose points in the debate
Yeah.
by
Logical
doing that.
fallacies. Yeah. Well, the person that uses logical fallacies, I would ding them. Say that they should be dinged under the idea of like understanding of the topic. That would be like when I look at the rubric, that's kind of like what I would understand is like if you have to use fallacious logic, then you probably don't really grasp what the topic is you're discussing. You're kind of lost, right? Um, and then if you're getting a reductio done to you, I don't think that if you bite the bullet and hold consistency, I don't think that that automatically means. Actually, no. I think that you could actually no. Actually, no. Fuck that. I think that you could die on the most fucking absurd hill possible with your position, and I don't think that you'll be dinged points for that. But I think that the other person will probably come out on top, depending on how bad the hill is that you die on with your position. They'll probably come out on top with more point at the end of the debate because you will have been rendered that your position is absurd, that
Yeah.
it leads to absurdity.
Now, Bex, when I was losing my patience with the four Philbros the other night, they
Uh-huh.
weren't using a reductio, were they?
I
They were
honestly
they
don't.
they did.
They okay.
Who was it?
I don't
Who was
remember.
it?
Who was on the panel for that?
I
Oh,
don't
it was
know,
the
but
ANCAPs. It was mega Marxist, propaganda debunker or debunker propaganda. Um, I don't
Was
remember who
Etron
the other
Mike
one.
up here?
No, 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 no. It was like I took them with communism, so it was not like top tier. You know what I mean? It was like
see
mid tier.
see you know what though, Mikey? I had C on the ropes though on an abortion conversation.
Yeah, I
Okay,
did
so
hear
Buffy,
about that.
let
honestly
me
had
just
like
address, I just want to address Buffy one more time. Buffy, I'm sorry that you don't understand English, right? I'm sorry. Philosophy, you can
Wait.
literally get a degree in philosophy. What are you talking about? It's not an excuse. I'm so sorry that you don't understand these terms. There is this thing called the fucking internet, right? And your 3 degrees didn't teach you any of this. I would encourage you to go get another one. I don't know
I
why you're being rude. I don't know why.
What's up, Greg?
Like, I even
Hey,
changed the
Beatrice, how's
background
it
to stop
going?
the confusion. Hi, Greg.
Hello. Okay, I think the thing you guys are missing here is this.
hmm
Legality and morality are not
hmm
the same thing.
Yeah, that's
They're
why we have the
not.
appeal to that's why we have the appeal
Thank
to
you,
And
legality
Captain
and
fallacy.
Obvious.
and you have also appeal to morality. All right?
No,
There's
you
the
don't have
opposite. Yes, you
no,
do. Yes,
no,
you
you do
do.
not.
You
No,
do
you do
not. You do
not.
too. You
No, you do
absolutely.
not.
Okay, prove to me
Appeal
that
to
appeal to morality doesn't
morality.
exist.
Yeah,
Prove to me
appeal.
that it doesn't
Yeah,
exist.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
When you're having a normative discussion, right,
Okay,
an
what we're
appeal
not
to
going to do, what
morality
I don't think we
doesn't
should do,
exist.
especially in this kind of discussion, is argue how to argue.
I'm
We
not
need to argue
arguing
the
how to
facts.
argue.
Dude,
I
no,
don't even
there's no.
understand. I don't even wait. Hold up, Bex. Just let me just.
Okay,
Okay, I don't
because
even understand what you mean. No, that does not mean that you have a fucking green light at the. No, right?
oh,
When we're
okay,
talking about when we're
get
having
okay.
discussions about what
You
should
give
be
me the
and
green
what
light,
ought to
son,
be.
and
Listen. Okay, perfect. Great, great. Do that.
I see.
Great. I'll do that. Right. We're on the cliffs of insanity. Okay. No. Anyways, right. That's what you sound like. But just to be clear, that's a Princess Bride reference. If you don't know. Uh, but just to be clear, right, when we're having conversations about what should be or what ought to be, This is called normative ethics. That's what's happening here. So to say that there's an appeal to morality, implying that there's a logical fallacy in a normative discussion about what should be or what ought to be, whether that be in society, whether that be in politics, whether that be in economic, right? All of these things, right? It's not a logical fallacy when the whole entire conversation is based around morality, Gregory. Now you're able to speak.
Gregory's crazy
Not
though.
using his
Okay, here's
government
the
name.
thing. I mean, comparing me to a fictional character like Vincini is just wild. I mean, you're up here debating. Up here debating whether or not slaves had rights or something like that. I heard you mention Dred Scott earlier. Are you aware of the content? I mean, are you aware of what the judge said in the Dred Scott decision?
An appeal
What's
to
up with
legality
all the white
fallacy. It doesn't
knighting,
matter.
Are
bro?
you aware?
What's up
Okay,
with all the
It's an
white
appeal to
knighting?
rights
legality. It's an
unenforced.
appeal to
Rights
legality
unenforced are
fallacy.
rights you don't have.
It's an appeal to
Let's okay.
Rights
legality
How can hold on? How
unenforced
fallacy.
can a
Wait,
right?
wait,
How
are
can
Bex,
you?
Bex,
How
rights
hold
can
you
you
on.
don't
enforce a right you
have.
don't have?
Wait, Bex, hold on. Wait, Bex, hold
Okay,
on. Greg, Greg,
if rights are
Greg,
not okay,
Greg,
are you going to let
Greg,
me?
hold on.
Or
Greg, I only
office,
have one question.
office,
I only have
office.
one
Are you going to let
question.
me
I'll let you
make my
go.
statement?
Yes,
Office. Are you going to
after
let
I
me make
ask
my
my
statement?
question.
After
After
okay,
I ask
so
my question.
after you make
Yes,
yours,
correct,
sir, you're
correct.
going to allow me to make mine.
Yes,
Go ahead.
correct, correct. Did,
Go ahead.
did
This is a really
Greg,
balanced debate. Thank you.
Greg,
Thank you, host.
we're not debating. Greg, did slaves have rights?
Whether they had rights or whether their rights they were allowed to allowed
That's
to
not an answer.
exercise
You're
them
dancing.
is is actually an appeal to legality.
No,
No.
Okay,
Greg, did they have
What are
rights?
rights? Wait, what are rights?
that depends on your perspective.
Okay, so I'm asking you, what are
Rights can be
rights?
viewed in two different ways.
I'm
Rights
asking,
can be viewed as
what
things.
do you
Okay,
mean? What do you
if you
mean when
can,
you
may
use
I
the term
allow
rights?
may when you ask me a question, sir
Yeah,
or
I'm asking
son.
you, what do you
Okay,
mean
son.
when
When
you
you ask me a
use the
question,
term
son,
rights?
since you infantilized me earlier, I'm going to take the opportunity to do it to you, son.
Okay,
When you
Grandpa,
ask
what do
me,
you mean when
hey,
you use the
son,
term rights?
when you ask me a
Yes,
question,
Grandpa,
son,
what do you mean
you
when
need
you
to
use
give
the
me the
term
space to
rights?
answer, son. Okay, it can be viewed in two ways. One, rights granted by God.
I'm not asking
Okay,
how it can be viewed. I'm asking, what do you mean when you use the term rights? I know the
okay.
tapioca pudding was just
I
delivered
will
two
answer
hours
you
ago in the
with what
home,
I
so you
mean
should be
by that,
kicking.
son.
Perfect,
Okay, what I
perfect.
mean is rights that are enforced by the state.
Wait, so what you mean by the term rights is rights? You use the word in the definition. I know that you know with a whole PhD in
Okay,
your fucking bio that that's a circular definition and doesn't run, right? So again, what do you mean when you use the term rights? What is the concept that you're trying to convey?
that's a disingenuous argument, and you know
No,
it.
this
Oh
is
yeah, dude.
insane.
No, yeah. See, this is an example
Things
exactly. I
that you
mean, Bex,
okay,
Bex,
things
when I tell you,
granted,
Bex, when I
things
tell you
okay.
that I
Allow me
walk,
to
when I tell
answer
you
you,
that I
son.
walk
Is
people
this how
with
you debate?
doctorates on
Is
this
this how
app
you
all
debate?
the
Is this how you
time, this
debate?
man has a
Is this how you
PhD
debate? Yeah,
and
I have a
cannot answer
PhD
a
in computer
simple
science.
question, bro.
I am trying to
Cannot answer
answer
a
you,
simple
but you,
question.
son, are not allowing me to answer because you don't want an honest debate.
Do you want an honest debate? Do you have an answer?
I have an answer.
Great.
Sure, things that granted to you by the state are rights.
Okay, so rights are
Abilities
things that are granted
granted
to you
to
by
you
the
by the
state.
state are
Okay.
rights.
Okay, so slaves didn't have rights.
No, they did not.
Okay,
They
and
were denied. They
Jews
were
didn't have
denied rights.
Jews
They
didn't
were denied.
have rights, right?
Yes, 6 million people sent to gas chambers did not have rights.
Okay, perfect. So then
As a
what was the
human
wait, so
being,
then what was the
as a
wrong that was being done?
this is Looney Tunes.
So then
Wow.
what was the wrong that was being done if slaves didn't have rights when they were being enslaved and Jews didn't have rights in Germany during the Holocaust? What was the wrong that was being
It
done?
was a moral wrong, not a legal
Was it
wrong,
why was it wait
and that's the difference.
it's an appeal to legality. Again, what was
It is
morally
not an
wrong
appeal
about
to
it?
legality.
If
It's
your
the
whole
truth,
view
son.
if your
I'm
whole
sorry that you
view,
can't deal with it.
listen, Grandpa, I know you're crashing out, right?
I'm not crashing out. I'm not
Days of
crashing
Our
out,
Lives
little boy.
reruns will be on in
I'm
an
not
hour. It's
crashing out,
okay.
little boy.
Now, anyways, just to be clear, yeah, totally not. Totally
I'm
not.
not.
Now,
I'm really not.
anyways, right, of
Wait,
course.
you have a minor
Now,
in psychology and you can't grasp this?
right. Now again, just to be clear, right?
Personal attacks will be
When you
ignored.
say that something is wrong, right, even though they don't have rights, and then I'm asking you to identify is the wrongness, where's the value that you're ascribing that is lacking here as to what makes it wrong, right? And then you
I'm
just say,
sorry that
well,
why. Okay,
they didn't.
I'm wondering why you can't understand the difference between a moral law wrong and a legal wrong. Okay, was it legally wrong to not grant slaves rights? Yes, it was legal. Sorry, was
Wait,
it legally
the
wrong?
reason
No. Was it legally wrong? No. Was it morally wrong? Yes. And the problem,
should the law be framed around what we understand to be moral and immoral?
you said, should the law be framed
Hmm?
around? You broke up a little bit for me. You said, should the law be
Should the
framed
law
around what
be
we believe
framed
is moral
around
or immoral?
correct?
Okay.
For breaking up, you sure got
And
it.
and I was repeating back to you what you said so that I made sure I got it right. I'm sorry you
Yep,
can't
you did.
understand that concept, but moving on. Here's the thing: they don't always align,
Wait,
and
that's not what I asked you.
that's no
Should
no that is the answer. They don't always align.
just yeah, I don't disagree with you, right? Like I think that lying is immoral, but that doesn't mean that
Should
we
should should
legislate
they
the idea
align?
of lying. Sir,
Should they align in a perfect world? In
I'm
an
actively,
ideal world, sir, yes, they should, but they
I'm
don't.
actively answering you. Okay, did you get that out? I agree with you because I said I believe lying is
Good.
immoral, but that doesn't mean I want to legislate the idea of somebody lying. So that's fine. But when we're talking about something which is
Well, in
right,
fact, they do
we
legislate whether
recognize.
somebody can lie or not in court. You can't
Right,
lie in court because if you do, it's a felony
Stop
right.
appealing
called
to
perjury.
authority. Stop appealing to authority, damn it.
Yeah.
All these
Just
logical fallacies. Don't
yes, these are
argue how to
logical fallacies.
argue.
Yes, these are
Don't
logical
argue how to
fallacies.
argue. Argue the facts.
No, yeah. Again, wait. Yeah, a
You're
fact
hiding
is that
behind
you're
logical
using.
fallacies.
Fact is that you're the one that's hiding behind logical fallacies because your whole
I'm
argument is
not.
built on logical fallacies, which means that you're using fallacious logic to be able to bridge the
Your whole
gap
argument
to
is built
from
on
your
how to
argument to
argue.
your
Your whole
conclusion.
argument has nothing to do with the
Look,
facts
bro,
because you just
dude, like
seem to just
holy
sit up here
fucking
and
crash.
say what's a
What
logical
in the
fallacy, what's not a logical
fucking dude?
fallacy,
You're the
and you just seem
oldest
to say
crash out
don't
I've
seem to
ever
you don't
engaged
seem to have
with.
any grasp on the
Here,
facts because you don't seem to care.
What?
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just gish galloping
You have
like
a
you were just
minor
now.
in psychology, sir. You
Yes,
should
sir.
get
Do not attack.
psychological help.
You're funny.
Got it.
The real question I think is whether or not people up here actually understand what they're talking about. Because I don't think that.
Yeah. Biggest Dunning Kruger example I've ever seen in my fucking.
Is that a categorical imperative? Are lies categorical imperatives or hypothetical imperatives, Greg? You're on mute. I had to mute you because you won't stop. I'm gonna ask it
Well,
again.
that's strike two. That's strike two.
Are lies categorical or hypothetical imperatives?
Are you arguing how to argue, officer?
No, I'm
I'm
asking you
not
a really
interested in
direct
arguing.
question.
I'm not interested in
I'm
arguing how to
asking you a
argue
direct
or
question. You must be
logical
as drunk as
fallacies.
she
What
is.
I'm interested in is fact.
Hold on. It's not. If you're interested in facts, then maybe you should get the fuck off my panel. This is not a logical fallacy. I asked you a really direct question.
That's
It's
strike
not a
three.
$3. Okay, I guess goodbye then.
Bye
Like
bye.
what the fuck? Are you
You
special?
guys are idiots.
Okay, I guess goodbye then.
Yeah, dude, got it. Yeah.
I just want to be clear. Oh
Bro,
yeah,
what a
Buffy
crash
can leave
out.
with her boyfriend too. Like this is ridiculous.
What an
Just to
Oh,
actual
she
crash.
brought him in. That was
just
her
to
fault.
just to be clear, in
Oh yeah,
case you're
she
still
shared it
listening.
out to him. Yo, she shared it out to because I saw her share it earlier. Holy fuck, bro. She like
Yeah.
shared it out to was like, Greg coaches people do what they're talking about. They made me look stupid. And then bro came in here as a fucking 65-year-old man, by the way, crashing the fuck out like my fucking cousin when he loses at fucking black cards, dude. Are we good? Like, are
And
we fucking okay, bro? You have a minor in psychology and you have so many psychological issues, bro. You're
We
like a
really are the
malignant
best
fucking
debaters on the site. We're the best
malignant
debaters on the
fucking
site.
narcissist,
oh,
bro.
I
He's a
hate it.
malignant fucking
I hate it.
narcissist at the craziest degree. Like, couldn't listen to shit, couldn't fucking actually want to, like, didn't want to learn, kept telling everybody else they were stupid. He couldn't even define what the fuck
Well,
right was. He
I
used the
believe
word
I
right.
understand.
I asked him, what are rights? This motherfucker used the word rights in his definition.
Yeah, the thing I was going to tell him was, and this is the issue again, Little Moon Boots. If you're going to have
I told you
philosophical
you wouldn't get the can.
conversations,
I told you you wouldn't get the cant before you
he wouldn't
left.
get to Kant. I knew he wouldn't. But the issue, Little Moon Boots, is sometimes it pays just to listen. Like, if you didn't know what a categorical or hypothetical imperative is, you could have just asked. Lying is a hypothetical imperative. It's not wrong all the time to lie. If you're asking me information or you're going to like unalive me and I lie to save myself, you wouldn't say that's wrong. But slavery is a categorical imperative. It is categorically wrong. It is wrong all the time to enslave people because people have rights and you're aggressing upon them. And the state
Gas
is doing
jumped to
nothing about it.
91.12.
What's up, buddy?
Gas jumped to oil jumped to 91.12.
Oh, let's go.
It's
I
Look, I
just
know
need to
we're
get
all
there by
betting on this.
Friday.
I know we're all betting on this, but this is the price of our fucking gas with
It
Schwab
closed. Well, yeah,
cereal.
but so let me get you guys to understand the metric here, so you can know when to really start sweating. Okay, so look at what your gas is now. Price sitting yesterday when it closed. The price of oil was $88.13, 91.15.
$3.83 a gallon.
Okay, great. For every $10 that a barrel of oil raises in price, corresponds to 25-cent gallon.
So if we all cash in, we'll be able to afford a tank of gas.
So when I tell people that barrels of oil are projected to jump to, and I'm not lying when I say this is not hyperbolic, with everything going on in the East and the fact that it hasn't even really started, right? Barrels of oil price is projected to jump to as high of $250 a barrel.
All right, so that would be about $11 a gallon for gas, right?
Yeah.
And that's in my state,
And
which
that's in
has
your state. Like
comparatively cheap
people,
gas.
yeah, people in California that are already paying like $7 at the pump, right? Their gas is
17
literally
now.
gonna be, yeah, their gas is gonna be like $17 to $20. Yes.
It feels so fucking good to have an EV right now.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. This is what I was talking about when I was talking about the final failure of Trump, the final fuck you. This is when, like, now when the Democrats eventually do win, if nothing changes, which I don't see how it's happening because there's nothing to mend at this point. It's all broken. All they have to
Yeah.
do is go back to Obama era politics with Iran, and they win for the next 20 years.
Yeah.
So if you
Dude,
are like
Jesse,
a
why does
red
this
team,
app hate
blue
you? Come
team
back.
guy, you're fucked. If you really are
Yeah.
like,
He
if
didn't.
you're
He didn't. He
invested in
didn't mean to
Republicans doing
request.
good,
Oh, you didn't mean to request? Oh, my
Yo,
bad.
No,
God,
request.
I've been saying this for years
Oh,
now.
request.
Gotta bring back bull moose.
yes, I would vote. I would. Teddy Roosevelt is my favorite president of all time, like
What?
by far.
You met.
So,
I think I'm gonna change my name to Officer Hagel.
there you go.
Oh my god.
I think I should run for local politics on the bull
Hegelian
moose
Oh
overlord.
ticket.
yeah, that's what I was. Mikey, I was fucking. You had given me like PTSD about fucking ANCAP debates, and I went into an ANCAP, like younger ANCAPs yesterday. They all fucking suck. They couldn't even like.
Dude, I took out like 3 ANCAPs the other night on my own, and they all
What
like
happened to
one
the
came back
movement,
today.
man?
One came back today. I was very proud of him.
The
He
left.
apologized. But I'm like, dude, you shouldn't be getting like this much. You shouldn't be this stuck with
They
me.
couldn't
I'm
even
sorry.
defend the map. Like they were
No.
like, ugh. Like it was bad, 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 bad.
No, yeah. What happened was I left, and a lot of people that say that they're ANCAP today mainly are just like really big econ bros, which
Right.
is why they're ANCAP. So like, you get them in an economics discussion, you're gonna get BTFO, right?
Right.
But
And I was nowhere near there. What I was doing was
mhm,
basically because their only idea of like philosophy is like objectivism, like Randyism
right,
shit, which gets put
right.
through the thresher like immediately. Like,
Hmm.
and you put them through their paces, and all of a sudden they're lost. They're like, oh fuck.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, that's what I've noticed about a lot of the ANCAPs that I've interacted with. And again, this is no shade to them. I got love for my ANCAP friends. But yeah, a lot of them are just really heavy econ, not too super heavy on the philosophy. But I think that was part of the reason why people really liked watching me when I was in ANCAP, was because I would argue it from the philosophical standpoint. I didn't really touch the econ as much. I would argue the ethics of capitalism. I would argue the ethics of property rights. That's a much more interesting and fun conversation to have, rather than like, oh, well, when you look at the PPI in comparison to the CPI, and when you do that over a long period of time with quantitative eating, this is the result that you get. You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants to fucking listen to that shit for
Right.
like, not on here, bro. Motherfuckers can't
Yeah.
watch a
Not to
video
mention
more than
like,
15 seconds. Like, they're not gonna
and
listen,
not to
bro.
mention like a proper rebuttal to that is I actually don't care. I don't give a fuck about the PBI. Suck my dick. Like, why can you have a nuke? Like, that's basically like,
Yeah,
And
no,
Greg, I
yeah.
think you don't understand. Like, some of us are on the left here, but one of the reasons why I wanted to do what we're doing was because the left sucks at arguing now. Like, I'm on the left, and I think most of you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and you can't debate past Kamala wouldn't have done this, and it drives me fucking insane. So either get better or like don't participate. But I'm sick of listening to dumbass fucking
You,
arguments. So
you want to know a good example of that I've seen recently, which had Greg just like had this conversation, he might have been able to arrive at this conclusion too. When Trump goes into Iran and violates NAP, and we're not doing it except for like I guess to protect the Israeli state, and people go, well, technically, the War Powers Act, he's allowed blah blah blah. I don't give a fuck. Like he's not allowed to like violate. Like I just don't, dude. Like they're not allowed to
All
like
right.
sacrifice our sons and daughters for another state. I'm sorry. Like this, the protection of our own country. Like you could have these conversations if you would just learn. This is why the left gets ate up all the time because they're like,
Well,
oh, well, he's allowed to do this for 96 days, or whatever the fuck.
yeah, no, exactly. That's what I can't stand about a lot of the fucking, not not referring to T-Bone, but I was about to say the red versus blue debates. Not red room, blue room, just to be clear. But that's what I can't stand about a lot of the red versus blue debates. You know, these Republican Democrat debates. It's on my nerves because like these people will argue over like bill and legislation and the founding fathers and and I'm just like, yo, can we like get to brass tacks here? Can y'all motherfuckers like start pressing each other's logic on some shit? Like, hey, who's gonna want to listen to you fucking go back and forth about like I know the Constitution more? No, I sleep with the Constitution next to me when
well,
I go to bed.
it's because that
Like,
when you break it down, they're all the same thing. They all want the same thing. They're all liberal capitalists. Like that's
right.
neoliberal
oh, they're
capitalist. Like
not.
that's it.
No, they're
But the
not.
thing
Stop
is, they don't even want
yourself.
to do
No,
that.
they're not capitalists. These people are not capitalists. They are more your flavor than they're mine.
Well, yes, but in the way of American, like they're all for the same system. They just are like, I would like mine this
Yeah, they
way,
want
or
like
I would
social.
like mine this
Yeah, they
way.
want. Yeah, they want social Republican. That's why every
Yeah,
Republican I've ran into on this app are like, yeah, I have no problem with certain social programs. Okay,
right.
bro, you're not a fucking capitalist, dog. Get the fuck over to the left. Like, what the fuck are we
Right.
talking
And that's the
about?
problem. Like if none of them actually like I just there's no I'm like you guys are arguing with each other over this like you want the same things you just want it a different way. I don't know. I just it got so old, and that's how I fell into messy talk. Was I was like I was fucking bored to tears, like longing for something deeper. So now here we are. Now we're hosting Philbro Hour, and I'm gonna start a book club and
Just
make people read.
Book club.
just to be clear, the topic of do slaves have rights is not a new topic to TikTok. That is a revamping of my
Let's
golden
go.
years on TikTok of 2022 debate talk, especially in the abortion spheres. That used to be a common talking point, bro. Common talking point because people didn't know how to identify what rights were. I mean, that was where the rights conversation originated from, was abortion talk in like 2021, 2022 was when people started learning what rights were. That was when I got into my segue into philosophy and like ethics. It was through abortion.
So where do you stand right now?
What do you mean?
Like if I needed to make a baseball card about you, and the back of it says your political philosophy, what's the summary?
Um, Classical liberal, free market capitalist, probably libertarian minarchist.
Mm.
Want small
On
government, decentralization.
yeah,
I don't.
on the back of mine, Ed, you can just put Mussolini
Yeah,
style
this
economic
guy
state
loves
capitalism.
Mussolini. This guy loves
See,
Mussolini.
I'm more of a Francoist myself.
Okay,
Look, all we
you're a
all need to
phalangist.
remember, all we all need to remember,
Except
okay?
Orthodoxy instead of Catholicism.
Based.
All we all need to remember is that the state is the embodiment of the Geist, all right? It is the ultimate form
No
of being.
Hegel.
Honestly, I don't even know how to fucking define my views.
You're just a Bernie bro.
I'm definitely not a Bernie bro.
Let me send you a book by a guy named Hegel and see where you end
That's crazy, bro.
Okay, relax,
up.
This dude is like, yo, bro, you're about to listen. If you keep reading Hegel at the level that you do, you're gonna become. There's a guy on here. His name is Hegel fan. You're about to become Hegel super fan.
Yeah, I know Hegel fan.
I, you know, I often run into issues whenever I tell people I'm right leaning of center,
hmm
and honestly, I feel like that's fucking. To me, that's fucking good enough.
I don't
You know,
even think
I
that you're right leaning. Actually, I think that you're left leaning. When the conversation we were having about economics, I feel like you're probably more left leaning because you have to realize.
That's why I said Bernie
wait
bro, because I
when
do think
we were having a conversation about. I don't think we had a conversation about economics.
Yeah, we were talking about. Remember, me and Austin were arguing about, or not arguing about between each other, but we were arguing for free market capitalism in the
Alright,
Oh,
guys, I
healthcare
oh,
gotta go to
sector
okay.
and
bed.
stuff.
I'll catch all you guys later.
Oh, dude,
all right,
So,
bud.
you're not going anywhere, dog. It's
All right.
4:30 and I got work at 9. You're sitting right the fuck up here with me, dog. The fuck are we talking about?
yeah. So,
We're all
I mean,
pulling all
if we look
nighters.
at
Let's go.
every economy that currently stands is some form of a mixed economy. If we were to, I think if we were to bundle everything up and put them in different boxes, the in the American economy, we probably have a split of 30% or maybe 25% socialist socialism and 70 to 75% capitalists, where I just feel like we need to move that over where it's closer to like uh, a 60-40 split, which I'm still
I think
technically a capitalist, but I do believe that we need stronger social safety nets and
I
you
think
know
that we actually do have I think that we actually do have a 60-40 split, but capitalism is about 40%. It's about 60% socialist. And the reason why is because the government is one, the entire way that our economic system is in America is central planning. It's majority of the people that are like working in like the Federal Reserve and stuff like that, they're all like Keynesians, bro. They're all central planners.
And
Because
also,
if they weren't, real quick, if they weren't Keynesians, right, and they believed in capitalism and capitalistic economic theory, They wouldn't be trying to go do shit because they would be like every single press conference where the federal, where the Fed chair is getting asked a question, he'd be like, "Oh, I don't know, the market's just going to do what it's going to do." Can't really. What do you want me to do? Manipulate it? What do you want me to do? Involve myself? Intervene? like, but instead, that's not what they do. They try to do all this shit. They create bubbles. They create issues, and they regulate to all, which is why we don't have a free market. Government
That's on a
regulates and
micro
oversteps
level.
constantly.
And that's on a micro level you're talking about. But even on like a macro level, isn't the highest like employer in America the government, the
Yeah,
U.S.
we know
government?
that.
Mhm.
Like that's socialism right there, is it not? Like a level of it.
Mhm.
Well, I mean it's just
See little moon
widely.
boots. See little
What's
moon
that?
boots. I said, see little. This is why little moon boots. I give both of these people what they want. Okay, I'm just gonna capture enough of the economy so that we can control some utilities, maybe a couple of
You're not
insurance
touching
companies.
shit.
Can we just get rid of voting? Can we just get rid of voting? I'm begging you, please.
Get rid
Yeah,
of
but
voting.
yeah, we
Get
won't be
rid
I'm
of
fine
voting.
with
voting.
restricted.
We won't be
I'm fine with
voting.
restricted. I'm fine
Yeah,
with restricted voting.
Yeah, like a
Um,
literacy test.
yeah, fine.
like
Make me the cutoff. No one dumber than me can vote,
I was gonna say no. I was gonna say
and I don't want to vote. So I'm.
I was gonna say some type of like a civics test or something, and then probably probably also like you got to have a family. You got to be able to pass the civics test, and you got to be able to. Yeah, I think you got to have a family because you need to
Land
have a vested
ownership would
interest.
be pretty good.
I mean,
Yeah,
dare I
property owner,
say,
family, and literacy or civics test. What's up?
Does the family just include
as
kids, or do you have to have a spouse too?
No,
I mean,
just like
my
especially
personal
kids because you
belief
got to have a
is
vested interest. My bad, Moon Boots. I was just gonna say it's kids because you got to have a vested interest in the future. And you get that through your posterity.
Right. And if you're a single mother that's not a widow, you're in jail already. So I don't know.
Wait.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Bex.
Insane.
I do believe that no matter how wrong or uneducated you are, you should still be entitled to a voice
Mm.
and how things
Mm,
impact you or how you
Can I
feel that
recommend a
things
book for you?
impact you.
Can I recommend a book for you?
a little bit of Ebola.
Right now I'm reading the Horus Heresy, so the chances of me getting around to another book to read, you could
I think
recommend
that
it. Whether I'll get
yeah,
around to it is a whole other
Do you
question.
plan on dying before the book is finished,
I
or
think
what's
that
happening?
I think
It's I mean, it's a 64 book series, and I'm only on book
Okay,
okay,
all
4.
right,
yeah,
fair
dude, yeah,
enough.
So,
put that, yeah, dude,
Put
put
that
that
shit
shit the
down.
fuck down, bro.
nah,
Actually
nah,
learn some political theory here and some economic theory.
nah.
You should just read Democracy, the God That Failed. This
Yes.
gentleman that I have in my background, which is Hans Hermann Hoppe, absolute goat, fucking an absolute legend amongst plebeians, okay? He's an absolute scholar, he's a philosopher. This guy gives the best argument against democracy and explanations against democracy while addressing all of the counter arguments for democracy and just showing where they're in shambles.
I thought you were gonna tell me to read a
But
little bit of Evolas.
Yeah, well, I was about
Evola,
to say,
Julius Evola is okay. Like I disagree with him on a lot of other stuff that he, agrees with. But yeah, his critiques on democracy is really good. He effectively, I can summarize Evola's, which is just democracy is a system that normalizes the ideal of mediocrity because any
Base,
system that focuses on quantity is one where quality has to perish.
and another thing about
base.
Evola is he's such a good writer. Like he's an actual
Yeah.
talented writer. Like he's got poetry in his fucking voice. It's
No, yeah,
like
Hans Hermann Hoppe is just like chopping it up with your buddy at the bar about
right.
why shit's fucked.
Hey,
Another
I
another
look.
good book is Imperium by Francis P. Yoki. I don't know
Look.
if anyone.
All I'm gonna say is
Imperium's
this,
pretty
little
good.
moon boots. If you just gave me a couple minutes to talk to you, I think we could have a very charitable conversation on why the state is the ultimate manifestation of the people's will. Okay,
The
the
Geist.
combination of their culture. Okay, the ultimate defender of their rights, safety, and existence. And we should definitely centralize that authority because my boy Future's here, as he said, it is always has to be quality over quantity. Okay, there's no reason to have all these people running around, running amok. dirtying up the water, right? The swamp. Yeah, we really should.
Damn. Damn. Yo, this man's is a Mussolini. Holy fuck, bro. That shit sounded straight out of the doctrine of fascism, bro. That was
It's some good stuff.
crazy.
Yeah, we need to start a newsletter.
Yeah, I do. Look, I promise you that the light. I promise you that the lights will be brighter, and that's not because we're gonna make the lights any different. It's because the electricity that we serve you will benefit the people because it's ran by the people. Okay?
Not only will the trains be on time, they'll be early and wait for you.
They will absolutely, and they'll be clean, fucking spot.
You know, officer, what you just described is not too different from the tithes of the grim dark.
I don't know what that means, but allow me to
Yes,
tell you
you
it's
do.
not very grim.
Yes, you do.
I
I
don't know what
literally
that
just
means, but
referenced
you'll
it.
be able to keep your Legos. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, look at this. Look at my boy Mikey. Yes, yes. Where's the anthem? We need an anthem. That'd be something else that we'd be doing every day. We're gonna get back to anthems. Proud
It was
songs with every school child.
Oh man.
listen, bro, I was really sold on this for a minute, bro. I even was thinking about making a political party, dog, the America
We need
Futurism
to
Party.
combine AMSOL with American Futurism.
Was like, well, that's, I mean, look at the symbolism, bro. You got the compass for the guidance, right? You got the eagle, so we still have the eagle from the symbol of America, but it's like it's a much like bolder and strong eagle standing at the base, and then you've got the two branches on either side to represent the church and the state, and the way that it encompasses the compass itself, the guidance system. Dude, I was sold, man. I was sold. I was all in, bro. I was all in. I thought about this.
We
I
gotta
go
ape
back to
the
my libertarian days, bro. I
can we
was like,
ape
hell no.
can we ape the an appeal to heaven and put that somewhere too? Because I love that flag. I know we can't do it word for word, but
Not
Do that. Now that's, listen, this was probably my wildest time.
Pete.
This is when Dr. Good met me, was
Pete.
when I was on my ANCAP hard boy. I was running around. Profile picture was the helicopter with a commie getting thrown out of it, said anti-communist action. My name was I am him. Like I was, bro, I was running out, dude, I was terrorizing communists. Dog. They hated me so bad. And the conservatives hated me just as much because I would go in and they would want to be like, don't you know the Constitution says X? I'd be like, why the fuck do I care about the Constitution? It's an illegitimate contract that gives authority to a state to say that claims it owns property that it cannot and will never, and you can't prove me wrong. And they would hate me for it, bro. They'd be like, but Mikey, we just X's and shit, dude. And I was like, no, fuck that.
I think I have safely secured my commie hate by every time I speak to them, I show them with evidence that they do indeed like police.
yeah,
They like all the law enforcement.
Of course they
Uh,
do.
you
we
guys
love a
know
strong state,
Paul the Solipsist.
dude. That dude is such a little cuck.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude.
Paul the solipsist, dude, fuck.
Yeah,
God, he was,
every time I run into him, I make him less of a solipsist a little bit every time. You're gonna know I'm real. I'm very real, and I'm in your head. I live right next to you.
I'm in your head. Oh, fuck, dude. No, dude, he's been on the app for a minute. Fuck. I used to be in my comment section. This is absurd.
One day I'm gonna have Bex out here spitting some. Well, we all know what is rational is real, and what is real is rational. So the state must be rational. Therefore, the state must be real. Highest manifestation of order must be the Geist, married to the state.
Yo,
Right.
dog,
And like,
dog.
because like philosophically, ANCAP is the best place to argue for him, especially with the arguments you're using. But the rebuttal that you don't have is against the wall.
That's
The
crazy.
wall, the wall, the
Get that
wall.
shit out of my face. How about that?
The
Dude, that was
argument you don't have is the wall. It's crazy. Yo, that's unironically. Unironically, very true, bro. That's how bad I would piss so many commies off. Like they would always be in their spaces talking about how like we're not violent. This is all propaganda. Da, 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 da. I would come in, get into like a 15-minute debate with them about property, have them real pressed, and they would be like, "Fuck you! I will line you up against a wall." I'd be
But
like,
that's why I always end up on the side of fascism because I believe in virtuous violence. Like, the violence can have virtue to it, and you
Ed,
should use
Ed said in a game of rock paper wall, I just want to control the wall. You know what I mean?
it. Yes.
Oh, good lord!
but no, it's cool, bro. I'll have Bex on here talking about some, you know, the market is only free, or the people are only free when the market is free. The capability for man to be able to actualize his reason and rationale with the decisions that he chooses to make. I'm rational, so therefore I believe that man is rational within society. And the best ordered system is one that limits the state's functions only to be able to protect the rights of the people.
Spit the
Yeah, I
gospel.
don't want to take away anyone's free market. I just want to be the one that comes up with the definition of free.
No, yeah, exactly. Dude, you're such a bro.
Like,
Somebody banned this guy. Dude, that's crazy. I'm not here to change anybody's free market. I just want to be the guy that defines what it is that's free.
You know what though,
Yo,
futurist? I
that's
trust
such a
that more than
bar.
people. I trust that more than people who tell me that slaves didn't have rights. Okay, every day of the week.
3131 for the
Uh,
record.
No, what is
Nope,
it? What'd you say it was?
9131. Now it's 9123.
Yeah, it's gonna fluctuate like that. Market open, it always does those kind of things. But then you'll see probably closer to shit, so sorry. That's a Baja Blast burp right there. But probably closer to like 7. Yeah. And about 7 is when you're gonna really see it start peaking. I've noticed from trends. Because typically when we have like big trend days, by the time I'm going into my office about 9 o'clock, that's when like it's usually either just hit its peak or is about to hit its peak. And my boss is always like super excited. He's like, "Well, how do you go there? Oil's sitting there at $108 this morning. Hell yeah." Like, bro, it's like always just letting me know. And I'm like, "Yeah, yep, I saw it. Make sure to tell them investors today you got a real good thing going here. We're real bullish."
Uh,
Yup, got
you
you.
you work in financial services?
I'm a broker in an oil and gas company in Texas.
Okay.
as a matter of fact, you know what? Tomorrow, Bex, I think I'm just gonna walk around T-Bone's panel challenging people. First challenge, okay?
big swimming
Nationalism and state
contest.
consolidation are based. All right, can't convince me otherwise. Number two, veganism is the only moral and ethical framework to work under. All right,
Jesus Christ.
that's gonna be my data.
I'll just neg you. I'll
Also,
just neg you. I'll just neg you on the vegan point from the Christian perspective. Is Christ true? Is the Bible the breathed word of God? Yes or no?
No.
Well, not
I'm gonna,
you,
I'm
Oh,
gonna,
obviously.
I would say no. I'm gonna bite and say yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. If the if the Bible is the breathed word of God and man is not supposed to kill and eat animals, can you explain to me the vision that Peter was given or Paul was given? Or no, yeah, Peter was given by God, where he told him, "Look at all of the animals around you that I have created. Rise and kill and eat."
I think that the mention of meta consciousness is fruitful in a vegan debate. You could also speak on
Wait,
um
could I?
I need
I
to
just want to get that
counter
answer
that.
though.
Actually,
I unironically was asking him that question though. Just want to get that answer real quick. What would be
meta.
your rebuttal to a Christian that says when Peter was given a vision by God and he said, "For all the things that I made not clean unto you, rise and kill and eat," referencing all of the animals.
right. And you gotta. This is New Testament too, so
Yeah, that's New Testament, buddy.
I
don't know if I have enough like biblical knowledge to even really count. I need to like, look into that. That's a good one.
You
Uh-huh.
should read the Bible. First of all, you should read the
Yeah, you
Bible.
should.
You'll
You should
become a
100. Yeah,
Christian.
you should. Yeah, you should 100% be reading the Bible, just
Yes.
in general.
I
And by
Uh,
the
that's my number one book
that's
recommendation for anyone.
yeah, facts.
And
Especially an
you should ask your
Orthodox study
local
Bible.
and you should ask your local Eastern Orthodox priest about the Bible as you read it if you're confused about anything. You should ask
It's
them
true.
particularly.
Yeah. Also, if you're gonna get a Bible, highly recommend the Orthodox study Bible because it comes with a lot of footnotes that come from like the early church, the understanding of the
Such an
Greek.
awesome fucking Bible. And it's right
Yeah.
on Amazon.
Yep. It's like $30. Super
Yeah.
nice.
Hmm. Okay. I need to look into this. That's a good
Listen, bro, if
argument.
you're gonna be a fascist, yeah, if you're gonna be a fascist, bro, you gotta have a rooting in either Christianity or Islam. I don't care which one. One of the two.
How
Obviously, I'd
come
prefer Christianity, but you gotta have
how
a
come
religious rooting.
how come the state
Yeah.
just can't become the government? How come the state
You're
just
taking
can't
me
just
with
become the
you. We're
religion?
not going to be Muslim.
No, the state cannot become the religion. No, no. Mussolini even tried to do this, and he immediately reneged on it, and that's what made him do the Lateran Accords with the Catholic
You
And,
know what's
Church.
funny?
and to be fair, that's why
I think
Franco
Stalin did the
was
same
the
thing too, didn't he?
and this
Yep.
is why Franco was the most successful fascist because not only did he know that it needed
Uh,
God, but also
Yeah, he
God
had
was
it
on his
baked in the
side because he
cake.
was right.
Okay,
I'll
okay,
go with
okay,
Christianity.
okay.
If I
Well,
had
it
to
was
pick one, it'd probably be the Christians. That's just because I have a bias to Muslim people, though, or to
a
Arab.
lot of that, a lot of that, a lot of that low key. And I hate to sound like woke
Lord have
lefty, but
mercy.
like a lot of that shit really is just kind of baked into the cake. And with being in America, because we've been subject to so much propaganda about like
True.
Muslims and like the Middle East because who does it fuel to push those narratives? Who maximally benefits from the fear mongering of Americans against Arabs and Muslims? Obviously, it's fucking Israel,
Right.
right? Because it's just like their plaything in the East right now.
Well, that's
I
why
do think a lot of the
my new favorite people to run around terrorizing in this app is evangelical Christians. Like I know, like because I think they're heretics just off face
same.
value alone.
Yeah, well, they can't justify their own scripture. Like they can't
Yeah,
justify
they
like
can't
their own
justify how
understanding of
they're
the scripture.
saved. They
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
justify
yeah.
how they're saved.
They also, especially if they're Zionists, bro,
Oh,
like the
oh
number
yeah,
one thing,
Christian Zionist. That makes sense.
number one thing that I love reading on Christian Zionists is explain to me how it is the case that you don't just believe in magic Jew blood because they believe that like Jews are automatically granted salvation by virtue of being Jewish, even though they reject Christ. I'm like, so what? They have like magic Jew blood or something? Like, what are
Right.
we talking about?
You think
And they'll
that
die on
when
the hill. They'll die on the hill and be like, yeah, effectively.
Yeah,
you think
effectively
when
crazy.
God is talking about the Israelites in the Bible, the verse that you're misinterpreting on purpose, you think he's talking about fucking Harvey Weinstein? That's what you think he was talking about?
Epstein or fucking
Yeah,
Netanyahu.
exactly. You think he was talking about Epstein? Like,
Talking about, clearly, he was talking about Ben Gavir, guys. Come
Sotomayor? Like, that's who he's fucking talking
on.
about? Like,
Right?
shut up, dude.
He was obviously talking about Mayorkas. Come on, guys.
Oh, man. It's embarrassing how popular it got in America, but I get it because it is like a bastardized version of libertarianism through Christianity.
Yeah, evangelicalism. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
decentralized.
get away from me, big government, which is the church in this argument. Like, so I get it. Like, there is a level of, but
Sir, you're a hoe, bro. You're a hoe for that. You didn't
oh,
even say nothing because you knew I was going to tell you to stay in the box. You're such a hoe.
mm.
But no, yeah. No, I agree. I agree. I mean, obviously, I don't think that libertarianism being used as a negative connotation there is a good thing. But
Well,
I
no,
do
no.
agree that it
That's why I
does.
said bastardized. I didn't
Yeah,
want
yeah,
to
yeah.
offend you.
No, yeah. No, I know what you really are thinking about libertarianism. You're a fucking massive statist, dog. Of course you're gonna
Yeah.
be like, yeah, it's cooked. But no, yeah, no, I agree though. I do agree that it does. It appeases this kind of rebellious ideal that individuals have in the West, where it's like, I don't believe in institutions. People will be like, I believe in God, but I don't believe in institutions. And it's like, hello, bro? Like, if you believe in God and God said, on this rock I will build my church, what do you think he was talking about?
Right. And for the record, like, yes, I am a massive sadist and I do fall like very close to officer and political beliefs, but if I have to live through something, like if I'm out of like, this fantasy create a government mindset, like I love America and how it was founded. Like that's the second choice easily.
Uh-huh.
Like what the founding fathers were fucking with, I was fucking with as well. Like the problem is
So
that
I'm
we
trying to
got
go
so
back
far
to,
away from
man.
that.
Yeah, dude, I agree. That's what I'm trying to go back to. I'm trying to like end the Fed. I'm trying to like
Yeah, yeah.
get rid of all the departments that we have. You know what I mean? Shrink the government down.
Everything after the 10th Amendment unnecessary.
Yeah, and then I also think we should go through the first through the 10th to like revise the language, not revise, but just like make it more clear so it's of understanding for the modern day, so that there's no longer this ambiguity that individuals are able to like read into the verbiage in
Right.
the
And
first through 10.
I don't think that we should actually, like, I guess, like, enshrine the Federalist Paper into law, but I do think that we should take them into account more when making laws.
Yeah.
Like, and I think that we've lost that
Mhm.
ages ago. Like, there's why did Hart versus Seller happen? That's where I always get off.
Right.
Like people think I'm a racist when I say I think the Civil Rights Act was unconstitutional, but I think I'm like obviously right. Like we just made a compromise there. We're like fuck the Constitution when it comes to this because morally we agree that this is what it should be like. Even though if we just listened to the Constitution in the first place, it would be like that.
Right. No, yeah. No, the issue was that what the Civil Rights Act did was it completely removed the capability of freedom of association
Exactly.
in America, which should be that's fine. If you choose that you want to have, if you want to go create an all black neighborhood, an all white neighborhood, whatever the case is, you should be able to do that.
Considering
But
it happens
this,
anyway.
yeah, it happens
You know,
anyways, right? But it should actually be a society that's ordered towards that interest,
no, I
right?
agree.
Like it
I
is,
agree that
yeah,
it should be
exactly,
explicit, but I'm saying that even when it's not explicit, even when we have so-called laws stopping it from being explicit, it still happens. It's still
right?
just the base. That's just what happens every time.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's why I say like never advocate for segregation, but I do think that like people want to separate, and I don't mean whole groups of people. I just mean for the ones that do, I think that they should be able to. If you don't want to engage in this certain part of society like the rest of us, and like, okay, bro, like I'd rather not keep you forced in this society where you're gonna lash out and be unhappy. Like go where it is that you want to be. And that goes for like the white supremacists,
Black
88 guys,
supremacists,
just as
whatever,
much as
yeah.
it goes, yeah, just as much as it goes for people that are like pro black, black only communities. Like that's fine.
Like, you know who
Do that.
really know how to do it even after the Civil Rights Act? They really know, like, it really is impressive. But the Orthodox Jews, man,
Was just
they
about to say that,
really
bro. Curious Joel, bro.
yeah, man. Like the Orthodox
Yeah.
Jews. Now, I'm someone who grew up, 40 minutes from fucking Lakewood, so I seen it happen in real time. Like I watched how these people they're like beavers. They dam up everything. The way that the money is spent, the way the buildings are built, the way
Yeah.
they
No, it's
gum
true.
up everything and aim it right to themselves. And it's beautiful if you're looking at it from like the eyes of someone who wants to know how to take something over and make it yours.
There are a lot of towns that establish their zoning laws to make it undesirable for for them to move in.
Mhm.
Which is a
Like,
great idea.
yeah, like Ed, you're familiar with Rockland County, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So the Airmont was established specifically to set up the zoning laws that the Orthodox cannot move in a sense, but it's like you have to have you have to have a certain amount of rooms
You have to make
per people
your
that live in a
bricks.
house.
Yeah, the bricks that your house are made of, they need to be dipped in pig's blood. Don't ask why. They just
No, it's not quite that extreme. Uh, but like they're very very nuanced zoning laws that make it undesirable for what they did in Lakewood to happen in Airmont because you have Muncie right down the street.
Of the restaurants that we have here, we only sell cheeseburgers. Why? Don't need to know.
yeah, just
But it's also like Saddle River. They have crazy zoning laws too, but they just got hit with a massive fucking lawsuit. Um,
wonder who
to be
that's
able to
backed up
deter
by.
developers. What?
Mhm. Wonder who's
This
paying
guy,
for that lawsuit.
this
So
guy,
they
this
actually
guy came
bought
into this guy came into the restaurant the other day. He had some really long hair. He asked if I could make him a cheeseburger, but he asked to remove the cheese. Oh my god!
Run, and then just a whole wave of them come over the horizon.
So in Saddle River, they have the way that they have their tax code set up is if you have less than 1.9 acres of property, your taxes go through the fucking roof. So that way they could deter people from building condos. But that also but what they found is that they were way below the standards for affordable housing.
Mhm. And that, I
So
hate that law too. That's a New Jersey thing that you have to have X amount of. No, but and what it is, it's another
they're
like
exploited to high hell in New Jersey also.
right. But there's so many like these nice New Jersey towns, and I live in one. It's happening right now where they have these. You need to move poor people here now laws, and it's like why? Why do these exist? Like
Right.
why do we need a level of like now? We need affordable houses for people that obviously the people here don't do. Well, that's not true because they're a bunch of bleeding heart liberals. So they do
Oh,
say
by the
that they want
way,
them
that's
for.
going to get worse. By the way, I don't know if you're aware, the housing bill that Tom Scott and Elizabeth Warren, yeah, what a great duo, just drafted up together and got passed the housing initiative, and it expands federal housing and welfare housing drastically, and it's a bipartisan bill.
I mean,
Like at this point, like the only way Trump is keeping these neoconservatives is by giving them war because he's gone full socialist as far as like at
Yeah,
home stuff goes.
yeah.
He's he's
That's why I
all
can't
about
stand it. That's why I can't stand it when people are like, Trump's not left leaning. I'm like, dude, look at his fucking
compared to
economic,
who
dude. Spending, yeah, what,
Trotsky.
yeah, like, bro, his spending is crazy. We increased the deficit spending like fucking insane, right? You just don't like what the money's being ordered towards, but like this guy's spending money out of the state pocket and raising the debt ceiling like a fucking socialist would.
And it's superfluous because he's not even doing it. Like he's like $200 billion for ICE and what 250,000 deportations.
Yeah.
Like they're
Yep.
saying it's 2.5 million. No, 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 no. We already
200,
had this conversation.
yeah. 200 billion for Iran just for us to go over there and get fucking schwacked like a naughty child stays up too late, dog.
At
Like,
least we got their desalinization plants though, so we could save their fucking people. Right now, now they
yeah,
have
but
no lights or water,
yeah,
and we're
now we're
leaving.
gonna hit their power plants in the next few days because it's all
Right.
about the liberation of the
you
Persians.
can't say just because the government's spending a lot of money that makes them more socialist.
I can.
Well, no. It is ordered towards like a Keynesian economic view to do that. But I said is
But
what
Keynesian
people
economics
disagree
is not
with.
socialist either.
Yeah,
Mhm.
but oh, what?
Like, what do you mean?
Yes, it is. What do you
Can you
mean?
substantiate that claim outside of
What?
like?
Just
Cause,
just
like,
be
does Keynesian economics work without social programs? Yes or no?
um
It's no.
no. but it's not. But it's not strictly speaking on social programs.
So it's not gaudy socialism, but there's some socialism.
Yeah, it's not like, yeah, just to be clear, when I'm saying socialist, I don't mean it's Marxist,
Right.
right?
I think
But
that is like a
Keynesian,
poisoned well when it comes to even proper like
yeah,
conversation. You say
right.
socialist, especially to a right winger, and they start seeing the fucking hammer and sickle waving around, and it's like, no, 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 you're an idiot. Calm down.
Right,
Like,
right. Like a lot of, like, for example, a lot of people that are like of the flavor of, doctor or officer, people that are like fascists, right? When they say they're socialists, they're gonna be viewing their economics is gonna be through a Keynesian view, whether Keynesian or post Keynesian. That's gonna be their economic view. China is another prime example. China is effectively operating under a post Keynesian economic system, right? They're state capitalist, where they have quite a bit of nationalization within their system, and then the private markets that they do have are kind of on contingency that as long as it doesn't become a necessity for the state become involved in those industries, that they'll allow them to continue to operate.
I was just, I was laughing at you telling Ducky to just go fucking debate anyone. Like he's gonna walk into so many fucking buzzsaws, man.
Yeah, yeah.
Where the buzzsaws at?
Right
What's
here,
up, man?
apparently.
I'm trying to start a new podcast, a new debate podcast. So I'm looking for buzzsaws. Got fresh meat for the grinder.
Oh wait, you're the guy with the Israeli flag in your bio, so you don't get banned, right?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
What's up?
What's up?
I'm
I forgot.
also the guy being stalked by a schizophrenic woman who's claiming that I'm stalking her. Super annoying. Super fucking annoying. Like,
Oh yeah, she like got on the panel and started screaming at you, right?
yeah. So I just wanted to like clear the air. I'm more than happy to share screenshot evidence, whatever. Like
I
I
mean, to
am.
be fair,
Oh,
the
don't
last
worry,
thing
no
I'm
one.
gonna do is blindly listen to someone's opinion of somebody. My name is canceled Bex. Like I've had more lore about me spread on this app than anything, so you're good. I'm
Much appreciated. All right,
You're gonna
cool.
catch me leaving a
I do,
woman? No, thank you.
oh my god, Ed.
I just
I
say
do
it for
have
you,
to.
Bex. I only say it because you're here. I
No,
would
it's funny
never.
because I
I
almost
never
said that
say.
same
This is a
thing.
perfect example. This is a perfect example of
I
how
do gotta
to
hop down.
respond to false
Um,
accusations.
I do gotta hop down, but Bex, thank you for letting me up. I am gonna try to get at least a couple of hours of sleep
You
before
should
I
Always a
definitely.
pleasure, man.
wake
Yeah, no,
up.
it's always a pleasure, Mikey. Thanks for coming up. We're gonna start doing Philbro Hour more often because I want to get this
I got
shit
you. Yeah, yeah. I'll
going.
still be listening to the conversation and stuff.
Sounds great.
I should probably try to head to bed
You
also.
too. I know.
God
It's
bless y'all.
it's
Have a good
evening.
night.
It is 6 a.m. I should be getting to bed.
I know. It's.
Right.
I honestly should probably try to catch a couple hours of sleep
It,
before my groceries too.
it
Although I feel bad. Proxy just got here, but
I
we've
was
been
just
doing
say
this
where the
till like.
grinders at. I'm looking for the grinders.
Well,
I
we've been up since like 9 p.m. last
I'll
night. So
follow you. Follow me back.
know how it is. Hell yeah.
yeah,
in
follow
my def-
everybody, and we'll be here every night.
Right on.
in my defense, I fell asleep on the couch around like 9:30 and then woke up at like 2:30. So I already got like 5 hours of sleep.
That's what happened to me too. I fucking yeah. I ended up at like 10 p.m. It
I'm
was,
waiting for the taco place to open. Get my breakfast on.
I'm about to eat some chicken nuggets and maybe clean a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna take a nap before the morning crowd. T-Bone should be up soon, I'm assuming.
Damn, well, next time I catch you on the flip side, I got some fucking tea.
Oh
I have the
boy.
hottest tea on earth, maybe right now. The tea just
What
keeps getting hotter. It's
about what?
self-feeding tea. It's like about conspiracies. Like conspiracies are true, and I proved it. And I got all the bad guys by the balls. It's like Scooby Doo mystery shit. It's fucking bonkers.
Well, that sounds super interesting. Maybe we can do that later on today when we go back up.
Hell to the yeah. Catch y'all on the flip.
Bye, guys.